Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 181. As soon as Max finished her talk with Baron, she immediately headed for the infirmary. Medric was laying out numerous sacks of medicinal herbs on the floor, preparing medicine for the knights who were leaving for the expedition. She rolled up her sleeves and walked over to the desk to offer him help. Medric was filling a small bag with herbs when he looked at her, concerned. "Madam, your complexion doesn't look well. Please rest in your room for today. I can prepare the medicines by myself. It's because I didn't sleep much. I'm fine." "Is it due to the news the messenger delivered yesterday?" He sighed as he pulled a jar of plaster from the shelves. "I'm really worried too. The monsters only seem to mysteriously increase over the years." "Medric, have you ever been on any expedition before?" "I often participated in small-scale subjugation campaigns, but since I am a low-ranking wizard with no other abilities other than healing magic, I am generally a part of the rear support. When I was young, I participated in some long-term expeditions." He explained with a dark expression while mixing the thick ointment with a spatula. "It seems like they couldn't find a wizard who could join the expedition. If that's the case, then I'll go." "Oh, and no. I was asking because I'm thinking of going. I don't mean to send you, Medric. Don't worry." Medric's eyes widened in surprise. "Madam will? Did the Lord give his permission?" Max's expression instantly turned grim at his question. It seems that Riftan's personality was so domineering, that even someone who had resided here for less than a month knew exactly how he would react to her plans. Max shook her head in defeat. "I have been trying to persuade him. The lady just started learning magic only last year, correct? Does the lady have any experience with expeditions?" "And not in expeditions, but I have encountered monsters several times." She did not say that she fainted both times, and swallowed her words down. Both had certain circumstances anyway. The first was due to the stress of a possible divorce. She wasn't able to sleep and eat for several days, and the second time was because she completely depleted her mana. But now, she was healthier and she had more control over her magic. "To be honest, I've never traveled far. What do wizards do on expeditions?" "High-ranking wizards capable of attacking often fight alongside knights during a battle. But a healer like me would normally evacuate to safety and heal the wounded after the fight," he explained, looking a bit embarrassed. "A weak wizard like me who has only mastered a few universal types of magic is practically useless in combat. If I am not healing the wounded, then I am helping with food preparation and caring for the horses." I see. If she could convince Riftan, will she have to prepare food for the men and take care of the horses? Her face clouded at the thought. She had never cooked before. "Then, when monsters appear, do you hide until the battle is over? What if there is no place to hide?" "Knights are usually accompanied by squires on long-term expeditions. When a monster shows up it's like this. Here." Medric pulled out a piece of parchment on the desk and drew two lines with his quill. "The expedition is divided into two groups. The knights in the front fight the monsters, while the squires stand back to protect the food and the horses. The wizards can also stand back at this time. Because frontline knights are always on the lookout, they usually don't worry about being dragged into battle." Somehow, Max felt subdued by Medric's explanation. She continued to question him while preparing the essential herbs that the knights would need to take with them. He patiently and generously gave advice based on his own experience, such as how to avoid being a burden to the knights when in combat, how to avoid nasty insects while camping, and how to use the stars for navigation. Max absorbed all of his teachings and was furious with determination. She spent a long time in the infirmary and only came back for dinner after the sun had set. She wanted to talk to Riftan again, but when she thought about how stubborn he was, she became afraid to speak. It would be better to wait for Adarin's report. She tried hard to sleep that night. The next morning, she didn't see Riftan anywhere. When she asked Rudish, he apparently had slept in the knight's quarters. Max couldn't tell if he was actively avoiding her or if he was busy preparing for the expedition. She spent the day at Ruth's tower, reading about monsters, maps, and familiarizing herself with the topography of the roads they would use on the trip. When she returned to her room, she asked Rudish to prepare some sturdy boots and leather pants often worn by apprentice knights. The pants felt strange and didn't fit very well, but they were surprisingly comfortable to move around. Plus, unlike dresses, she didn't have to worry about tripping over her hem or letting the fabric drag across the floor or pay attention not to crease it when she sat down. Max quickly changed into her normal clothes and hid her pants and boots in a box, to avoid that Riftan could see them. The next day, as soon as she opened her eyes, she quickly threw down a simple tunic and pants worn by the servants and ran to the training ground. The tension around the spacious field was higher than normal as they approached the departure date. Max looked at the gentleman who was supervising the training. Realizing that it was a knight with whom she was not very familiar, she quickly turned towards the knight's quarters. Looking through the conference room window, she saw several knights gathered around the long table talking seriously, a map spread out in front of them. Max looked around and found only Baron and Gable, not Riftan. The moment she entered, everyone instantly calmed down. Sir Nerda, about what I asked you the other day. How is it going? I came because I was curious. Baron looked at her outfit and got up from his seat. He approached slowly. Lady Glyphs? What are you wearing? Max blushed and rubbed her sweaty palms against her pants. I think this is more suitable. So I tried it on. But I guess it doesn't suit me very well. No, I think it looks pretty good on you. He waved his hands and Max walked into the conference room that was filled with awkward stares and tension upon her arrival. Am I interrupting an important meeting? Should I come back later? No, come in and have a seat. I was just talking about the lady's proposal with everyone. Max looked around the room, the knights' faces filling with discomfort as Baron extended the invitation to join them. A gentleman immediately got up and brought her a chair. Max sat down, dwarfed by the huge knights, and looked around anxiously. The large map detailing the western continent was spread out across the large table. It was covered in intricate lines, like a cobweb, and several wooden models were strategically placed around it. It seemed the knights were discussing the route of travel. Where's Sir Riftan? I heard. He slept here last night. You just missed him. The commander returned to the Great Hall to send a message. He will be back soon. Baron scratched the back of his neck and frowned. I brought up the subject of the lady joining us on the expedition as soon as I got here. It seems we failed to get one of Count Roburn's wizards. Gable, who sat opposite her, nodded. Unfortunately. Most of them have wives and children and cannot leave. ISC. Max tried to control the tremor in her voice. Then. I'll be your wizard in this expedition. But milady, will you really be fine with it? You've lived your entire life at Qua Castle. A dark-skinned knight sitting in the corner looked at her, his expressions filled with doubt. We all know you are a decent healer. However, there are many monsters along the way and villages are sparse, we will have to camp most of the time. Can the lady endure such hardships? Those hardships have already been explained to me by Sir Nerda. I have also sea camped once on the way to Anatole. Even if it's difficult, I am determined. It's much more dangerous and difficult than you think. Thinking too lightly about it. Her Majesty the Princess can do it, so there's no reason why the lady can't. A young knight who was sitting with his arms crossed to his left stood up. He was a gentleman who frequented the infirmary for treatment. And we are all over the place, so what are you worried about? If you are so worried, then we will assign some squires as guards. Whatever the case, I am willing to volunteer. Max smiled at him gratefully for coming to her aid. As everyone says, the journey will be difficult. That's why I should go. The villages along the way are sparse. And there are many monsters. To travel without a wizard on such a dangerous month-long journey. It would be too dangerous. The knights exchanged glances, as if communicating just by looking at each other. Max smiled when she realized that almost everyone was on board, when a cold, dark voice echoed behind her. What the hell are you doing here? Max turned to look at the entrance with a stern expression. Riftan stood by the door, his expression filled with murderous rage. He prowled to the head of the table and bared his teeth menacingly. Does anyone care to explain why my wife is here? I'm the one who asked the knights. If you can't get an assistant, then You shut your mouth. Max immediately clamped her mouth shut at his icy gaze. Baron stepped forward, as if shielding her from his reverberating rage. Your wife came here for your sake. You shouldn't look at her with such threatening eyes. I have already made myself clear on this matter, I said no. But do you think it's proper that she disobeyed me and went to conspire with my men behind my back? Baron frowned. Why are you accusing her so harshly? Because the commander is as stubborn as a mule, the lady had no choice but to turn to us. Don't act like we plotted something that utterly doesn't make sense. Whatever the reason, it is unacceptable for my wife to plot behind my back. The two men glared at each other with murderous intent, neither willing to back down. Feeling struck by the violent atmosphere, Max was on the brink of collapse if not for Gable, who threw himself between the two angry wild dogs. "Please, calm down. I understand your concerns regarding the lady. Isn't that why we've all been quiet until now? But as you know, we need a wizard and she is an excellent healer. Please consider it." Riftan gnashed his teeth. "Are you in your right mind? My wife is the daughter of a duke, who grew up spoiled and pampered in a castle all her life. She can't handle the roughness of an expedition." Max sprung up from her seat, her expression indignant. "I can do it too. Please give me another chance. I am a wizard. You should not walk away just like this." Under the oak tree. Chapter 182. Riftan narrowed his eyes, noticing her outfit as his eyes trailed her from head to toes. Startled by his gaze, Max quickly grabbed her loose clothing and lowered her eyes uneasily. Riftan's fierce expression became more and more distorted with irritation and fury. "What the hell are you wearing? Damn it. You've got this all planned out." He rubbed his head roughly as if trying to ease a terrible headache. "Why the hell are you so stubborn? I've made it clear that you shouldn't interfere. Riftan is the one who's as stubborn. You keep saying no with no clear reason. Give it a chance, please. If I will suffer a little to get everyone arrived safely. Isn't it worth the risk?" "The lady is right." Hebaron intervened again in a slightly calmer tone. "We don't know what dangers to expect on this expedition and we can't waste any more time looking for a wizard. The commander may agree to take the risk himself, but you cannot risk the lives of your subordinates. It's a dilemma. Are you saying it's fine for my wife to take that risk? We can keep her safe." "Bullshit. Not even one of you." Riftan, screaming blind with anger, suddenly fell silent. His face was fiercely contorted with anguish. He couldn't risk the lives of his men simply for the sake of his own matter. The gentleman in the room noted this dilemma and began to chirp to ease him. "We are not asking you to expose the lady to the battlefield. Once we get to Levedon, we can find a high priest from a temple in the capital to take your place. We can leave her in the temple for a while and move to the Louis Belle by ourselves." "Right. Once we get to the port across the border, we will be traveling by boat, which will be significantly safer. The matter is the travel of getting to the port. The route to Levedon is dotted with countless monster habitats scattered throughout the mountains and forests. If we take a noble woman who cannot even defend herself, she will only drag us down." Riftan responded fiercely. "That's not true. I can also cast defensive magic. What and how much can you do with the little magic that you have learned in just a few months? If you can't believe her, then let her prove it." They all turned their attention to the dark-skinned knight who was still standing against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest. He shrugged like it was no big deal and continued. "What I mean is, let's test the lady's defenses. If she's strong enough to deflect our attacks, then she'd be fine against the attacks of most monsters." "It's a great idea." Gable quickly supported. "I agree with Eden. If the lady's defenses are not up to scratch, then we will drop this. The lady should give up efforts as well." Max's shoulders sank. She claimed it so confidently, but in truth, she wasn't sure her barriers were strong enough to withstand an attack from a Ream-Dragon Knight. She internally squirmed as the knights reached a unanimous decision. However, if the lady is successful, then the commander shall hold no further objections. It would be foolish to leave a wizard who knows how to heal and have basic defensive skills, forming an expedition composed of only knights to head for Levedon. Please do not impose such risks on your subordinates." Gable looked at Riftan with unwavering resolve. Riftan alternately glared at Max and the knights with a sharp gaze, finding no more justification to object, and twisted his lips. He remained silent for what seemed like an eternity, before finally forcing himself to speak again. "Fine, we'll test your skills. Come outside." He turned around and walked out the door. Hebaron patted Max's tense, frozen shoulders. "If the lady succeeds, the commander will no longer be able to object. Please flatten his nose one. She had to be successful. But what if she made a huge deal out of this only to fail in vain like the last time?" Max swallowed the dry lump stuck in her throat. "No, my barriers don't break that easily. The other day, Medric swung a pickaxe he used to plow as a test, and it deflected without a hitch. However, a skinny old man's pickaxe and a trained knight's strike are miles different." She followed the knights into the field and peeked at their physique. They all had strong, bulging forearms and muscular legs like a stallion's. Riftan led them to an empty space behind the training ground and turned to her after finding a decent area. "Now, cast your shield." The knights rushed forward when they saw Riftan grasping the handle of his sword that was secured to his hip. Wait a second. No way. Rumor has it that only a few wizards in the world are capable of blocking the commander's attack. Wow. That's really too much. Even Ruth can't deflect the commander's attack. Don't even try to deviate. Of course, I'm going to hold back and control my attack. All the knights, even Max, looked at him in disbelief, and doubt was clearly evident in each and every one of their eyes. Everyone knew, unless you were an idiot, Riftan had every intention of breaking her defenses, no matter how strong she did it now. Baron booed loudly. That is unacceptable. If we don't test it with the attack of a knight other than the commander, I won't accept the results. I object to that. It's obvious that any of you will try and cut the corners of your attack. So, what if we go easy on our attack? How many wizards in this world can block a full-out attack from a Ream Dragon Knight? Being able to block a troll's attack level is enough. Now, calm down both of you. Once again, Gable stepped between the two angry hounds eager to bite each other's heads. Let's not waste our energy on these useless arguments. How about this, we let the lady choose a knight to test her barrier. You can measure the strength of the knight with your eyes. Riftan turned to Max, but she quickly avoided his expectant gaze. No way would she choose him. They would think of her like crazy if she did. Max looked at the assembled knights one by one and tried her best not to look in the direction of Riftan, whose eyes were punching a hole in her and practically yelling at her to choose him. Baron was bigger and slightly taller than Riftan. As for the other knights, all of them have massive shoulders and bulging forearms. She narrowed her eyes as she examined them more closely, then turned to Gable, whose physique was the slimmest among the knights. Aye. Just have to name the person, right? Yes, you can choose anyone as your opponent. Then, I would like to choose Sir Laxian. If you will be my opponent, please. The corner of Gable's soft smile twitched slightly. May I ask why the lady chose me? Because you are the most reliable. Max could feel Riftan's icy gaze pricking her cheek, but she continued to look ignorant. Gable looked at her with knowing eyes and then stepped forward with a deep sigh. All right. I'll test it out. He unsheathed his long sword tied at his waist and slipped into stance. Under an unusual pressure, Max caught the reality of the situation and scurried to lift her mana. She focused on pouring out all her concentration to maximize her mana. As she practiced, she increased the flow and speed of her mana, and the ground below her trembled weakly. Soon, the land around her began to rise into the air. Max reinforced the barrier with the magical formula Ruth taught her, making the walls made with earth thicker and harder. It's already. Then here I go. Max spinned her mana to full speed and pushed her mana to its maximum capability. Her heart was pounding nervously and cold sweat trickled down her back when she heard Gable kick the ground and run toward her. It was then followed by a heavy blow. The defensive wall of the barrier shook violently. She looked at the barrier with a nervous expression plastered on her face. The attack was followed with two more thumps, but the wall didn't break and didn't budge at all. Max couldn't believe her eyes. Her barrier was still firm in front of her. She turned her head to Riftan, and gave a triumphant expression. Contrary to her expression, he just stood there, tall and commanding, and looked at her with a complex expression that she couldn't define in words. Max smiled nervously at the darkness that gripped his features. Despite the stifling atmosphere surrounding Riftan, Baron approached him and laughed. Is that enough to convince the commander? Riftan simply turned. Do what you want. Then, he walked away in anger. Baron simply shrugged at Riftan's bitter attitude. Don't let it get to you. He's a reasonable person after all, he will come around soon. Hopefully Baron was right, Max prayed as she watched Riftan retreat back with desperate eyes. Her heart felt belatedly heavy from disobeying her husband so blatantly, but she quickly pulled away from those faint-hearted thoughts. He gave his permission. She could take any amount of coldness and anger from him, as long as she could go with him. 1. It means Riftan's holding up his nose too high. Basically, Baron's saying Max should crush Riftan's pride low. They embarked on preparing to leave for the expedition. Max also quickly ran back to her room to pack only what was necessary. Rudish was helping her pack while acting like a mother full of worries. She even had to fight with her, who tried to stuff 15 outfits into her leather bag. And Rudish was not alone. Rodrigo and all the other servants brought her all kinds of things, asking her if she would like this or that. Even the seamstress who made all of her dresses came with a hat and veil, saying it was to protect her face from sunburn, but Max only picked up a few essentials. She managed to fill her bag with a pair of sturdy pants, 3 changes of underwear, a pair of socks, and 2 robes tunics that apprentices usually wore. Max also brought a bag of medicinal herbs, some of Ruth's medical tools, and 3 mana stones. Even though she knew it wasn't a pleasure road trip, she couldn't leave behind a small ivory hairbrush and half a bar of soap wrapped in a pouch, hanging them on her belt. She wanted to bring books on herbal medicine or magic, but it would burden her to bring such expensive items, so she only packed a few parchment with Ruth's notes. Should the lady leave for such a dangerous journey? Rudish, who was working to fix the straps on her bag, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Max was delighted by her concern. Her usual calm and firm maid, who never showed a hint of her own personal emotions, finally expressed herself for the first time. Don't worry. I'm going with the most powerful knights in the West. Nothing bad will happen. Rudish hesitated, then grabbed her hand. Please. Take good care of yourself. Max looked deeply into her dark brown eyes and nodded vigorously. Rudish smiled sadly. She took her hand firmly again, then stepped back. Max walked over to the mournfully meowing cats, hugged and kissed them before finally leaving the room. Under the oak tree. Chapter 183. The maid waiting by the door took the bag from her hand, volunteering to carry it. Max sat on the saddle strapped to Rem after the train of servants escorted her outside with a tearful farewell. All the knights were lined up in the training grounds, ready to depart. It didn't seem like it only took 2 days of preparation as they appeared well prepared for the expedition. Have all your necessities been packed? As she approached the ranks of the knights, Gable, who was inspecting the battle lines, spoke to her. Max nodded. He examined the size of the bag she had tied to Rem's chair, then gestured for something behind her. Hey, Lady Calypse is here. At his urge, 2 boys emerged from the squires standing behind the ranks. Max's eyes widened when she saw Ulyshen and Garo running towards her, dragging a giant stallion. We were told that the lady was coming too. We volunteered to be your escorts throughout the journey. Ulyshen explained after running in a fuss. But Ulyshen and Garo are still apprentices. Is it alright for them to participate in this expedition? Squires are originally selected from their apprenticeships ahead of their knighting ceremony. Don't worry, we've gained a lot of experience over the past months. Garo proudly pumped his chest confidently and Ulyshen nodded vigorously at his side. I will never put Milady's life at risk, just like the last time. We'll keep you safe no matter what happens, you have nothing to worry about. Max smiled at the 2 boys who had grown even more dignified during the times they were apart. Thank you. I'll put my faith in you. Rover and Livaction are the best among the squires. Please have the 2 of them by your side wherever you go. Also, you must never leave the ranks at will. If there is any problem, please inform me or another knight. Gable instructed her with a solemn face and Max nodded firmly. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, where is Sir Riftan? The commander is over there. Max looked at where Gable was pointing and saw Rodrigo, 2 older knights with gray hair, and her husband. They were discussing it with their other younger knights. The commander is delegating the supervisory of the castle. The maintenance of the Great Hall will be the responsibility of Rodrigo, while Sir Baron and Sir Cedric will oversee the training and military facilities. Riftan handed a ring of keys to Rodrigo and the older knights, then walked towards the front of the line. Max intently followed him with her eyes as he sat on top of Talon. Riftan's gaze suddenly flew to her. Max danced, fearing that he would suddenly change his mind and order her to leave this expedition, but Riftan simply led Talon towards the gates without saying a word. Let's go. As his loud commanding voice resounded, the guards stationed on top of the walls blew powerfully into their horns, signaling for the knights to maintain their line and march across the castle moat in an organized manner. Max grasped the reins and drove Rem along the line. As Calypse Castle drew further and further away from her, a sense of fear and strange excitement swelled within her. She wondered about what awaited them in the near future. Garo, who was riding his horse beside her, seemed to have noticed her anxiety and opened his mouth, speaking calmly. There is nothing to worry about. We spent the entire spring scouring the mountains around Anatole wiping off monsters. There won't be any drawing of arms in the upcoming time. Max felt her cheeks heat up with embarrassment seeing how a much younger boy acted more assertive than her. Not only Garo, but all the other young knights all around his age wore the same calm expression. As they crossed the town square of Anatole on their horses, people flocked to the side of the road and watched them march into battle in amazement. Max felt like an innocent puppy lost in a pack of wolves. Ma'am, please move to the center of the ranks once we pass through the gates. Gable yelled over his shoulders and Max obediently followed his instructions. She directed Rem to the center of the line as soon as they were out of the guarded territories. Riftan glanced at her from the front of the lines, then began to drive his horse at a faster speed. The knights followed his lead, speeding straight through the valleys. Max drove Rem whilst trying her best to match their pace, careful not to be run over by the other horses. Riding through the uneven dirt road was more difficult than she imagined. If she hadn't practiced in her spare time, she wouldn't have been able to keep up. As she wondered how many hours more they had had to ride like that while out of breath and sweating, Yulijin beamed at her encouragingly. "We will be crossing through 2 mountains today. Once we leave Anatole, the road will be easier to travel, so please hang in there." Max nodded, wondering how the young man could ride at this speed and not bite his tongue in the process. Her thighs were already numb and her hips were tingling, but she couldn't mutter a word of complaint after insisting so stubbornly that she had to go with them. Max struggled as she rode to keep up with the knights. Fortunately, as the road got steeper, they were forced to decrease the speed of movement. She managed to regain her composure and inspected her surroundings. Lush green trees flanked them on either side of the narrow path of the mountain valleys. Sharp, jagged rocks carved out by nature tilted at the foot of the mountain, and she could hear the faint rush of water from a nearby stream. Since they had been traveling for a while, they finally decided to take a break there. Max had a hard time dismounting from her horse as her legs jittered, then led Rem toward the water. The knights ate bread and dried beef while the horses drank water thirstily, like they would be emptying the stream. She also drank water from her canteen, moistening her dried lips, and ate a piece of dried meat that was as tough as a piece of wood. They rested for about 20 minutes before climbing back on top of their horses, immediately going back to the road. In less than half a day, Max was completely defeated. Her saddle-mounted butt was like it was on fire, and her lungs felt like they were being stabbed with a blade. Her braided hair kept loosening up and stuck to her face, which also annoyed her. Compared to her, the knights around her looked more comfortable despite their heavy iron armors. Max clenched her thighs against the saddle to correct her collapsing posture. The infernal march only ended when they reached the end of the narrow and remote path, finding a somewhat gentle place to set camp. "We will camp here today." As Riftan's voice resounded heavily, Garo climbed off his horse and muttered quietly. "Even after a full day's travel, we're still in Anatole territory." Max was so relieved that she could finally rest from traveling on horseback that she didn't mind spending a night in the mountains. She almost rolled off the saddle as she dismounted. If it weren't for Yulijin, who was quick to assist her, she would have found her face against the damp ground. "You must be tired. Please sit here and rest. I'll pitch the tent up right away." Yulijin grabbed her by the shoulders and gently held her to sit on a flat rock. She barely managed to mutter a thank you at her level of exhaustion. The two boys quickly removed the saddles off their horses and unpacked, without showing any signs of exhaustion. The other knights were also busy making a pit for bonfires, lighting them, and providing food and water to the horses. Max knew she had to help, but she really couldn't lift a hand at the moment. She pressed her reddened palms against the cold rock's surface, cooling them from the strain of gripping the reins too long. "I've set up a bed. Milady, it's pretty shabby, but you may come in and rest. I'll take care of her." Max shuddered at the low voice that interrupted. She looked up to see Riftan looking at her, still with the same expressionless face. "Go and tend to your horses." At his command, Garo and Yulijin immediately ran towards the steeds. She was worried that he would scold her for being in such a disorderly state and unable to contribute, but Riftan merely helped her up and guided her towards the tent pitched under a tree without any reprimand. "I'll bring you a meal when it's ready, so lie down in the meantime." "I'm fine. I too should help." Max immediately pressed her lips shut when Riftan shot her a terrifying look. He lowered the tent's awning and walked away. Truthfully, she had no energy to even lift a finger, so she just slid helplessly on top of the thick blankets, worrying about what awaited her the following day. She knew her butt and thighs would be bruised black and blue in the morning, so she wondered how she was going to survive throughout the expedition. She quickly shook her head and dismissed those defeatist thoughts. No. Just one more day and then we'll be out of the Anatole Mountains. According to the map, there would be plenty of flat plains on their way to Levedon once they get past Anatole. Also, her body will slowly adjust to riding, especially when the trails would become less cumbersome. She shouldn't give up so easily. While trying to motivate herself, Riftan returned to the tent. "It would be better for you to get a massage before having a meal. Take off your pants." He bent over to enter the tent and sat on a corner, pulling a small bottle of oil from a bag. Max looked at him, not certain of what she had just heard. "Just now. What did you say?" "Take off your boots and pants." You won't be able to ride a horse again tomorrow unless this medicine is applied. Riftan answered nonchalantly and took off his gauntlet, gaiters, and braces like they were cumbersome, setting them down on the corner. In the meanwhile, Max continued to stare at him blankly. He frowned when he saw her idle and placed his hands on her boots to remove it. She protested and crouched to the farthest corner of the tent in panic. I'm fine. There's no need. You look like you're about to pass out any second. What do you mean you're fine? Riftan approached and caught Max, who was trying with all her might to escape, placing her back in place. Her throbbing muscles screamed as he grasped her thigh. When she could no longer hold it back and whimpered in pain, Riftan frowned and began undoing her boot laces, which were very tight around her calves, making Max's face dye bright red. I got this. I'll do it myself. Gee, give me the oil, I can do it. Gee, go outside for a moment. You don't even have the strength to lift a finger. That's not true. I can do it myself, so. At least listen to your husband, even if it sounds ridiculous. She stopped protesting, realizing that his patience was reaching its edge again. Riftan took off her boots and threw them off to a corner, then placed his hands on the strings of her trousers. Max glanced at the entrance of the tent and felt like crying. What if someone walks in? I told them not to come near the tent, so don't worry. He exhaled bluntly and mercilessly pulled off her sweaty pants. The cool air that touched her bare skin made her face flush red as a beet. Under the oak tree. Chapter 184. Riftan made her lie face down against the blankets and drew a clean cloth and a canteen of water from his bag with a grim expression. Max looked down in embarrassment as he drenched the cloth and began to wipe the sweat off her legs. The cold towel gently cooled her burning skin. He meticulously cleaned her thighs, calves, and even her feet. Then, he picked up the small bottle of oil and pulled the cork out with his teeth. As the slippery liquid slid down her skin, Max's toes curled. Riftan pressed the center of her feet's soles with his thumb, then slowly moved his hands up to massage her taut calves. Max groaned in pain. It hurts. If I don't press your muscles, you won't be able to move when morning comes. He relentlessly loosened her tight muscles. All Max could do was stifle her groan as she buried her face in the thick blanket. The pain was so immense that she couldn't even afford to be ashamed of her current state. Riftan massaged her calves sufficiently regardless of her pain and applied peppermint-scented oil on her thighs. Max tried to pull away when his rough palms swept down the scorching skin near her private area. I'm really fine now. Riftan, you must be exhausted too. Before she could finish, he sighed deeply and pulled her underwear down to her knees. Riftan. Stay still. We have to apply this medicine or else it will be difficult for you to ride on horseback tomorrow. I'll apply it. I can do it, so. What are you so ashamed of? He huffed and shifted his weight lightly on her thighs to prevent her from wriggling. Stop exhausting yourself and lie down still. I'm not going to do anything strange. Riftan was determined to finish his task. He poured a generous amount of oil onto his palms and began massaging her bare bottom in a circular motion. Max's ears burned as she clutched the covers tightly. It was so embarrassing to be touched in a clear state of mind, especially right after yelling to everyone that she would become their healer during the expedition. Yet there she was now, the one receiving treatment. It was pathetic. Still Riftan, oblivious to her inner dilemma, silently applied the peppermint oil to her bruised flesh, and placed her underwear back on when her tight muscles were loosened enough. I'm going to check if the meal is ready. I'll bring it to you, so lie down and rest, he murmured in a strained voice as he rubbed the back of his neck. His face was a little red, probably due to being crammed into the little tent. Max simply nodded and pulled up her trousers. He let out a heavy breath and walked out of the tent with a slight limp from bending his knees too long, while she dropped onto the covers feeling like a pile of soggy noodles, completely exhausted. Max felt shame and pain colliding during Riftan's massage, but the muscle pain had significantly subsided. She rubbed the parts of her body that he had touched, then crossed her arms and closed her eyes for a moment. Riftan did not return until the orange sunset turned into a blue night. I've brought smoked ham from the campfire. Here's some bread to go with it. He placed the wooden tray next to her. There was a thick slice of sizzling oil-glazed ham, 3 fist-sized loaves of bread, a block of cheese, and a canteen of wine. Riftan pulled out a dagger and began cutting the food into smaller pieces for Max, who quickly scooped up the food and popped it into her mouth. The food was definitely much humbler compared to the food in the castle, but she was so hungry that it tasted more delicious than anything else. Should I bring you more? Riftan asked bluntly upon seeing her shove food down hungrily. Max shook her head, but she almost emptied the tray. Her body felt like 1,000 pounds as her belly began to swell and she felt drowsy. Max immediately fell asleep in the blink of an eye, completely forgetting the fact that they were camping in the middle of Anatole mountains that were full of monsters. The next day, the knights began packing their belongings in preparation for their departure even before the sun had risen. Max also got ready in a hurry and climbed into her saddle. There was no time to wash her face, let alone brush her hair. Fortunately, her butt didn't hurt as much as she feared it would, courtesy to Riftan's massage. However, keeping up with the knights was still too overwhelming. Ulyshen helped her navigate the dark mountain path and the lurking knights were constantly on high alert, moving only faster, not slowing down even for a moment. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they slowed down and Max could hardly ask, "Why do they look so tense?" "I haven't seen any monsters at all." Gero, who was traveling beside her, shook his head. The monsters that inhabit Anatole possess a certain level of intelligence. When large armies pass by, they are intelligent enough to stay hidden in order to survive. They tend to watch from a distance. Last night, I heard from some of the knights that a few forest goblins tried to steal our food supply. Last night? Ulyshen quickly intervened when he saw her face turn a deep blue hue. "Don't worry." The knights on duty immediately noticed and took care of them. Was anyone hurt? Of course not. Forest goblins can't even hope to scratch a ream dragon knight. Ulyshen lifted his chin indignantly, as if her words were insulting. Still, Max worried and inspected the knights in the front lines. Everyone calmly rode their horses without a sign of exhaustion. She looked ahead and tried to find Riftan, buried among the big bulky knights, but she quickly gave up and concentrated on driving her horse across the bumpy mountain road. They finally made it out of the Anatole mountain ranges after the sun rose high in the sky. They took a short break near a stream that flowed through the meadow. The attending gentlemen tended to the horses, while others began to distribute the food for a late breakfast. Max quickly washed her face as Ram took a drink by the stream. She wet her neck and pulled out her comb to tame her wild hair. She almost gave up on detangling her hair, but once she was done, she put it in a braid and walked back to the field. Ulyshen handed her an apple and a piece of bread. "You must be hungry? Please eat this for now. We will have a more decent meal prepared in the evening. We cannot afford to waste time cooking food over fire during the day as we need to travel as quickly as possible." "No. Not at all. This is good enough." She quickly accepted the food and suddenly Ulyshen concentrated on her outstretched palms. "Your hands are red. Did you hurt yourself?" "It's because of the rains." She smiled like it was nothing, not realizing how seriously Ulyshen was studying the sharp red burns on her palms. "It looks painful, shouldn't you get treatment?" "No. This is nothing." "It doesn't seem so. It's so swollen." Gero, who was feeding the horses, hurriedly ran towards them as he heard the worried voice of his friend. He thrusted his head between the two of them and looked at her palms as well with a frown. "Ulyshen is right. It will only get worse and you'll suffer the whole journey. Wouldn't it be better to cast healing magic on it?" It's fine. I don't need to apply magic to my own body. It's comparable to drinking your own blood when you're thirsty. Unless it's fatal, it's better to let it heal naturally. And I want to save as much mana as possible." "But still, you're hurting." Max sighed at their fuss and sat down on the cape laid down on the grass. "Really, I'm fine. Even if I cast a healing spell, my hands will turn out like this as long as I ride a horse. I can't heal myself every time. So even if it's difficult, it's better to let the body adjust." She confidently showed them the hands. "If this continues, calluses will inevitably develop in a few days. When my palms become rough, it won't hurt anymore no matter how far I ride on a horseback." Ulyshen had a complicated expression as he looked at her hand, thinking of a solution. Then, he hurriedly went to his bags tied around his saddle and searched through them. "For now, please use these." Max looked at the leather gloves he held out in front of her. You didn't bring them for yourself, Ulyshen?" "I brought it just in case. I don't need it so please use it without worrying about me." Max was hesitant but accepted the gloves. To be honest, her palms were sore. She reached into the soft, tan gloves, but on her diminutive figure, the large gloves just fell off, leaving enough room for another hand. "Ulyshen, your hands are bigger than they appear," Max commented as she noticed how long his fingers were compared to hers. She was amazed at the sight. Despite the fact that the young apprentice had a delicate face and a slender body, He was still a man. Ulysses blushed and scratched the part behind his head in embarrassment. Then he pulled a leather string out of his bag. "I'll secure it to your wrists. It'll be a huge problem if it comes off while you're riding on horseback." Max wordlessly raised her hands and allowed Ulysses awkwardly tie a piece of rope around her wrists. "Isn't it too tight?" "It's perfect." She waved her hands a few times to prove it and smiled satisfactorily. Thank you. I'll use it, well. It's no big deal." Max finished her food with her gloved hands. She looked at Riftan, who was reading a map and discussing routes with the other knights at a distance. After he finished issuing orders, he refolded the map and tucked it in his bag. She sat there, waiting for him to come over and talk to her. However, he only frowned slightly and turned his attention to saddling Talon for departure. Max's eyes casted downwards at his disgruntled attitude. After how he cared for her yesterday, she thought things between them would go back to normal. But was he still mad at her for disobeying him and clinging tightly to the expedition? Max contemplated breaking through the wall first and talking to him, but before she could finish thinking, Riftan had already mounted his horse and shouted coldly. "Don't sit idle. We have to start moving now. From here on we enter the territories of the half-dragons. Never let your guard down, even for a second." The knights mounted their horses and formed up, so Max quickly jumped on Rem as well. Riftan, who was in the lead, turned to see how she was doing, then led his horse across the plain at the speed of light. They traveled along the stream as they combed the lush green field like a wind. Max couldn't help but smile when she felt the cool, refreshing breeze pleasantly caress her face. She knew this was not the time to ride enjoyably, but that was her first time running her horse so freely across an open plain. Her heart was so overwhelmed beyond comparison to the horrible mountain road from before. She looked around with dazzling eyes. The sky was clear and cloudless and the deep blue stream flowing through the wild fields sparkled like crystals. Under the nourishing early summer sun, the wildflowers bloomed vibrantly, displaying their vitality. The landscape around her was so peaceful that she couldn't believe an army of vicious monsters were currently in the move. Under the oak tree. Chapter 185. It will be a good idea to be prepared to launch a defensive magic barrier any moment. Max was in the midst of cherishing her sense of liberation when Gable, who was riding his horse in front of her, suddenly exclaimed at her. Max looked at him with a puzzled expression. Not a single wild animal was around, let alone monsters. She looked around carefully, terrified that some may be lurking in the tall grass watching them, but Gable pointed skyward. Max inadvertently followed the direction he was pointing to and almost screamed in shock. Around 6 giant bird-like creatures with strange shapes hovered and chased over them. "Those are harpies. It doesn't look like they're going to swoop down right away, but it's best to prepare in case of an attack." Max narrowed her eyes as she continued to watch them carefully. Harpies were monsters that had the body of a great eagle in the face of a human woman. She couldn't see too clearly from the distance, but she could tell that where an eagle's head should be, it was replaced by that of a pale-faced woman. A shiver ran down her spine and she clutched the reins tighter. Ulysses approached her and convinced her in a gentle tone. "Milady, don't worry about them and just focus ahead. We're heading down the slope soon. The road will be rocky, so you must be careful." She quickly returned her attention to the road and, as Ulysses said, the jagged shape of cliffs and rocks emerged, stacked on top of one another, creating a steep incline and rugged terrain. They drove along the cliffs and stopped before the steep slope. Just below the slope lies a deep valley of rocks. The knights stopped, momentarily surveying the area below the slopes. They had to descend down the slope and at the same time keep a wary eye on the harpies in case they triggered rocks to fall off the cliffs. Indeed, those pesky creatures should be rid of. Hebaron screamed angrily as he grabbed the hilt of his huge claymore strapped to his back, but Riftan raised his hand to restrain him. Now is not the time to worry about them. His cold eyes remained fixed at the bottom of the cliffs. When the knights near Riftan followed his gaze, they clicked their tongues and cursed roughly. Max couldn't see what the commotion was about from behind the troops. She poked her head out, trying to figure out what was going on, when Riftan started yelling orders. "There are 5 half-dragons below. The second row. No, second and third row, prepare for battle. The rest shall wait here and stand guard from above, watch the harpies." The knights drew their swords all at once, while Max watched in awe as around 20 knights charged downwards like a raging wind. They rode skillfully down the steep road where rocks were piled unevenly in varying formations. The knights who stayed behind in the cliffs split in 2 groups. One had to watch over the harpies while the other drew their bows to cover the knights battling against the half-dragons. Max felt like half her soul was drifting away at the sudden rigid situation. What should I do? The lady just needs to sit calmly and wait for the fight to pass. Just in case, be ready to cast a barrier. Gable responded quickly and drew his sword. At that moment, the group of harpies grew into a flock of 20, circling their heads in a dizzying manner and cried out a high-pitched scream in unison. Max covered her ears and began to form the magic formula according to Gable's instructions. At that moment, a loud roar echoed around from behind. Max looked downwards. At the bottom of the cliff there were massive monsters and the knights engaged in combat. Her entire body seemed to freeze solidly at the daunting sight. The monsters were approximately 20 feet, 6 meters, in size, and their entire bodies were covered in sharp, rough scales seemingly chiseled roughly. Long, sharp horns bulged from their lizard-like heads, and pointed teeth protruded from their vicious mouths. That's a half-dragon. It appeared much more terrifying than the illustrations she saw in books. The monster's big yellow eyes shone, and the ground shook with each step of their thick, heavy legs. However, the knights quickly scattered amongst the rocks, not showing any signs of decline, and disrupted the monsters. The knights skillfully maneuvered through the uneven terrain as if they were connected to their horses. They systematically lured the monsters 10 times their size and gathered them into a corner like they were hunting wild animals. Commander. One of the knights wrapped an iron-clad chain around one of the monster's legs and dodged the heavy tail of the half-dragon that flew toward them. As the monster pried and shook violently to escape, Riftan did not miss the opportunity to thrust his sword deep into the only soft spot hidden near its neck. Dark red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. As Max was completely drawn in the scene, she heard Ulysses urgently yell at her in warning. "Milady! Stay away from the edge of the cliff. The harpies might swoop down and push you." Max flinched and withdrew quickly. The harpies flew in a distance close enough that she could see their faces clearly as they flapped their wings. Some of the knights aimed their arrows at them, but Gable quickly stopped them. "Don't attack them yet. It will be more cumbersome if they join the fight as well. But they're all ready. They are not after us." His calm tone was instantly drowned out by the roars of the half-dragons. Max waited for the battle to come to an end, anxiously fearing that Riftan would get injured. The battle cries of the knights, the thumps of the half-dragon's heavy feet, and the swinging of swords continued for a long time before the battle was announced to be finally over. "It appears to be safe now. Kindly head down first with the apprentice knights." Gable instructed, and Max descended the steep slope on horseback, careful to avoid any large rocks in the way. She did not have the same agility as the knights. When she finally reached the bottom of the cliff, one of the knights who was disposing of a half-dragon's carcass ran towards her and took the reins to help guide her. "Lady Calypso, are you hurt anywhere?" "I should be the one asking that. Was there someone who got injured?" Sir Riftan was struck by the acid a half-dragon spewed from its stomach. "Can you heal his injury?" Max nodded and ran straight for him. The knight, even crude, was in the process of removing his breastplate and tunic with the help of other knights when she arrived. She stifled a groan when she saw his gruesome wounds. His skin, from his left shoulder to his chest, was a dark red color, as if it had been doused with boiling oil. Heberin clicked his tongue in disapproval upon seeing the tragic injury. "This is only the first battle, yet like an idiot, you weren't able to avoid it. Don't be so hard on me. Even Lord Nerda didn't know there was one more hiding in the cave." Evan grumbled through his teeth and grunted in pain. Apparently, there were 6 dragons in total, not 5. Max glanced at the scattered corpses of the half-dragons drooping amongst the rocks, then bent down to meticulously examine his wounds. Most of his skin on the shoulder had been scorched, revealing a layer of red muscle. Out of habit, she reached out to rest her hand on the wound, but it was held back by Heberin. "Don't touch it. The lady's hand will burn too." Then. "It will have to be washed right away." Max instructed apprentice knights to bring some water and quickly washed the acid from his body. Even though the water touching the wound must feel terribly painful, the knight clenched his jaw and endured the suffering. It would have been a huge trouble if the lady did not come along. The knight even managed to smile breathlessly at her. Max looked at him through her calmed eyes and cast healing magic on the knight, who still acted so relaxed even after suffering from a severe injury. As the burn healed cleanly, the tensed muscles on his shoulders visibly relaxed. "Thank you. Looks like I'll still get to live for a while. If you're feeling fine already, hurry up and rearm yourself. We'll start moving again once all the mana stones are retrieved from the bodies of the half-dragons. There's no knowing when those things decide to be a nuisance." Hebarin pointed at the harpies perched on the cliffs. The day's light shone against the backs of the harpies, their faces appearing chillingly eerie that it seemed to turn their blood cold. Max desperately averted her eyes from the women's pale faces that were creepily smiling and looked through the remaining knights to see if anyone else needed treatment. Fortunately, the others were fine and did not sustain any injuries. Riftan was washing off the blood splattered on his armor in a nearby puddle while the other knights were slicing the half-dragon's chests, collecting their mana stones. Max watched with a puzzled look. She knew that the dragon subspecies sold for a high value, but she didn't understand why they took the time to collect monster parts when they were in a hurry to rescue the expedition team who preceded them. Do we really have to take the mana stones? Although it is a waste to leave it, we are in a hurry. We're not collecting it because it will be a waste to leave it. If the corpse was left alone as it is, the remaining mana stone will draw in the surrounding magical energy and turn it into an undead. According to the old doctrine, the corpses of monsters must be purified by fire. However, realistically, it is impossible to incinerate monsters of this size to ashes without using magic, so the mana stones shall at least be removed. They will take care of the bodies. Riftan approached, dripping with water. Max scanned him from head to toe. Apart from being soaked from water as a result of washing off blood, he looked completely fine. He swept his wet hair back and stared at Max without saying a word for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the cliff. The harpies followed us, waiting to scavenge the corpses of the half-dragons. Once we leave, they will be busy devouring them. So, they won't come after us anymore? There is a high possibility that they will cling to us and wait for us to provide their next meal. He glared at the creepy monsters sitting on the cliff as if they were annoying flies. However, we'll have to go far enough that they won't be able to follow. I don't intend to be bothered by those pesky hyena-like creatures. He spoke coldly and pulled Talon's reins. Riftan. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. He answered dryly and put on his gauntlets that he had taken off. Max sprinted past him, trying to force him to look at her. Riftan. Are you still mad at me? Riftan's lips tightened to a line. She could feel his sharp eyes sweeping her dirty face, messy hair, dusted, and wrinkled clothes she had worn 2 days in a row. Max blushed and folded her arms before her body defensively. It's a good thing that I came along. It has only been 2 days since we departed, and someone was injured. We will move immediately. He cut her off harshly. I don't have time for idle chat, go join the ranks right away. Let's talk for at least a moment. Didn't you want me to treat you like a wizard, instead of my wife? He spoke bluntly as he mounted on top of Talon. It was you who insisted on joining the expedition, even though it was against my will. Then you must follow the commander's orders without any objection. Max glared at his sharp face that was wrapped in shadows, then turned around to take Rem's reins from a knight. Gable, who was watching their interaction, chuckled awkwardly and reasoned out for Riftan. It's because the day started with a massive battle. The commander becomes 100 times more frightening when there are monsters around. Even the slightest bit of carelessness can lead to death, so we all have to be vigilant like wild animals. Don't mind. Riftan. I mean Lord Calypso is right. That person is my commander right now, and I am his wizard, so I must obey his orders. Max proclaimed as loudly as possible, making sure Riftan heard her, but he simply looked over his shoulders once with the same indifferent face. Max was dejected and stood in her place in the ranks. Under the oak tree. Chapter 186. Garrow and Elysian, who were occupied with the half-dragon's corpses, urgently rushed to her side. A knight who was retrieving a chain bola from the drooping legs of the monster, audibly clicked his tongue. Have you lost your minds? There are monsters gaping at us from above, and you two, who were supposed to escort the lady, have your attention elsewhere. I'm sorry. It's the first time we've seen a half-dragon up close. Elysian apologized through sheepish eyes, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Max gave them a smile to indicate that it was fine. She was surrounded by so many knights, what could happen? The knight gave her a grim look, as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. We never know when and where danger will occur. Even a moment of carelessness can lead to death. Max nodded stiffly. The two apprentices' faces also grew grim. From now on, our eyes will never leave the lady. Satisfied with the answer, the knight turned and withdrew another from the corpse. Max watched as the other knights wiped the blood from their weapons after retrieving all the mana stones from the hearts of the corpses. After they finished all the work, the knights washed the blood splattered on their armor with the water on the valley, then mounted their horses immediately. They departed at once, not sparing a time to even catch their breaths. As they left the valley, Max heard the loud flapping of wings behind her. She turned around and winced as she saw the herd of harpies gathered around the corpses of the half-dragons, ready to devour their flesh. The pale faces of the women eating raw meat were stained with dark red blood. The sight was chilling. It was like a scene out of nightmares. There may be more half-dragons hiding nearby. Be on high alert. She turned her attention to the front when Riftan's low baritone roared in warning. They continued on the uneven rocky terrain for a long time, moving along the stream running through the valley, while constantly being vigilant of their surroundings. Max's back was drenched in cold sweat at the terrible anticipation of not knowing when and where a monster could suddenly spring from somewhere. By the time they finally stopped for a break to feed the horses, she was completely drained from the tension she felt. "Milady, have some salt and water. You might run out of energy if you don't stay hydrated enough." Garrow handed her a leather canteen and a small cloth packet, while she sat slumping on a rock. Max took a pinch of the bitter salt from the packet and sprinkled it in her mouth, then chased it down with water. Eulysian looked at her figure with eyes full of pity. "Please hold out a little longer. Once we pass through this valley, you will be able to rest more properly." Max barely managed to smile. She tried to say that she was fine, but even talking was a laborious task at that moment. They rode for another half of the day. Contrary to what she feared, there were no more half-dragons nor harpies that appeared as they escaped from the valley. Only when they reached the flat plains they stopped to set up camp for the night. Max staggered as she climbed down from her saddle and went to get some firewood to help this time. When the knights saw her, they hurriedly ran to dissuade her. "Milady, please keep as much energy as you can. That will be more helpful for us." She hesitated, then lowered the dry branches at their request. They were right, it would be better for her to recover as soon as possible, so that she would not weigh them down in the following days. She sat by the stream to wash her sweaty face and neck while the knights began to prepare their meal. She dipped her burning hands into the cold water to cool them down. Then, she drenched the towel in water and began wiping her back and armpits. Truth to be told, she was dying to take a bath in the water and change into clean clothes, but she definitely couldn't take her clothes off in a place packed with knights. Max settled for airing by fluttering her sticky clothes, trying to dry out as much sweat as possible. As she took off her boots and washed her feet in the water, wishing at least to change into her clean pair of socks, Riftan's stoic voice spoke from above. "The tent is ready. Come inside and rest." Max picked up her boots and got up. She stopped and looked between her boots and wet feet with a worried expression. She really didn't want to put her wet feet in her dirty but dry boots. Crouching down, Max tried to clear some of the water, but suddenly, her entire body was hoisted into the air. Max screamed. "Riftan. Not Circlips?" Riftan muttered sarcastically under his breath as he held her in his arms and strode. Max sealed her lips tightly, while he urged her right into the tent. "I'll bring you a meal as soon as it's ready, so take a breather." Max was about to retort, but decided to prevent herself from asking him where in the world does the commander serve as wizard? When Riftan stepped out of the tent, she pulled out a clean set of underwear and tunic from her luggage and changed into them. She desperately wanted to change her pants as well, but she didn't have the energy to wash and dry her clothes. Also, she had no intention of asking the knights to do her laundry. She picked up her pants, sniffed it, frowned and wore her sweaty pants again. For the first time in her life, she realized how privileged she was to have a tidy change of clothes and clean water for bathing whenever she wanted it. She couldn't have been more upset of her sweat-drenched pants that smelled like horses. It can't be helped during an expedition. She closed her eyes and lay down on the blankets. Maybe because the situation was more livable the day before, the uneven ground felt more profound. Max tossed and turned around, trying to find the most comfortable spot. "Are you uncomfortable?" Riftan poked his head in the tent just as she was writhing. Max shook her head hurriedly. Although he still thought of her as a prestigious noblewoman who was pampered growing up, she didn't want him to think that she was being demanding. "It's just. My back was itching." "Is that dinner?" "It's soup, boiled with jerky and bread." He crawled inside and set the tray on the floor. His tall and sturdy figure instantly made the tent feel stuffy. Max took the bowl of soup and watched out of the corner of her eye as Riftan stretched one of his legs and took off his armor piece by piece. He arched an eyebrow, as if telling her to eat her food. "The food is pretty humble, but there's no helping it while we travel. Even if it's not to your liking, at least try eating it." "I have no complaints about the food." Max responded with annoyance and ate in silence. The bread was stale, and the soup tasted bland, but it was as if she was having a feast, as all she had consumed since dawn was an apple and a few pieces of jerky. Max ate her portion of food in a flash. She was so hungry that she felt like she might even eat the wooden tray. "You must have been really hungry." Riftan's eyes sank as he watched her. Max blushed, wondering if she ate too hungrily. "A little. This kind of demanding schedule will continue until we get to the port. Can you really handle it?" Max nodded stubbornly as Riftan continued to stare at her softly, eating his share of food. As soon as they finished eating, they lay down next to each other in the tent. Even though she felt like she could pass out from exhaustion, she strangely could not fall asleep. Max sighed and rolled over to find a comfortable position. When she accidentally brushed against his leg, Riftan, who was using his arm as a pillow, retracted his entire body as if he had just been burned by fire. Max immediately froze at the unexpected response. Was there ever a time that he had hated a touch from her? Every time they lay down together, he would always hold her in his arms and snuggle her to sleep. But now, he was trying to get as far away from her as possible as he pretended to sleep. It was as if he could not stand to be even touched by her. Max suddenly felt terrified. Maybe Riftan wasn't just mad at her, perhaps he was completely disappointed in her. Max looked at him anxiously and hovered her hand over his arm. Riftan's body visibly stiffened. He inhaled sharply, and in the blink of an eye jumped up and grabbed his scabbard. "I'll be outside, so go ahead and sleep." Then, he left her without sparing a moment for her to hold him back. Max blinked her eyes in bewilderment and pulled the covers over her head. In the distance, she could hear the mournful cries of beasts and the soft trickle of flowing water. Riftan maintained this treatment towards her throughout the expedition. During the day, he would lead the nights, mostly in silence, and when night came, he would bring her food and set up her bed, but that was all. After that night, he never entered the tent again. When she asked Hebarin where he slept, she found out that he was sleeping in a blanket right outside her tent or stayed up all night. Her anger skyrocketed when she heard this. No matter how angry he was at her, how could he not worry about his own health like an idiot? Max immediately confronted Riftan about it, but he only responded with agitation. "Trust me. Sleeping outside helps me rest better." What else could she say when he was so firm about it? Max thought that it was rather fortunate that the expedition was so horribly difficult. If she wasn't completely drained of energy, enough to immediately pass out, then she would have been brooding all day because of Riftan's cold attitude towards her. "Starting now, we will be crossing that mountain. The road will be difficult, so you will have to follow carefully," Gable warned her as they passed through the dense forest. Max nodded and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. That day was particularly hot and humid, there was not even a gust of wind. Max looked up at the blazing sun peeking through the foliage and stroked Rem, who seemed to be as exhausted as she was. She had a leisurely regret of not having brought the hat and veil that the pair of seamstresses recommended her to bring. It worried her that she would grow more freckles on her face. "There is a small town just past here. If we are lucky, we will be able to sleep in a place with a bed tonight. So please lift your spirits up a little more," Ulyshen encouraged her. The thought of washing her body in cool, clean water, scrubbing her hair with soap, and sleeping in a clean bed invigorated her. They had traveled tirelessly for so long that even the horses started showing signs of exhaustion and visibly slowed down. Eventually, they had to dismount from their saddles and continue on foot. Max gasped as they climbed the steep mountain that was lined with tree roots. The sunlight that seeped through the dense leaves stung her eyes. She gazed at the steep mountain path hazily. Her chest ached as if it had been stabbed with every breath she took, and the soles of her feet felt like they were set on fire. She longed to propose resting for a while, but she desperately suppressed it down her throat. The endless infernal march continued for what seemed like an eternity, when it miraculously stopped. However, she could not breathe a sigh of relief at the loud roar that rang out from the front. "Put up a barrier, now." It was Riftan's voice. Max looked around as all the knights drew their swords in a state of half-confusion. Goblins. Before she could process what was happening, the ground began to rumble violently, and the black-colored creatures began to rain down from over their heads. Max screamed as she took a step back. A hideous-looking dwarf creature with dark green skin and a blunt, aquiline nose sprinted towards her carrying an axe. Under the oak tree. Chapter 187. Ulyshen exclaimed as he cut off the monster's head with a single strike from his sword. "Milady. Cast a barrier." Max was staring blankly at the decapitated body lying on the ground but was snapped out of it and started drawing out her mana. However, There was not enough time or chance to cast the barrier as the monsters rushed in from all directions. Ulysses and Garo hurriedly pushed her back against a tree and stood in front of her in protection. The goblins raced down the slopes with great speed and climbed up tree trunks to trigger attacks from above. The knights slashed 2 goblins at a time with a single blow, the monsters launching themselves in the air holding axes as weapons. Their screeches resounded sharply from all directions, like angry monkeys. Damn it! There's no end to this. Heberon's blaring voice pierced her ears. Max gasped in horror, leaning further against the tree trunk. Just as Heberon said, the knights slashed through goblins after goblins, but they infinitely came rushing down from the towering rocky mountain. Back off. With one strike of my sword I will. Stop. The rock walls are collapsing. Riftan screamed violently as he decapitated a goblin. Our position puts us in a disadvantage. Retreat. Are you kidding me? These goblins. Their exchange was cut off. Suddenly, a dull, thunderous groan came from the ground and the goblins scattered left and right in a hurry. Riftan immediately grasped the situation and shouted lightning-quick orders. The rock walls are falling apart. Get the hell away from it now. The knights reacted almost immediately. Garo and Ulysses grabbed Max's arm and started running down the steep dirt road. Max grabbed her horse's reins and dragged Rem down the ragged mountain path. At that moment, a heavy thunderous sound shook the mountain and the birds all flew up into the sky. Max stared wide-eyed sideways at the soil and rocks rushing down as Ulysses dragged her by the hand. The knights hurriedly ran off the slope to escape the landslide, while the ground beneath them began to crumble at the impact of the falling rocks. Max stumbled out of balance and came rolling down the slope so as the other knights, carried away by the rushing soil with their horses. She could hear Riftan yelling in the distance, but no one was able to respond. Every time she tried to get back up, her feet sank in as if the ground were quicksand and her body kept plunging down as if something below was holding her down by the ankle. There was no chance to pull themselves together. When they thought that they had finally set their feet on stable ground, piles of stone and soil came racing down over their heads. She almost unconsciously used her mana at a high speed, and just before the valley of rocks fell on them, a barrier emerged from the ground, shielding them from a huge broken rock boulder. Max sat against the ground, continuing to release her mana in accordance with drawing a magic formula. The barrier rose higher, protecting them further from the rocks that had started to pile over. The rumbling sound that had echoed endlessly barely subsided as her mana began to deplete. She gasped for the breath she had been holding, so as the knights, who sighed in relief. I'll be damned. That just took 10 years off my life. Gable, who was first to recover his composure, helped her up. Well done. It will be difficult to keep enforcing the barrier, so let's hurry up and get to safety. He supported her stature with one arm, and quickly led her out of the slope. Everyone, keep yourselves together and follow me. Garo and Ulysses swiftly gathered Rem and their horses, who were terrified and stomped in panic. Max frantically searched for Riftan in the midst of chaos, but he was nowhere to be seen. Riftan. He's with the knights up ahead. It seems like the ground only collapsed in the rear ranks and we were the only ones separated from them. Gable replied as he hurried to get the knights out and counted them. We're about 13 apprentices and 15 knights. The knights hurriedly pulled their horses away from the barrier, which was about to collapse at any moment. After distancing themselves a bit from that place, they were able to see the scale of the landslide. Max's face paled as she gazed at the pile of stones that had almost buried them. Will the ones ahead be all right? They must have escaped it, right? Kindly wait for a moment. Gable pulled the whistle the length of a finger from his robes and blew on it for a considerable moment. Then a sharp sound, similar to that of a bird's chirp, resounded from the higher mountain ground. Gable blew the whistle a couple more times and the same high-pitched whistle echoed from above the mountains. Everyone ahead is safe. Max collapsed to her knees. Ulysses hurriedly supported her. Are you all right? Perhaps, have you been injured? And no. My legs feel tired. Actually, her back throbbed in pain from hitting the ground, but it wasn't up to the point that she couldn't move. Max barely managed to pull herself back on her feet with her legs trembling. Rem anxiously approached her and rubbed its head against her back. She clung onto the horse's nape, barely standing on both feet even on leveled ground. After moving for a proper distance from the pile of rocks and lifting her magic from the barrier, the landslide poured down the mountain. However, the road was still blocked by a huge rock. Gable clicked his tongue roughly as he watched. The road is completely blocked. Can't we just climb over it? Gable shook his head. There may be more goblins hiding on the other side, and there is a high chance that more rock will collapse while we climb it." He spoke in a firm tone, then took out his whistle to blow it 4 times in a unique rhythm. After a few moments, the sound of a whistle was again heard from the higher part of the mountain. "We shall look around. There must be another way leading northeast. Won't we be led to confusion? There's a village past this mountain. I told them to regroup there, so don't hesitate and just follow me." Gable took his horse and started to move forward swiftly, his eyes wandering around carefully. "Hurry, we'll never know when the goblins will try and ambush us." Max hunched her shoulders, then looked around at the tall trees and large rocks with frightened eyes. The possibility of monsters hiding behind the dark and watching them gave her chills. Garrow stood protectively near her and asked Gable, "Were they the ones who triggered the landslide?" "Possibly. This is probably how they deal with huge monsters that pass through and attack in groups from mountain tops. There may be more traps ahead, so keep an eye out on the terrains," Gable said as he jumped over a piece of rock that was blocking their path. Max scrambled up the rock sweating with the help of the knights and landed on the other side with a thud. Her wrist throbbed and every muscle in her body screamed. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Max answered out of habit, but she was not fine at all. Gable watched meticulously her condition, then looked at the dark mountain path that was covered by the shadow of the trees. His lips tightened to a line. "I don't think we can take a rest right now. Please hang in there for a little longer until we can find a safe place." Max held an arm around Rem for support as she desperately followed the knights. All the knights had their swords drawn as they vigilantly passed through the trees in a hurry. "Will the goblins come for us? As they saw us get carried away by the landslide, they are most likely to come after us. They will target the group with fewer numbers." "That figures. They won't give up so easily after setting up all that trap," one of the knights muttered sourly as he ducked under a branch. "If they come after us, wouldn't it be better to just get rid of them? Unless it's a trap, those things. You should not underestimate goblins. Don't you get it after what happened? They may not be high-level monsters, but among the subracial monsters, they excel in group coordination and strategy. If they attack in hordes that number, it will be troublesome for us. They use their brains to execute dangerous traps and attack strategically. If they make use of the terrain as an advantage just like they did, we'll be in big trouble," Gable explained as he led the knights through the dense trees. Max wiped the sweat dripping from her forehead with her sleeves and gazed up at the sky where birds were flapping their wings loudly. The intense and dizzying rays of the sun from earlier had significantly dimmed. The day was still bright, but the sun set more quickly in the mountains. There was no knowing when the surroundings would grow dark. Her legs trembled, but as Gable said, there was no time to rest given how dangerous the environment was, so Max desperately moved forward. "When the road flattens out, we'll travel on horseback. Please hold out just a little while longer," Gable comforted her, who was getting nervous as she kept falling behind, and led the party cautiously. Eventually, the steep, rocky incline became noticeably flat and smoother. Gable, who scanned the surroundings for a considerable amount of time, raised his hand to signal that it was safe to take a break for a while. Max collapsed on the ground and exhaled deeply. Ulyshen came to her with an open canteen of water and handed it to her. "This is sugar and salt. Take it with water. It will help replenish your energy." She swallowed the round candy-like ball and chased it down with water. Half the water dripped down her chin and spilled to her clothes, but she was sweating so much that there was no telling the difference anymore. She handed the bottle back to Ulyshen and began to chew on the dried herb roots she pulled from a pouch tied to her waist. She had to quickly replenish her mana. "We will travel on horseback from here on. I think the horses are very tired too, but they should be able to bear this level of incline. Can you ride horseback?" Max nodded. She slowly calmed her erratic breathing, and when her energy returned to some extent, she climbed up the saddle with the help of the apprentices. Somehow, she seemed able to ride her horse without falling down. They traveled in silence along quiet mountain paths. The knights all rode with one hand on the hilt of their swords as they kept up their vigilance. Max also glanced behind the lush bushes and trees, in fear that a monster could suddenly pop out anytime, anywhere. She felt eerie. It was as if something was peeking through the thick tree trunks. In the tense of the moment, suddenly, Gable raised one of his hands high, signaling for them to run. Max sped up her horse at once, along with the knights. As she leaned forward to keep from falling off, she turned to look behind her and saw goblins fiercely chasing them. The knights shot arrows at the goblins chasing them from behind. "Milady, keep your eyes ahead. There are a lot of obstructions," Garrow warned her loudly. Max turned around and drove Rem frantically through the dense forest. A thin sound rang and buzzed in her ears. She was nervously spurring her horse to keep up with the group, when suddenly something fell from the trees. She was so out of breath that even a scream could not escape from her mouth. Max gripped the reins tightly as Rem sporadically raised his front legs, trying to shake off the goblin that was holding onto its head. Max desperately clung to Rem's neck. The goblin screeched grotesquely, driving Rem into a frenzy. The mare then continued to gallop frantically and turned to rush down the mountain. She tried to pull the reins to somehow calm him down, but to no avail. The goblin clung on with all its might, trying its best not to fall off. Seeing this, Max thoughtlessly created a fist-sized flame on the monster's dark face. The goblin screamed in pain and fell off the horse's head. Rem ruthlessly ran through the monster in retaliation, his graceful legs trampled ruthlessly on the goblin's large, disproportionate head. Max squeezed her eyes shut as Rem continued to stomp on the monster, crushing it completely, before finally calming down and drooping his head as if he was exhausted. She clung to the back of her horse as tears streamed down her cheeks. She was out of her right mind, it was as if she had been swept away by a storm. When she managed to collect her thoughts, she looked around, everything was dead calm and quiet. Rem ran through the forest at such a high speed that they seemed to have gone apart from the party in an instant. Max held her breath for a moment, and waited for the knights to find her. Under the oak tree. Chapter 188. However, no matter how long she waited, her surroundings remained still and dead silent. Max looked around constantly and nervously bit her lips. Rem was also growing anxious as he whined nervously and staggered backwards. Just how far did we come? She looked through the dark mountains, hoping for the knights to come her way soon, when she heard leaves rustling over her shoulders. Max turned around at the sound. She could see something quickly hiding through the bushes and goosebumps rose all over her body. She clasped the reins, having cold sweats, and spurred her horse at once. Then, the monster hiding while watching in the bushes came out swift like an arrow. It was a goblin. Max drove her horse as fast as it could, escaping the goblin who was chasing them with a club. Rem deftly navigated through the long, rugged protruding roots of the trees that were thick as human legs. Fortunately, the goblin who was chasing after them tripped over a tree root and rolled down the mountain, but she kept glancing over her shoulders a dozen times to check if there was anything else chasing her, as she continued to push forward. It seemed that monsters hid behind trees and rocks, waiting for the opportunity to kill and devour them. They ran for a long time, at a speed as if they were being chased by something, when Rem sank to sit among the trees in exhaustion. She gasped for breath and looked around before descending from the saddle with a stagger. Her heart raced like it was about to burst and her nerves were so tight it felt like they were about to break. What do I do now? Max wiped the sweat from dripping on her eyelids, still looking around through the mountain thickets with her sunken eyes. The direction where they went only made everything become more and more confusing. She was on the verge of tears as she bit her lips. What if the knights never found her? Will she have to spend the night awake all alone on a mountain full of monsters? The memory of the harpies feasting on the corpses of the half-dragons resurfaced and Max shuddered. She was overwhelmed with fear and buried her face in her knees and coughed up a sob. The blood in her whole body seemed to freeze at the thought of dying as such. Now Max understood why Riftan was so vehemently against her leaving the castle. The world was far more terrifying and harsher than she had ever imagined. This is not the time for this. She struggled as she tried to calm her heightened emotions. Sitting down and crying wouldn't make anything better. She wiped away her tears with her fists and carefully examined the area around her once more. She could see a steep mountain slope to her right, while there was a gentle uphill lined with trees next to the steep rock walls. The plan was to move northwest of the mountain. However, due to the road blockage they turned northeast with the intention of crossing the mountain. If she started heading in that direction too, maybe she would be able to encounter the knights again. No. I have to move even if I don't get to encounter them. Max looked up at the graying sky through the lush leaves, then stood up from her seat and took Rem's reins. If the knights failed to find her, she would have to spend the night by herself on this mountain. Even if she was on her own, she had to climb the mountain. There was a village beyond the mountain, there she would be able to regroup with everyone once she reached that place. Even if her sense of direction was not strong, if she could reach the top of the slope, she could get a panoramic view of the base of the mountain and easily determine where the village was located. Once she made up her mind on what to do, she became more composed. Max looked up at the sun, vaguely setting a direction to follow, then began to urge Rem to climb the mountain once again. She was amazed at her endurance. The soles of her feet no longer screamed in pain, and although the muscles in her legs were as stiff as wood and trembled, she pushed forward relentlessly. There was no knowing when another goblin would come after her again. She nervously looked behind her for several times, but wanting to conserve her energy, she focused on the path in front of her. She let dream and walked through the thickly populated forest for a long time before the trees finally parted, revealing a gentle hill in front of her. Max looked around, confused, wondering if she had reached the top yet. Thick beautiful trees lined the gently curving meadow like a fence, and the sharp peaks of distant mountains rose to its left and right. It looked like she had reached the mountain ridge. Looking up at the sky to determine her location, Max sat down for a while and allowed Rem to graze on the grass. She wanted to remove the saddle and allow Rem to rest properly, but she could barely lift a finger at the moment. Sitting with her legs stretched out, Max took a deep breath and finally got up to take the load off hanging from the saddle, hoping to lighten Rem's burden for a little. Rem shook his head from side to side and neighed loudly, then continued to enjoy grazing in the tall grass. Max sat down next to the horse and took out the leftover potatoes and jerky from her bag. She was too tired to be hungry, but she needed to eat something for her energy to recover a little, so she pushed the food into her tight stomach, then pulled out some dried herbs and roots for her to chew. After resting for about 15 minutes, she felt some of her energy replenished. She gathered her remaining strength and continued to lead Rem, marching through the mountain. Every step she took, her back ached and her thighs screamed as if they were stabbed with knives, but if she could withstand her aching muscles, then she could get off the mountain before the sun set. I need to head northwest of this mountain valley. Max continued to look up at the pale cloudy sky over and over again to check her direction, when a faint sound of flowing water caught her ears. She turned to follow the sound's direction. After walking for a while, a small waterfall that was hidden among the trees appeared. Max ran down the plunging rocks, ignoring the pain in her legs at the thought of washing her scorching face with cold water. She also intended to have her horse drink a lot of cold water. She led Rem to a flat spot and crouched down on a rock, washing her face with loud splashes, not caring about getting her hair and clothes wet. Rem also dipped his face in the valley water and drank in a haste. The sensation of clear water coming into contact with her eyelids, which were feeling hot like charcoal, had never felt so refreshing. She drowned in ecstasy, as she splashed water onto her sweaty nape. She wanted to jump into the water and soak her whole body. This is not the time to take a leisurely bath. Max had to desperately overcome the tempting urge and forced herself to walk away. Feeling regretful, she tried to appease Rem, who rebelled against her when she tried to lead the horse away. Suddenly, a white horse with half its body submerged in water caught her eyes and stared at her. She wondered how a horse came to be in a mountain such as that. Max hesitated and looked around to see if there was someone else nearby, but it was silent. She wondered if it was a wild horse. When she turned to look at the horse again, it was at a short distance, somewhat near her nose. Max's shoulders flinched in surprise and the wild horse snorted and nudged her lightly in a friendly manner, seemingly meaning no harm. She raised her hand, hesitated, then stroked its bluish-silver mane. The wild horse whinnied as if her touch delighted him. Max smiled at the charming reaction and reached out with both hands to caress the wild horse. The horse was beautiful, as if it came straight out of fantasy. Its white fur was as soft and glossy as velvet and its long legs were in perfect symmetry. While she admired its indescribably elegant figure in admiration, something strange suddenly caught the corner of her eye. She blinked in confusion, bewildered. A swaying long tail wrapped in scales was in between the hips of the submerged horse. "Get out of there now!" A thunderous scream came from behind her. Max looked at her head, but before she could turn to see who it was, she felt a force pulling her back. She lost her balance and flailed wildly. The wild horse bit her cloak and dragged her viciously into the water. She did her best to pry herself off, but the force pulling her was so strong that she couldn't help but sink into the water. She was in a shock as she struggled desperately, floundering her limbs, but no matter how much she moved her legs, her feet could not reach the bottom. Dear God! It is this deep? She shook her head vigorously in terror when she felt a strong arm attempting to lift her body back to the surface, and Max instinctively clung to the arm. As her cloak tore, she was able to escape from the force that was pulling her down. As soon as she was out of the water, she gasped wildly and frantically clung to her savior. The resounding angry neigh of the wild horse was heard from behind her, then suddenly the surroundings turned dead silent. She turned to look over her shoulders. The valley was serenely quiet, as if it had all been a lie. There were no wild horses to be seen around. Unable to understand what had just happened, she looked around frantically in confusion, then she heard a harsh curse just above her head. What the hell were you thinking? Max raised her head tiredly and met Riftan's fierce eyes, engulfed in fury. He pulled her out of the water, grabbed her by the shoulders tightly, and shook her back and forth. Touching a monster like that? Are you out of your mind? That was a kelpie. Do you have any idea what almost happened? I didn't know. I thought it was just a wild horse. The words barely managed to fall out of her lips. He continued to look at her with piercing eyes, then hugged her so tight it almost suffocated her. Max's entire body felt like it was crushed under the weight of his hard armor, but the pain was numbed by extreme relief. She muttered his name, then wrapped her arms around his neck and broke into tears. Riftan trembled and stroked her face and neck incessantly, checking for any injuries. Are you all right? Are you hurt somewhere? And no. Riftan scoured her figure from head to toe. Max couldn't bring herself to believe that he was in front of her right now and grabbed the hem of his robe as he wiped the tears in her eyes. Riftan pulled her into another crushing embrace and shook her. I told you to never leave the ranks. I warned you so many times. Damn it, do you know how horrified I was? Do you have any idea how I felt when Gable told me you were gone? I'm as sorry. Riftan freaked out. Max tried to explain how she lost her way and wandered alone through the mountains, but Riftan didn't seem to be listening. He held her in his arms for a long time and only released her when the raindrops began to drizzle over her head. Then Riftan helped her up and spoke in a strained voice. Can you walk? Max nodded. To be honest, she was ready to pass out from exhaustion at that very moment, but if it was Riftan who was asking, she would walk all night if she had to. He led them out of the valley, holding Rem's reins in one hand and her hand in the other. Max struggled to keep up with him, as her boots got wet and muddier. Under the oak tree. Chapter 189. Where are the other not knights? I told them to cross the mountain and go ahead. Max's expression darkened. Did you leave the knights, because of Emmy? Riftan dragged Talon out from behind a tree as he turned to look at her. His face was stiff and his expression looked as if he was muddled. Hebarin will do a fine job leading the knights. I told them that we will join them as soon as I find you. But, how did you find me? I followed your tracks. Riftan replied in a brief conclusive manner, then pointed to her feet with his eyes. Max looked at the ground with a puzzled expression, her eyes widening as she noticed her footprints marking the dirt road. The terrain was uneven and there were roots poking out everywhere, but she could see the faint tracks here and there upon looking closely. Seeing how surprised and astonished she was with how he was able to follow after her, Riftan pointed at the horseshoe marks next to her footprints and the crushed bushes and broken branches that Rem had made as they passed. Actually, this guy helped me a lot. Didn't you think that it could have been tracks left by a monster? I can at least distinguish the difference from that. Riftan replied coldly and glared at her with a hardened face. It's a great relief that I have found you before the rain poured. If not, the footprints would have been washed away and finding you wouldn't be as easy. Max's body shuddered. Had Riftan been even a second too late at that moment, she would have been a meal for the fishes. But the path was blocked. How on earth did he follow after me so fast? Don't tell me that he has climbed over the pile of rocks? As Max looked at him in curiosity, Riftan jumped onto a board and reached out his hand towards her. We need to find a place to shelter before the rain pours harder. Hurry up. Max grabbed his outstretched hand and followed him along the mountain paths in silence. Riftan led two horses up the rugged slope and gracefully glided like a wild animal in its habitat. Even if she witnessed it with her own eyes, it was still unbelievable how he moved so quietly despite the heavy armor he was wearing. Max watched in trance as the thin sheet of rain soaked his dark hair and trickled down his thick neck, while wiping off the raindrops that seeped into her eyelids. The light drizzle created a white mist as it bounced off his broad shoulders, and his dark gray armor glistened with the raindrops that dribbled on it. His face that exhumed alertness towards their surroundings also shone smoothly. Riftan didn't appear to have even the slightest of fatigue. Both his long, sturdy legs strode forward solidly through the muddy path without exhibiting any signs of exhaustion, and when she staggered a bit, his strong forearms were quick to support her. Max was completely amazed at the physical powers of Riftan. His strength did not simply differ, it was like he was a different species altogether. Let's rest over there for a while. Riftan gazed down at her drooping soldiers and turned to lead them under a gigantic tree. A yelping sound escaped from Max as she struggled to keep up with his pace. He tied the horses under a branch with lush leaves as he grasped her staggering figure with one arm. She was too exhausted to even protest. He walked to the base of the tree and bent down to inspect the hollow portion of the thick tree trunk that had a girth so wide that 6 men with their outstretched arms would not be able to surround it. After placing her inside the cave, he sat right next to her. Max collapsed listlessly like salted cabbage and stared at a far distance through the misty rain. Her head kept leaning onto the side like it had become a heavy stone, and her body trembled while she sweated profusely, seemingly confused of whether to feel cold or warm. Riftan deftly removed his breastplate and tipped it to the side, then pulled her close against his chest. The tension and fear Max felt completely melted away with the heat of his body that she could feel through her wet clothes. Even though they were crouching under a tree like wild animals sheltering from the rain, she felt as safe as being surrounded by a concrete fortress. She snuggled as deep as she could into his side and leaned her head against his hard, marble-like shoulders. Riftan untied his vambraces and removed his gauntlets, placed them on the ground and wrapped his forearm around her, rubbing her shoulders and her spine with his hot palms. "We have to keep moving as soon as it stops raining. Close your eyes and rest for a bit. Will all the other nights be all right? The G-goblins might attack again. Goblins hate water, so as long as the rain continues, nothing bad will happen. Everyone should be descending the mountain by now." Riftan tucked his hand inside her tunic and warmed her freezing body. "Don't worry about anything and go to sleep." Max sighed contentedly at the intense warmth that seemed to reach the depth of her bones. Riftan continued to hold her tightly, staring quietly through the mountains. She looked up at him with half-closed eyes, staring at the drops of water dripping from his hair. Soon, the fatigue claimed her and her eyes closed slowly. The wind whistled in the distance and the sound of trees shaking against its blow could be heard. Riftan lifted Max, who was extremely drowsy, and placed her on his lap. She naturally leaned her head against his chest. As if trying to make her a little more comfortable, he removed her wet shoes and socks and tossed them to the corner. He then massaged her swollen feet with his hot palms. Max was engulfed in exhaustion and fell asleep in an instant. When she finally gained consciousness, the rain had subsided. She looked at the drizzle of raindrops through her drowsy eyes and then lifted her head. Riftan's head leaned against the tree trunk and his eyes were gently closed. Suddenly, her heart sank at the sight of him as he sat resting like a statue and breathed without a noise. Max held her hand close to his nose and felt his soft, faint breathing. Sighing in relief, Max carefully swept his bangs that pricked his eyes. Although he never showed it outwardly, he certainly had to be extremely exhausted. It was not unreasonable to assume that he wasn't, considering how he never got a proper rest, marching endlessly during the past few days. She felt sorry for him and caressed his taut cheek affectionately. At that moment, Riftan's eyes snapped open. Max was surprised at how clear his eyes were and retracted her hand. He stared silently at her with his eyes, which were so deeply dark that it was hard to distinguish his pupils from his irises, and lowered his head to devour her lips. Max's head shook. His rough tongue gently explored the cave of her mouth and his warm palm slithered to her neck like a snake. It felt like she was suddenly bitten by a hound that had been laying quietly by her feet. She moaned lightly and clutched his forearm, then he breathed a heated sigh over her damp lips and clasped her breasts. Riftan pushed his thick tongue deeper, sweeping the roof of her mouth and her tongue, and greedily sucked the saliva that pooled in her mouth. She was out of breath just like when she fell into the water. As expected, Riftan also gasped wildly. It was unbecoming of the same man who quietly climbed up a steep mountain wearing heavy armor on and breathed without a sound. "The rain has stopped." He suddenly broke the kiss and looked into the forest. It took a while before she was able to process what he just said as her eyelids still trembled. Riftan, who looked like he was conflicted for a considerable moment, let out a sigh and removed her from his lap. "The sun will set soon if we don't hurry. Let's get moving." He ducked out of the tree and picked up the armor pieces he had removed. Only then did Max come out of her drunken daze. Riftan was right, they couldn't afford to hang around like this. They were alone on a mountain full of monsters. The heat that rose in her body subsided in an instant and Max hurriedly picked up her shoes. She winced as she forcibly slipped her feet into the damp boots and headed out. Riftan already had his armor on and approached her with her horse. "Can you walk?" As if he didn't just act like he was about to devour her, he wore a composed expression. She gazed up at him sulkily and nodded slowly. "Yes, I got enough rest. Stay close as you follow me. Just a little further downhill the path will get easier." Riftan turned and walked silently down the wet, muddy road in the rain. Max followed closely behind him, careful not to slip. The heat was dampened by the rain, but the cool breeze did not feel pleasant as her body was soaking wet. She shivered and wrapped her arms around her body, rubbing off the chill. Riftan saw her state and scanned around carefully. "I'll find a place to set up a camp soon, so endure it for a little." Max looked anxiously around the dusky mountain with an anxious look on her face. "Are we going to spend the night in the Mo Mountain? It will be dark soon while we go down." But isn't it better to go to the village even if it takes longer?" Riftan's face hardened sternly. "It is very dangerous to climb down a mountain in the dark. It is better to find a safe place to spend the night and wait for dawn." Max nodded sternly with a stiff face. She was a little worried about spending the night in the mountains by themselves, but she had no choice but to obey his words. Her head drooped sullenly. Perhaps if Riftan was by himself, he would have reached the village by now. Her heart sank as if it had become a heavy rock, thinking that she was the reason for their delay. Was I heading in the wrong direction? Perhaps I have come to the wrong place and have moved far away from the destination. Jumping nimbly over large tree roots, Riftan stopped to look at her. "Were you thinking of going down the mountain alone?" "If I went down to this mountain, there was going to be a village, so..." Max muttered and trailed off, fearing he would get angry with her decision, as Riftan squinted at her. But instead of yelling at her, Riftan turned his attention back to the dark forest and spoke calmly. "You found the right direction. If you went down this way, you would have reached the village." Her heart, which had sunk down into depression, somewhat softened at his words. They continued to walk through the mountain in silence, the darkness slowly falling upon them. Before the sun had fully set, Riftan found a small cave. He inspected it, making sure it was free of any bugs, bats, and snakes before motioning for her to come inside. Max looked around the dark, cavernous space worriedly, then settled inside and sat on her knees. "I'm going to remove the saddles from the horses." "Wait for a moment." Max nodded and hugged her knees. She watched as Riftan ducked to go outside and tied the horses around a tree where they could clearly see them and came back into the cave with his luggage. "It's a bit damp but it's not that wet. Take off your clothes and put this on." He took a blanket from his leather bag and held it in front of her. Max's eyes opened widely. "Here? The temperature plummets at night. You will suffer from hypothermia if you continue to wear wet clothes." He firmly handed her the blanket and turned to remove his own clothing. Max glanced uneasily around the dark cave ceiling in the forest that now appeared bluish, then took off her clothes, unable to bear the growing chills. As soon as she removed her soaked tunic and pants that clung to her skin, she wrapped the blanket tight around her, immediately feeling more comfortable. She also took off her boots and set them aside, wrapping the blanket around her ankles. "I'm all done." Riftan glanced at her over his shoulders, then pulled something more out of his bag. Max sat silently next to him. Riftan ripped off the sleeves of his tunic, gathered the cloth into a ball, and struck 2 pieces of flint over it to spark a fire. Under the oak tree. Chapter 190. Should I light a fire with magic? No need to. Don't waste your mana. Riftan replied in a gruff tone as he struck the flint. After a few attempts, a faint stream of smoke billowed out of the torn fabric. He leaned over and blew on it carefully, igniting the embers, then took some pine cones out of his bag. He carefully stacked them to help fuel the fire. Soon, the pine cones caught fire and the flames grew to a manageable campfire. "I'm going around to collect some firewood to use. Don't stray away and stay right here." Where in the world is he going in this current state? Max pondered as she sat around the small fire with the blanket, watching his back as he went into the dark forest. Riftan picked up broken branches enough to fill his arms, keeping himself at a distance where she could see him, and soon returned. "Those are damp from the rain. Will those catch fire?" "I picked only those that weren't soaked as much. These can be used as firewood once the wet layer of the bark has been shaved off." Riftan sat on one side of the cave and pulled an arm-length sword from his belt. Max watched as he skillfully peeled the barks off the firewood. After peeling off the drenched layers, he piled the pale branches into the fire and gradually the flames burned bright enough to light the whole cave. "Hand me the wet clothes." Max picked up the pile of clothes that had been carelessly tossed on the floor and handed it to him. Riftan wrung the water out of each piece and spread it close to the heat. Then, he placed their wet boots upside down and positioned them near the fire as well. Max rummaged in her bag, looking for food that they could eat. Riftan looked at her knowingly and took a small cloth-wrapped bundle out of his bag. "I was in a hurry to find you, so this was all I managed to bring." He unwrapped it, revealing a stale bread and a dry, salted long sausage. Max looked at the loaf of crumbled stale bread and the sausage, which was so dry it looked like a stone. The bread was edible, it could be chewed thoroughly and somehow make its way down their throats, but the sausage had no chance of being digested. She gazed down disappointedly at the long piece made of minced meat packed into a pig's thin intestinal lining. Riftan cut the sausage into small pieces, then took an empty canteen. He took some leather ropes and skillfully wove the unused branches, making a hanging pole right over the fire. He hooked the canteen with the sausages thrown in over the fire and soon, the meat's oils began to sizzle. "Give me the pack of herbs." Max meekly handed over a packet of herbs from her bag and watched as he added mandrake roots, herbs, and breadcrumbs into the makeshift pot, shaking it well to mix the ingredients. She swallowed the drool that the oil's savory smell drew out of her mouth. Riftan poured some water over the deliciously stir-fried sausage, and within a matter of minutes, transformed it into a fragrant soup. "There's no spoon to eat it with, so have it with the bread." Riftan took the canteen from the fire and handed it over. Max carefully took the steaming hot soup and took a sip. Because of the salted sausage, there was flavor dispersed in the dish. She took the bread that Riftan had divided with a dagger, used it to pick up the sausage and ate it. It was an impoverished meal, especially compared to the food at Calyp's castle, but Max was simply grateful to have a proper meal deep in the dark mountains. She drank the hot broth enthusiastically and took a big bite of the bread, sighing contentedly at the warmth blooming in her stomach. "Riftan, I wasn't aware that you knew how to cook. I don't know much about cooking. It's more about using what I have and making something edible out of it. These are one of the few things I learned while I was a mercenary." Max looked at him curiously. "How old were you when you joined the mercenaries?" Riftan, who was sipping the soup, looked at her with a raised eyebrow, as if wondering why the sudden interest. Max then nervously added, I heard that you became a mercenary at a young age. But I'm not sure exactly how young. I was 12 when I joined." Max was taken aback. 12 years old? He popped the bread into his mouth and nodded curtly. Max didn't want to probe around for more details, but she couldn't help the itch to know why a 12-year-old would decide on joining the mercenaries. Max couldn't overcome her curiosity as she watched him, then finally uttered her question out loud. What did you do before that?" Riftan didn't respond and simply busied himself with the fire, poking it with a branch to keep it ignited. Max pried again, growing more impatient. "After you joined the mercenaries, you went to Levedon, right? Before that, where did you live?" "Somewhere in Anatole." Max frowned at how evasive he was. "Where in Anatole?" "Somewhere east." Max wanted to ask where in the eastern region, but watching Riftan grow increasingly uncomfortable with her questions, she stopped prodding. An uncomfortable silence surrounded them for a moment. She wondered if he didn't like talking about his childhood. However, she couldn't suppress the desire to know everything about him. What about your parents? What did they do? What's the point of knowing?" Riftan replied curtly and Max immediately closed her mouth. Seeing her face redden, Riftan let out a sigh. "The woman who gave birth to me was a servant from the south. My biological father was probably a knight." Biological father? "I'm an illegitimate child," he answered vaguely and turned his face away. "I never saw my father's face. He got involved with a servant just to pass time but got her pregnant. He gave her a little dowry, married her off to someone else, then left. After that, he appears to have died in battle." A faint sneer suddenly became evident on his lips. "He was probably not a skillful knight." "Your mother? How is she?" "She died when I was 12. Max stopped speaking at the ice in his tone, but Riftan continued dryly. "After she died, I stayed with my stepfather for a while, then I ran away from home and joined the mercenaries." "Your stepfather? Did you have not so good terms with him?" "It wasn't really good, but it was not bad either." But if you left when you were 12, then, Maxie?" Her question was sternly cut off. "We'll get off the mountain as soon as the sun shines. Enough with the questions. If you're done eating, get some sleep." Max closed her mouth, unable to ask more. Her heart ached from being so brutally closed off by him, but it was understandable, even she had things she wasn't confident sharing. She finished the remaining soup and bread, struggling to keep a straight face, and lay down by the fire with the blanket still wrapped around her. Riftan removed his breastplate, leaned against the wall near the entrance of the cave and stretched his long legs out. The crackle of fire and the sound of insects echoed in the quiet darkness. Max gazed at the flickering shadows projected by flames as she laid down, then turned her head. Although she was exhausted to the point of passing out, for some strange reason, she couldn't fall asleep. Riftan. Aren't you going to sleep? I'll fall asleep eventually. Don't worry about me. He replied bluntly as he placed a hand on top of his sheathed sword. He was always on guard, as if a monster would appear any time. Seeing her look worried about him staying up all night, Riftan swept back the hair that fell on her forehead. I'll be protecting you, so don't worry about anything and sleep soundly. Max wanted to tell him that she was awake not because she was afraid, but when she looked out into the deep dark forest, she flinched a little. The wavering shadows cast by the trees and bushes seemed alive, but surprisingly, she wasn't as scared as she would have been because Riftan was here. Max placed her hand on his lap. He moved his legs, seemingly uncomfortable, then eventually held her hand. Max then closed her eyes. She hated the thought of him standing guard all night while she was sleeping, but she didn't have the strength to stay up either. When the sun would come up, she would be completely deranged from exhaustion and would end up being a burden to him. The priority now was to regain her strength as much as she could, so she wouldn't get in his way. Still, Max struggled to sleep with her heart being sorry for him. The next day, Max woke up to the bluish glow of dawn that began to shine through the tree leaves. As she looked around, she found Riftan wearing his full armor and he already had saddled their horses. She lifted her groggy body off the ground and shuddered from the cool morning breeze caressing her bare chest, startling her and making her pull the blanket up again. Riftan narrowed his eyes as he watched her rise, then turned his back on her with a clenched jaw. If you're awake, get dressed. We have to get off the mountain. Max stood with the blanket wrapped around her and picked up her tunic and pants that were left to dry on a rock. The clothes were still damp, but they were wearable. She pulled the cold tunic over her head, then her trousers, and fastened the belt around her waist. Her boots were barely dry and she didn't really want to stick her feet in them, but she had no choice. Max wore her shoes and walked over to Rem's side with a disgruntled expression on. Never ever lose your focus on me and follow me closely. Do you understand? Riftan said sternly as he lifted her onto the saddle. Max wanted to reply, saying that she was attentive and not as scattered as he thought she was, but upon seeing the dark circles under his baggy eyes, she nodded obediently. After he jumped onto Talon, they began to descend the mountain. Max stuck as close to him as possible as she watched the path ahead, slowly lit up by the sun. She was nervous at the prospect of another goblin appearing, but only silence surrounded them. They found a small spring in the middle of the mountain and stopped to allow the horses to drink, then continued down the trails without a break. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was barely noon. Max smiled brightly as she looked over the quiet village perched on the wide valley. She sighed in pleasure, thinking that soon, she could take a real bath with soap, eat food while sitting at a table, and sleep on a soft bed under a roof. Max rode down the hills with Riftan like the wind. The village was surrounded by a high wall made out of layers of logs. As they got closer, she could see the tightly barred entrance. Riftan approached it and knocked on the gates. Who is here? A man who appeared to be the guard poked his head through the cracks in the entrance. Riftan took his identification from his armor and showed it to the man. I am the commander of the Ream Dragon Knights, Riftan Calypse. I am bound for Levaton under the command of the king. We were separated from our group. Didn't the other knights arrive last night? The guard hastily opened the entrance. Ro Rosenwegru de Calypse. It's an honor to meet you. The other knights who arrived last night are staying at the Hanawa Inn. I'll guide you there. Under the oak tree. Chapter 191. They followed the guard into the village. Looking around the bustling roads from atop Rem, Max marveled at the unexpected size of the village. Rustic wooden cabins lined both sides of the road, and goats, pigs, and donkeys were scattered, peacefully grazing the vegetation. Max wrinkled her nose at the stench of the barn. The road was stained with droppings from running cattle. The merchants had their stalls set up along the road, and there were piles of lumber everywhere, while the carpenters worked diligently on the houses. There were also armed men here and there, who looked like swords for hire. Riftan frowned as they waved across the sea of people. There are quite a number of people here. Isn't it because of the sudden increase in monsters? Many small towns were attacked by half-dragons, goblins, and goblins. It has become increasingly common in recent months with people fleeing their homes and settling here. Is there a food shortage? Riftan asked. We are better compared to the other villages, as many armies and wizards passed through here before heading to Levaton. Ah, we arrived. The soldier pointed to the 3-story wooden inn located at the end of the narrow path. The knights are staying at that inn. Thank you for guiding us. Riftan tossed him a silver coin. The soldier bowed and quickly ran to the inn to call some workers to attend to them. After the soldier fulfilled his duties, they headed inside. Max walked over to Riftan and looked around the dimly lit entrance. The gentlemen, who were all huddled in the dining room filled with wooden planks and chairs, immediately stopped talking and jumped out of their seats when they saw them. "Commander, you got here faster than we thought." Baron grinned and stroked Riftan's armored shoulders harshly. Riftan ended up ignoring him, and walked over to the innkeeper to ask for a room. Despite being so coldly ignored, Baron continued to smile and turned his attention back to her. "I'm glad you're okay, ma'am. I knew he'd find you, but I was worried it would be too late. Are you hurt somewhere?" "I'm fine. Sorry for worrying everyone." "No, don't apologize. We should be the ones to apologize for not protecting you properly. I thought Dame Gable would be competent enough, but thank God the commander was able to find you on time. Nothing compares to his tracking skill." Max looked around the room with a solemn smile. "By the way, I don't see everyone. Did all the knights arrive safely?" "They all arrived last night. Gable has gone out to look for supplies, and the others are gathering information from the mercenaries who are in the village. You can say hello later, you must be tired. Go rest in the room." Baron examined her and lightly clicked her disheveled appearance, as if he were personally responsible for her current state. Max blushed and touched her nest of hair. She didn't even have to look in a mirror to know how terrible she looked now. Shyness and shame suddenly surged within her, and she quickly hunched her shoulders to try to hide her appearance and went to Riftan, who was beckoning her to follow him upstairs. He led her to the room at the end of the hall on the third floor, and he carelessly tossed her bags into a corner of the room. Max wanted nothing more than to collapse on the bed, but she didn't want to mess up the blankets and sheets. When she started to remove her wet boots and socks, Riftan, who was watching, turned to leave. "I have ordered them to prepare a bathroom sleep after you wash." What about you, Riftan?" "I need to watch, and there are updates from Levedon. We just got here. Maybe take a little break." Before she could finish her sentence, Riftan opened the door and left. Max lowered her eyes at his continued coldness. She doubted he had slept a wink last night, so how could he not be tempted to lie on a bed even for a moment? She wanted to chase him down and tell him he needed to rest too, but she knew it was useless and sighed in resignation. A knock snapped Max out of her thoughts, and a restless woman entered with a wooden barrel full of water and a hot kettle. After the woman left, Max locked the door and threw away her cold, dirty clothes. For several days, she was covered in sweat and dust, so the feeling of warm water and soap couldn't be more heavenly. She scrubbed her body thoroughly with the soap twice and then rinsed off with clean water. She carefully washed her tangled hair, and when she was done, she used the leftover water in the kettle to wash off the soap. With all the dirt gone, her pale, white skin absolutely glowed. She felt like a newborn baby. With a happy face, Max got out of the tall barrel and dried herself with a clean towel. But now she had another problem. Looking at her bag, she frowned. Only one pair of clean underwear remained. All of her other clothes had either been dammed by the rain or were already dirty with her sweat. There was no time to wash everything and wait for it to dry, so the only option left was to put the wet, smelly clothes back on. Maybe I should wash it quickly and let it dry as much as it can. Max frowned. She was smelling the acidity emanating from her clothes, when a soft knock suddenly interrupted her. She quickly wrapped the towel around her body and stuttered in an embarrassed tone. "Who is it?" "Your husband has told me to bring you a change of clothes." The voice belonged to the woman who brought her the bath water. Max went to open the door, and after making sure the hallway was empty, she quickly took the clothes from her hands and went back inside. It was an old robe that felt rough against her skin. The shirt was too big on her as it stretched down to the ankles, but she was just happy to be able to wear clean clothes. Max adjusted a belt around her waist and handed the dirty clothes to the woman outside when she asked for them. "Can I bring your food to your room?" Max shook her head. She wanted to know what Riftan was doing and check the other knights in case someone got hurt. She borrowed a pair of slippers from the woman and headed down the hall. The gentlemen went to sit around the tables and enjoy their meals. Ulyshen was the first to see her, and immediately jumped out of his seat to approach her. "Milady, I heard you were back. I'm so glad you're okay." The normally cheerful boy was almost on the verge of tears. Garrow, who came towards them, shook his horrified face sadly. "I have failed the lady. I didn't even realize the lady was gone. I'm not qualified to be your guard." "Why you two, don't say that." Because a goblin suddenly landed on Rem. And our Rem fled in a frenzy. It's because I couldn't control my horse." She did her best to comfort them. The two boys exchanged glances at each other and looked at her in embarrassment. Gable came up behind them and spoke with concern in his tone. Are you hurt somewhere? I'm fine. Are you hurt? Does anyone need treatment? Everybody's fine. Don't stand there, come sit down. I'll get you some food. He pulled out a chair for her at an empty table and called for a worker. Then in a brief moment, a young woman with carefully braided hair placed freshly baked bread, oven-roasted goose, and a turnip salad in front of her. Max gulped down the food and looked around the dining room. Gable, who was sitting across from her, immediately realized that she was looking for Riftan. Lord Calypso is talking to the merchants. We need to make sure we have enough food and water before we leave tomorrow. Are we leaving tomorrow? The horses are too tired to leave today. Also, there will be no other town between here and the port from this point on, so we have to make sure we have enough supplies for the journey. Even today's schedule is tight. Max nodded in understanding as she sliced the meat and ate it. Riftan did not return until she finished her meal. She watched him argue with the other gentleman about the next schedule, then retreated to the bedroom and collapsed on the bed. The sheets and blankets were unmatched by fine silk and woolen blankets at home, but it felt like she was laying on a pile of clouds after days of camping in rugged, cold dirt terrain or uneven rocky cave terrain. Max buried her face in the pillow and immediately fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, everything was completely dark. How many hours did I sleep? Max sat up quickly and then froze when she saw a large, dark lump resting next to her. She narrowed her eyes, trying to get a good look in the dark. It was Riftan. His back was facing her as he laid there motionless, his long legs stretched out. Slowly adjusting her vision to the darkness, Max slid carefully out of bed and rolled over to the other side and stood in front of him. Riftan was a light sleeper, but this time he was lying there, completely still as she approached. Feeling relieved, Max laid down beside him and slid gently into his arms. His body smelled of soap and his cool, dry clothes smelled of hay. Max buried her face in his broad chest and inhaled his comforting scent. Riftan stirred a little, but did not open his eyes. He seemed to be trapped in a very deep sleep. Max looked at his smooth, chiseled face, and slowly fell into a dream, listening to his heartbeat. The nights were preparing even before dawn. Max woke up to the noise outside and crawled over to wash her face and brush her messy hair, which seemed to have doubled in thickness, into a graceful braid. Fortunately, all of her clothes had been washed and dried thanks to the sunny weather. Max pulled on her freshly laundered trousers and tunic and slipped her feet into her boots. She quickly packed her change of clothes and headed downstairs, only to see the gentleman busily running and carrying boxes of supplies outside. Max followed them out of the inn and immediately found Riftan, standing tall in the crowd. Riftan. When did you wake up? I didn't realize it at all. Max jumped up happily, but stopped quickly when she saw that he was talking to someone. Riftan shot her a quick glance and then turned to the man in front of him. He pulled out some dirhams from his leather pouch that had been tied to his belt and handed them to the man. Good. I'll buy these carts. Thank you very much. I will cover it with tarps immediately. The man put the coins in his pocket and pushed the 2 large carts under a tree. Max followed the man with wide eyes. See, can we take cars with us? From here on, everything is flat terrain. We will be going over a small mountain, but it is nothing as rugged and steep as yesterday. Max smiled cheerfully at the revelation. She was sick of climbing mountains. So, how much longer will it take? We will be able to reach the port in about a week. From there we will travel to Levedon by boat. Under the oak tree. Chapter 192. After making sure the man loaded the barrels of water and troughs onto the carts, Riftan finally turned to look at Max. Max tilted her head away at his hardened expression. His piercing eyes looked like they were full of annoyance and he sighed lightly as he led her to where the horses were standing by. Then, he pulled something out of the bag he had tied to his saddle. I bought this yesterday. I chose the lightest one there was, so be sure to carry it around even if it is cumbersome. Max's eyes widened, looking at the dagger a little over a foot long, 30 centimeters. Riftan carefully fastened a sturdy belt with a scabbard around her waist and hung the weapon at her hip. I didn't really intend on giving you such a hideous thing, but... He frowned as he gazed down at her with a complex expression. When I heard that you got lost in the mountains alone, without a single weapon, my whole world went dark. You should have at least a dagger. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. I'm not giving it to you with the intention of using it. This is just a precaution, he said sharply but soon added with a groan. But still, I'll show you how to use that later. Max nodded her head looking grateful. The fact that Riftan had given her a weapon despite treating her as an extra finger on this expedition, made her feel gleeful. He looked distraught at her reaction, but he simply shook his head and led her back to the inn. They quickly finished their simple breakfast and left the village right away. Max rode her horse with ease over the vast plains, surrounded by the knights. The endless plains around them were much easier to traverse compared to the uneven mountain roads. The smooth dirt road covered with thin grass made her feel like she was riding on clouds. Max looked up at the clear blue sky, free of clouds, then turned to see two rolling carts, swaying and rattling behind them. The two extra stallions that were brought from town to pull the carts managed to keep up with the war horses, despite carrying carts that were full of hay, barrels of water, food, and firewood. Do we really need that much water? And hay? Gable, who was riding his horse real close to her, looked up at the sky and answered. Although there's a stream running near the road, the chances of finding grass or a puddle of water will be near impossible as we continue further on. And it probably won't rain for a few days from the looks of it. Even what we have is not enough to keep all the horses going. Hearing that, Max became a little concerned since the rain was not a welcome participant in an expedition. Boots and clothing would soak through, making the movement very unpleasant, not to mention herbs and food which often ended up ruined. Yet, riding across the empty, desolate plains without a single tree to shade against the intense summer sun was another form of torture. Max squinted at the blazing sun and wiped away the beads of sweat that had already started to trickle down the bridge of her nose. That heat would only get worse when midday hit. And just as she feared, when the sun rose above their heads, the blazing heat began to scorch their skins. The horses whinnied and snorted, and even the knights, whose faces remained impassive, were drenched with sweat. They traveled across the empty plains without even a hint of shade, eventually stopping to take a break near a stream. While the horses gulped down the water voraciously, the men ate a simple lunch of bread and dried meat, and as soon as they finished, they immediately started moving again. Max never thought she would miss the mountains in just half a day of travel. She missed the shadows of the trees and the icy springs of the mountains. Sighing, she looked ahead at the dry plain that didn't have a single blade of grass in sight. Her scalp tingled from the sun burning just above her head, while the sweat on her back dripped endlessly. When they finally stopped to set up camp in an area scattered with large rocks, Max felt like a spinach pickled in vinegar. Max, covered in sweat, awkwardly got off her saddle. She was deeply upset that the bath she had taken so sincerely the day before had gone to waste in just one day. It was probably best to scrap the idea of hygiene during an expedition. She trudged to where the knights were gathered to help feed the horses. Ulishan tried to stop her, but she felt uncomfortable seeing everyone working tirelessly while she was left alone, completely out of place. Walking to the supplies in the carts, Max scooped up a pile of hay, placed it in buckets, and carried it to the horses. She also filled buckets with water to help the drink. However, Riftan, who went with a couple of knights to survey their surroundings for monsters, frowned upon seeing her. "Don't bother with these useless chores and rest." He grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the tent that was set up. "Lie down and rest until dinner is ready. That would be more helpful than anything else." Max looked at him with a dissatisfied expression but nodded helplessly. She knew arguing with him would be pointless. She was not as exhausted as before now that her body had adapted to traveling and camping, but her strength was still incomparable to the stamina of knights, who train rigorously every day. Like Riftan said, it was better to focus on regaining her strength as often as possible. Crouching near the entrance to the tent, Max looked out over the wide meadow, now stained red by the setting sun. Riftan placed food on a tray and brought it straight to the tent. She satisfied her hunger with barley bread and stew made with salted meat and potato as she watched the sunset. She ate everything without leaving a single drop or crumb. "Do your thighs still hurt?" It doesn't hurt that much anymore. I'm used to riding a horse for long periods now." In fact, her inner thighs and shoulders still ached, but Max tried her best as she could to look honest. Riftan stared at her for a while, searching her body with his eyes, as if trying to detect any lies in her words, then stood up. "Good, I'll show you how to use the dagger before you go to bed. Come with me." "And, now? Is it too hard for you?" Max quickly shook her head and got up from her seat to follow him. Riftan took her a little further away from the tent. "Now, try pulling out the dagger." She looked around and felt the discomfort increase as they stood in full view of the knights, who were sitting near the campfire, staring at them curiously as they ate their meals. She coughed awkwardly, then reached for the dagger that was secured in a scabbard tied around her waist. She wanted to remove it in one smooth motion to avoid embarrassment herself, but the blade remained stubbornly stuck in the leather sheath. Humiliated, Max gripped the sheath with her hand and forcefully moved the blade inch by inch and finally held it in front of her. Riftan's eyebrows furrowed as he watched her intently with arms crossed. "You're holding it upside down. That side of the blade shall be facing up." He pointed at the curved part of the dagger. Max quickly turned the dagger around, however, Riftan's brow furrowed even further as he examined her wrong posture. A dagger is a weapon meant for stabbing, not wielding like a sword. It shouldn't be held like that, here, like this. He held her hand and adjusted the weapon so it leaned horizontally. "Good. Now stab me with that." Riftan took 3 steps back and said nonchalantly. Max just stared at him blankly, not knowing if she heard correctly. What do I do? Try and stab me with the dagger." What if I hurt you?" The corners of his mouth twitched in amusement seeing her startled at his instructions. "There is nothing under this sky that can hurt me with that. Now stop worrying about useless things and attack me with that." Max blushed. Of course, she couldn't land a scratch on the strongest knight in the continent. However, his overbearing arrogance was a bit excessive. She glared fiercely, then squeezed her eyes shut and charged. However, after taking 2 steps, her foot caught on the edge of the rock and her body spun forward. She lost her balance and flapped her arms wildly, and her dagger flew from her hand and over the heads of the knights, who were watching the thrilling show in interest. They ducked as they held their bowls filled with stew. Riftan ran quickly forward to catch her before she fell and sighed audibly. "Why did you close your eyes while coming at me? Shouldn't people look straight at their opponent while attacking?" Max's ears burned with mortification. "It's because this is my first tea try. It will be different, next time." Riftan looked at her and raised a questionable brow. He took the dagger then stepped back again. It was soon revealed that she had no talent in combat, and her coordination skills were practically non-existent. The dagger continually struck his gauntlet, and with her weak wrist, it bounced off pathetically, missing every time. Riftan took his time patiently explaining how to correctly hold the dagger and effectively stab vital points, but the results never improved even after several attempts. She simply had inherently slow reflexes and uncoordinated movements. Max turned her sore wrist and looked at him. She grew anxious that he could deepen his prejudice that she was a weak and delicate noble lady. "This is not working. We will have to be more vigilant." Baron shook his head and muttered as he chewed on a piece of dried meat. He was probably speaking to himself, but his voice was simply so loud that Max heard every word. Feeling discouraged, she dropped her shoulders in defeat. Riftan also seemed to agree with Baron, but he, at least, didn't say it out loud. Instead he picked up the fallen dagger and sheathed it back at her waist. "That's it for today. You must be exhausted, go and get some rest." Max was anxious that he had already given up teaching her. Tomorrow might be different. "Will you teach me?" "Tomorrow? Depends on the situation." He answered vaguely and led her towards the tent. Max looked at him with confusion. "What about you, Riftan? Aren't you coming in the tea tent?" Riftan's lips tightened and he gave her a hardened smile. "I'll go later. Go to sleep first." Maybe he was thinking of going back to sleep outside the tent. Max looked at him doubtfully, then walked into the tent alone. After a whole day baking in the sun, and the training now, she really had no energy left. She massaged the tingling on her wrist, then removed her boots and set them aside. Max desperately wanted to wash off the dried sweat, but she knew that water was going to become a scarce resource that could not be wasted for unnecessary comforts. She untied her belt and placed it on one side, crawled under the blanket, and set her bag as a pillow. The sun had completely gone down and the heat had been replaced by a cool breeze, but she still flung around uneasily at the unpleasant sensation of her clothes clinging to her sticky body. Just before falling asleep, Max prayed fervently that they would find a stream or small creek the following day. Under the oak tree. Chapter 193. However, the heavens seemed to unfortunately not hear their prayers. After 5 days of traveling under the scorching sun, there was not a puddle in sight, let alone a creek. There were occasional trees and thorny bushes scattered sparsely, but it was extremely difficult to find water. Most of the barrels of water that had been piled up like a mountain in the carts rapidly ran out. Naturally, washing their bodies was out of the question. The expedition moved all day through the desolate land without a single blade of grass. They were all covered in sweat and dust, and so far, they had 2 more monster encounters. Once, 3 half-dragons pounced on them when they were passing a rocky field, and the next day, all the wagons they were carrying were almost burned to ashes by a salamander hidden among the rocks. Max was terrified by the giant lizard that spewed fire, but the knights were glad to have obtained a precious fire monostone from the salamander's body. She had now grown a stomach hard enough to withstand watching monster corpses being taken apart, but there was no other option anyway. In fact, over the past few days, they have encountered several monsters and she had often seen knights clean the animals that they had hunted for food. That made her fine and sensitive nerves break. She no longer smiled brightly when they found a cute bunny between the crevices of the rock. Instead, she would have a bleak thought about it being an ingredient for the stew that dinner. She couldn't tell if this change in her was good or bad. "Commander, there isn't much water left. We have to find at least a puddle today," Evan called as they took a break to feed the horses. Riftan, sitting on a rock and chewing on a piece of dried meat, looked over his shoulders to see the only barrel of water left in the cart. Max could see the crease forming between his eyebrows. He looked around for a moment, then replied calmly in a clear voice for everyone to hear. "We can reach Caldical Forest by noon. We just need to last 4 more hours." She looked at him curiously, wondering how he could predict routes so accurately. There was nothing around him but rocks and thorn bushes, but Riftan always knew exactly which direction to go and how long it would take to get there. He always led the expedition with great leadership and unwavering conviction, and the knights never doubted his judgments. It was his skills and prudence that were the foundation of the absolute trust the knights had offered him. After their rest, they set off once more on horseback. They rode for hours without stopping, and soon, as Riftan said, a misty field of green began to emerge from the horizons. Max instantly forgot about the exhaustion that weighed down on her shoulders and led her horse to gallop vigorously towards the forest. A few moments later, the expedition reached the dense forest full of thick trees. Max exhaled deeply as soon as they took refuge under the dark shade provided by the tall foliage. The air around them was still cloudy from the heat, but thanks to the lush leaves that covered the sun, it made the heat much more bearable. However, after moving for a while into the forest, there was still no water in sight, not even a small puddle. Max became more and more anxious. She wouldn't probably be able to stand it if she wouldn't be able to wash herself today. "Please," she begged as she looked around, hoping for even a glimpse of a narrow, mottled spring. Then, Riftan suddenly stopped moving and announced to them, "We will set up camp here. Rain will fall soon." Max looked through the leaves at the clear sky. The sun was shining high above them, and the air was suffocatingly muggy. She wondered if it was really going to rain, but got off her horse without saying a word. The knights were already pitching their tents among the trees and meticulously covered the wagons with bitumen-lined cloths to keep their food and firewood from getting drenched. Max led Rem through the busy nights and tied the reins around a large tree, then removed the saddle. She walked to her tent with her bag in hand, when Riftan suddenly came up behind her and took the burden from her hands. "Come with me." Max followed him away from where the knights were gathered and onto a large tent that was set up under a tall, thick, leafy tree. Riftan tossed her bags inside and held the flap open for her to enter. Max crawled inside and sighed as Riftan shot her a scathing look, as if telling her to be good and stay put, before leaving her. The floor was covered with bitumen-lined cloths and thick blankets, which made the floor quite soft. After spending all day in a saddle, she was grateful for the plush blankets that cradled her aching behind. She took off her boots and set them aside. She wanted to remove her clothes that were soaked with days of sweat, but she was left with only a clean tunic. If possible, she wanted to change it after taking a bath. But will they be able to find a spring today? As she debated whether she should venture into the woods in search of water, the sound of raindrops started to pour audibly. Max poked her head out of the tent, startled. All of a sudden, thick raindrops began to fall from the now pale, cloudy sky. Max lifted the flap on the tent all the way up to see where Riftan was taking refuge, but she saw him rubbing his face and neck just a few steps from her tent. She blinked, unable to understand what he was doing. Riftan turned and gestured for her to come out and get under the heavy rain. "Maxie, come here." Suddenly, Riftan took off his armor and laid it on the ground. His tunic instantly got soaked with rainwater, and it wasn't just Riftan. With the exception of those who stayed armed as they had to stand guard, all the knights removed their armor and allowed the rain to wash away dried sweat and dirt. Everyone was acting like children who got excited while playing in the water, some even started washing their hair, and Hebarin shamelessly took off his shirt and began rubbing every inch of his torso. Max watched them with a puzzled look. "Come here. If you don't wash yourself now, there may not be another chance to wash up." But like that there was no way of washing her body modestly outdoors. She wanted to flatly refuse, but she was dying to cleanse her body of the filth that clung to her. Max looked at the knights enjoying the rain with envy, and finally, the desire to wash away the grime overcame any personal reservations she had. She grabbed the soap in her bag and crawled out of the tent. The thick raindrops instantly soaked her entire body, and Max groaned at the refreshing sensation of the cold water hitting her face. Although she couldn't take off her clothes like the knights, she could at least hide behind a tree to wash her hair and face, so she walked behind the tent and quickly lathered her hair before the rain stopped, but Riftan followed her and grabbed her arm. "Come this way." Max followed him, stepping over the wet blades of grass without knowing why. Riftan led her away from the crowd, to a place swarmed with thick bushes and trees. Riftan brought her behind a huge rock boulder, then took out a cloth and tied it to the tree branches, instantly creating a private space just for her. "I told them not to let anyone come near here, so relax and wash to your heart's content." Max wiped the rain from her eyes, then turned to look at the direction where the knights were gathered. Even though she couldn't see them as he created this enclosed space just for herself, and there were thick trees and bushes between them, she still felt extremely uneasy. However, it was not the time to think deeply about it. She had a burning desire to take a bath, and there was no knowing when the rain might suddenly stop. Max glanced at Riftan's face over the tarp, then he took steps back as if to stand guard. She then hurriedly removed her clothes. The raindrops hitting her bare skin made her shudder. It was a strange feeling. Then, she hung her clothes on a nearby branch and rubbed every inch of her skin with the palm of her hands, rubbing away the accumulated sweat and dirt. What if a stranger suddenly jumps out from behind the bushes, or a wild animal, or a monster suddenly attacked? Even though she trembled from her worries, Max lathered soap all over her body, cleaned herself thoroughly, and washed her hair haphazardly. Fortunately, the rain continued to pour and gradually began to fall heavier. It fell so frighteningly strong that the surroundings almost became a hazy white. Her vision clouded as the thick curtain of rain fell, and her anxieties began to wither away as a strange smile erupted out of her lips. Never in her life did she imagine that she would bathe under the rain in a forest like that. Max laughed and tilted her head back, allowing the water to wash the soap from her hair and face. Satisfied with the cleanliness she achieved, she turned to pick up her wet clothes, when suddenly, she realized that the division between her and Riftan was gone. Max took a step back and looked around in confusion. The ropes that supported the bitumen-lined cloth seemed to have been unable to withstand the force of the pouring rain and loosened. The cloth now drooped helplessly on the ground, dangling from a single branch. Riftan stood stiffly on the other side, motionless like a statue, and Max froze at the expression she read in his face. His burning gaze swept over her wet shoulders, her hair that drooped over it, then lingered long on her breasts. His thick neck convulsed and tensed. Max felt her throat burn as his gaze continued to move to her flat abdomen, her pale thighs, then her white feet lined with blue veins, then went back to her eyes. A strange sense of helplessness washed over her. He was gazing at her with such a look of enchantment, as if it were the first time he had seen her naked, that his reaction to her only made her embarrassment grow. Max felt herself turning red and quickly grabbed her clothes to cover her chest. However, Riftan approached her with one wide stride and grabbed her hand. His rough fingers, cold from the rain, intertwined with hers. "Don't." His voice was breathless, barely a whisper against the heavy sound of the rain. "Let me see for a little more. Do you know how much I've—" He couldn't even speak his words properly. Max looked up at him. He was trembling like a bird caught in a trap, begging for something. A suppressed moan escaped out of Riftan's lips, and his body trembled as if his self-control was hanging by just a thread. He reached out and brushed his hand against her body, unable to resist the temptation in front of his eyes. Under the oak tree. Chapter 194. Max staggered backwards, her back hitting a rough tree trunk. Riftan immediately closed the distance between them, and grabbed her breasts, pressing his lips against hers. His strong, warm tongue entered her mouth and moved ravenously. It was the rawest and most savage kissing experience they ever shared. The heavy rain continued to fall on their faces, shoulders, and back mercilessly. The leaves drooping from the tree branches scratched and clung to their cheeks. Riftan drew back, kissing her cheeks, chin, and eyelids. It gave enough room to Max's chest to heave breathlessly. The smell of rain and the sweet scent of wet leaves filled her lungs with each deep breath. Riftan leaned over and licked the raindrops dripping down the tips of her breasts, then proceeded to rapidly suck her mounts greedily. It was as intense as being trapped under a fierce storm. Max clung to his drenched clothes so tight that they were at the point of tearing. Riftan took turns caressing her breasts while pouring kisses, then pulled his soaked tunic over his head. Max's eyes trembled as she gazed up at him. Raindrops bounced off his broad, marble-like shoulders, creating a faint halo around his tight naked torso. An electrifying tingle ran all over her skin. Max wrapped her arms around his thick neck and Riftan lunged to spill ravenous kisses, then slipped one hand between her legs. Max's whole body trembled as if her entire body was simply struck by lightning when his hand began to graze her sensitive area. Unable to resist the overwhelming surge of pleasure, Max struggled to escape from his tight grip when a growling sound erupted out of Riftan's throat. "Don't. I can't hold back any longer." Riftan's face was earnestly distorted as if he was enduring extremely terrible pain. "Really, I've reached my limit." Max shuddered as she looked into his helpless eyes. He was submerged in the same desperate impulse as her. No, probably deeper than her. His fingers slipped inside her depths and began his gentle ministrations. She crashed her lips against his shoulders, letting out intermittent moans. Her arms and legs seemed to melt, her nerves were so tight that her whole body jerked at his slightest stimulations. As if having had all his patience burned by her sensitive response, Riftan pulled down his trousers and sheathed himself straight into her. She let out a suppressed moan when she felt her tight secret area accepting him. It was like a ship being hit by a burning fireball. She struggled from the sudden overbearing pressure, but he held her securely around her arms, like a mouse trapped by a snake's body. Max took a deep breath and groped his body tightly. His sturdy thighs pressed hard against the inside of hers and his smooth stomach lined with his muscles clung gently against her soft belly. Soon, Riftan held onto her waist and began to move rapidly. She bobbed up and down, clutching to him for support. Every time he dug into her, her body shuddered, and her lungs swelled like it was about to burst. Her vision was blurry as the rainwater seeped through her eyelashes and ran down her cheeks. Perhaps it wasn't just rainwater, but tears flowed out as well from the intense passion. Max shook her head as if she was about to go crazy. Riftan. Riftan leaned her against the tree trunk, digging deeper and ramming faster into her depths. Her body was thrown to the edge and convulsed, unable to handle his movements. Max clung desperately to him, then he grabbed her hand and intertwined his fingers tightly against hers. Not long after, his body turned rigid, and she felt something tepid spread inside her. Max shuddered at the sensational experience, the sharp orgasm mincing her whole body. "Damn it." Riftan held her in his arms as they gasped heavily for their breaths. She rested her cheeks against his shoulder, drooping from all the energy that was drawn out. Her thighs still shuddered from the feeling and there was no strength left in her legs. He carefully pulled himself out of her and hugged her to soothe her sobbing state. Then, he pulled up his pants with one of his rough hands and draped his tunic over her to cover her body. The rain had subsided to a thinner sheet and now gently fell against their skin. Riftan hoisted her up and strode to the place where he had set up their tent. Max only then finally regained her senses and anxiously looked around. Fortunately, all the knights seemed to have finished washing themselves and had entered their tents, so there was no one to see them. Riftan crawled into the tent on his knees and laid her down against the bed he made for them. It seemed like he didn't care whether the beddings he had prepared were ruined by the wet rain. He came towering above her as he tossed the wet tunic off her body. "Just one more time." Max stared up blankly into his black orbs, that were burning with passion. He then caressed her breasts with his mouth and positioned himself between her thighs again. A large flesh impaled deep into her body at once, earning a pathetic sob from her. Despite the orgasm having faded away from their climax, her private part still felt extremely sensitive at the stimulations, making sparks fly over her vision. Riftan leaned over, his elbows positioned beside her shoulders and began to pull in and out slowly. His huge, stone-like body pressed heavily against hers. Max sank her teeth tightly into his forearm to suppress the moans that were about to escape her lips. Riftan trembled as if the pain she inflicted even aroused his pleasures. Fuck. He soon began to drive her like he had let go of all the restraints he had been keeping. The pleasure that seemed to boil her brain into a muddled mess felt unending. Max couldn't suppress the feeling of being at the edge of a strong climax, scratching and pounding on him like an angered feline. Riftan continued to ram rapidly inside her, pouring kisses all over her lips, cheeks, and eyelids as if to soothe her, prolonging the time before they finally reached the top of their climax and ended his movements in a powerful thrust. Max's head tilted back at the force that he inflicted on her body, like she was about to be broken. Her lungs swelled up like they were about to burst, and her head spun, muddling from the sensation. Max glanced up at the dim tent's roof with a blurry vision and her body drooped, with her eyes slowly closing. Drowsiness came over her and soon, the darkness engulfed her. Max fell asleep as if fainting beneath Riftan's body. Max squinted, her eyes open at the sensation of a wet towel wiping her body. The night's darkness had surrounded them before she knew it. She tried to sit up as she listened to the sound of rain pouring over the tent, groaning at the touch she felt between her thighs. Riftan pushed her gently to lay back down and wiped her burning private area with a wet towel. "Lift your legs, I'll dress you up." Looking up at his figure outlined against the dark, Max slowly lifted her legs, allowing him to put on a clean pair of underwear. Then, he lifted her torso and pulled a clean tunic over her head like she was a little child. Max lowered the tunic down to her knees and leaned back on the covers. She heard Riftan turn and rummage through the bags. "We couldn't cook any meals as the rain continued pouring. Eat this for now." Max carefully accepted the food he handed her, which was an apple the size of a fist. She crunched on the apple while lying down on her stomach, not caring about proper etiquette anymore. Riftan pulled apart a stale bread into small pieces and gently pushed them in her mouth like he was feeding a bird. "We'll spend the night here. As soon as the rain stops, we'll start moving again." Riftan sat next to her with one leg outstretched. He looked at her hesitantly, then finally opened his lips and asked, "Does your body feel all right?" Max shifted her body to check for any discomfort, but quickly buried her face in the blankets with a groan. Her lower back was throbbing painfully as if she had been stabbed, and the sensitive area between her legs was sore and raw. Riftan seemed lost on what to do and caressed her back with a sigh. "Did I hurt you?" "And no. It doesn't hurt. It's a little hard to move." Riftan cursed and groaned loudly. "Damn it, I have been holding it back ever since. I didn't mean to do this. All of a sudden, I have lost control of my reins." "You have been holding back all this time?" A moment of silence passed through them, as if Riftan was surprised by her question. He remained motionless in the dark, then suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek. "How can you be so oblivious to a person's sufferings?" Max dropped her mouth in shock at the accusation of her being ignorant to Riftan. She always thought that she was the one who had always been the delicate and sensitive one, and that Riftan was an insensate man who had no slight knowledge about women. Max gaped at him, feeling the tingling on her cheek. "Riftan, you are weird. Suffering all day. How am I supposed to know you felt that way? On top of that, I didn't appear attractive." She didn't know how to describe her mortifying appearance to him without embarrassing herself. Her hair was sticking out everywhere thanks to the wind, her clothes were covered in dirt and her face was stained with sweat. Who would assume that he would lust over a woman who appeared as such? However, Riftan seemed to have a completely different way of seeing things from his point of view. He rubbed his forehead roughly with his calloused hand and replied, "With your face flushed, your eyes shining vividly, your clothes clinging to your body's figure from sweat, and your hair loose." He moaned and turned to stare blankly at the ceiling. "This is the hardest expedition I had in my entire life." I didn't know you were having a difficult time," Max muttered under her breath. She had a good knowledge about his energy when it came to intercourses, but it was shocking to hear him admit that he was holding back his lustful desires despite them being under a straining march. That may be the reason why he had been sleeping outside the tent all this time. Riftan sighed and pulled the blanket over her as she stared up at him blankly. "But still, I was planning to endure it until the end. I know you're overwhelmed just following the expedition. I should have let you rest a little more," he said and cursed softly. "I have lost my mind. It said nothing. I didn't dislike it. It just surprised me. And it was great," Max said without thinking and immediately turned red, but she didn't say it just to comfort him. She was ecstatic that he was losing his mind because of his desire for her. Max would never forget the gaze he gave her under the rain for the rest of her life. For the first time in her life, she felt like a breathtakingly beautiful creature, although it terrified her that such an exhilarating moment would never happen again in her lifetime. Max reached out and touched his arm. Riftan laid down next to her and embraced her tightly. "Don't say things like that. Do you really want to make me lose my mind?" He grumbled and rubbed his cheek caressingly against her shoulder. Max giggled at the warmth of his breath tickling her nape. She was utterly exhausted, but she was content and exalted more than ever. Max burrowed into his arms and fell asleep again while listening to the sound of rain. Under the oak tree. Chapter 195. The rain continued all night and barely abated at dawn. The knights crawled out of their tents before the sun had risen, preparing a bustling breakfast. Since no one had properly eaten last night, they wanted to prepare a hearty meal before leaving. Nothing was more important in surviving an arduous expedition than getting a good rest and eating well. Max blew the steam off the bowl of the potato stew that Riftan brought her and got dressed right after she finished it. Just as the sun peeked out from behind the flat plains, the expedition prepared for departure right away. Max secured the saddle on Rem's back, and just as she was about to climb on it, Riftan came up behind her and grabbed her arm. "As for you, you'll be in this." Max turned her eyes as he lifted the bitumen-lined cloth from the wagon. "Ride this thing for today." Max blushed when she realized he was worried that he might have heard her from last night's activities. "It's fine. I can ride a horse. It doesn't matter if you can ride, half of the supplies we brought have been consumed anyway. Conserve your strength as we travel on flat roads. Please do as the commander says. You have to regain your strength." The other knights actively agreed, expressing their opinions. Max was mortified to realize that everyone probably noticed what happened last night, but played innocent and nodded her head. As soon as she got on the wagon and sat, the knights immediately lined up and began to drive their horses through the lush green forest. Max watched as Rem graciously followed while being pulled by the reins held by Ulyshen, then sat back down on the thick layer of hay lining the bottom of the wagon. The wagon rattled a lot, but it was much more comfortable than riding a horse. She laid her back down on the bed of hay and earnestly dozed off. Fortunately, they didn't experience any monster attacks until they left Caldical Forest. Max was also able to rest soundly on the wagon for half a day, and when sunset came, her strength had remarkably returned. Max eagerly went around to help prepare dinner. Although Riftan was displeased to see her roaming around to help with the work, he didn't bother preventing her from doing so. She helped the apprentices boil the bean soup in a large pot over the fire, while the knights roasted 4 lumps of rabbit meat and skewers over the campfire. After the meal had been prepared, everyone sat around the fire and enjoyed the simple but sumptuous meal. Thanks to that untroublesome day, Max was able to move more agile than ever the following day. The expedition crossed the wide fields like a raging wind and passed over a small meadow full of wildflowers in a short time. Finally, the port appeared before them. Max's eyes widened at the magnificent scene unfolding at the bottom of the hills. The deep blue sea shone as if it were filled with gold, as the sun shone on it from the west. The docks were packed with ships and boats and stretched out in a crescent curve towards the calm sea. Max was impressed at the sight of the sea before her, then turned to look at the large city nestled comfortably within secure walls. Looking at the compacted multi-level buildings lined with intricate roads, she concluded that the population inhabiting the city was at least 2 or 3 times more than that of Anatole. Seeing the huge city, Hebaron cheerfully exclaimed, "We can finally take a breath. I'm desperate for ale." Riftan did not respond to his outburst and simply led the expedition down the hill in an instant. Once they had arrived, they went through the identification routine at the city gates and entered the city. Max roamed her eyes around, turning her head left and right curiously. There were countless taverns and inns lined up along the main street lit by torches. She could see drunken sailors and mercenaries and women with half of their breasts baring through the wide open door. Some of the women even leaned out the windows and blew kisses at the knights. Max hunched her shoulders, taken aback by the drunken laughter erupting from the ladies. Gable came to her side to warn her. A lot of low-class people live near the port. It may be too indecent for the ladies' eyes, so it is best not to look around. Max quickly turned her attention to the road in front of her. As if he had been there before, Riftan crossed the plaza and headed straight for the pier without looking around or asking for directions. Soon, Max saw the great ships and boats docked by the water. Riftan stopped in front of a crowded building facing the pier. "Evan, go announce our arrival and have servants come." Evan Crude immediately jumped off his horse as soon as he was ordered and entered the building. After a few minutes, several servants who were carrying lanterns ran out to welcome their arrival. Max dismounted from her horse and looked curiously at the 3-story stone-built building. Riftan suddenly approached her, putting his arm around her shoulder as if to protect her, and walked towards the entrance. "We will be staying here tonight." As they walked into the building, Max's eyes wandered at the smooth slate flooring, carpeted staircases, and tidily plastered white walls. The lavishness of the interior was incomparable to the cheap inns she saw along the way. What is this place?" "This property is owned by the Verdun family," Riftan explained as he led her up the stairs knowingly. "The Verdun's manages several merchant ships owned by the royal family. It is headed by the king's cousin, Duke Verdun, so they don't expect hefty grants and accommodate large expedition groups like ours." We will be chartering one of their ships. The servant guided the knights to their respective rooms, and Riftan led her to a luxurious room occupied by a large bed. One by one he took off his heavy armor and laid it on the floor. Max went to open the windows and gazed out at the sea, which had turned red as it got engulfed by the setting sun. The piscine scent from the sea breeze tickled her nose, and the harsh crash of the waves against the pier sounded vividly. Looking out into the infinite horizon, Max's heart filled with incomprehensible emotions. The sea was much more impressive and glorious than how it was described in the books. I have ordered the servants to bring a bath. Do you have clean clothes left to change into? Max shook her head as she looked up at him. After removing all of his heavy armor, Riftan walked towards her and swept back the locks of hair away from her face. Then you will have no choice but to sleep naked tonight. Her cheeks flushed at the sexual implications behind his words, but Riftan simply cupped her cheeks in his rough hands and planted a soft kiss on her lips. Are you exhausted? I'm fine. In truth, Max was extremely drained, but if she said that to Riftan, he would have left immediately and returned only after midnight. Wrapping her arms around his waist, Max rubbed her face against his sturdy chest. Riftan stiffened and blinked blankly at her sudden boldness, then sat down by the windows next to her with a smile. He then carefully released her tightly braided hair and ran his fingers carefully through the loosened strands. Max leaned into him, enjoying the feel of him combing his long fingers through her tangled hair. Riftan stroked through the tangles for a while, then moved to massage the tightly knotted muscles on her shoulders with his palms. By the time her shoulders relaxed, the servants arrived with bath water and clean towels. They took off their clothes and sat closely together in the bathtub, washing each other's bodies. She lathered his hair generously with soap and he gently rubbed her back and shoulders with a towel. After cleaning themselves thoroughly, they dried off and lay down on the bed, bringing their lips together, sharing a long, passionate kiss. Now that they had reached their destination safely, Riftan acted much gentler and more relaxed than he had during the expedition. He took his time, touching every inch of her skin, preparing it before entering her body and moving slowly like gentle waves. Max was absolutely lost in his embrace. His hands became more skillful as time passed by. She adored his powerful body crushing her, the hot lips trailing her skin, the feeling of him filling the entrance between her legs and the sensual tingles it gave her. They did it again and again until they were utterly exhausted, collapsing on the feather bed. They filled their stomachs with plenty of fruit and hearty meals seasoned with spices, until they were languid. They slept with their limbs intertwined like vines. It was a sweet and relaxing time spent after a course of a few weeks. However, that peaceful moment came to a terrifying end at the light of the next day. Riftan returned with a solemn face and quickly donned his armor while Max packed up the clean clothes that the maids washed last evening. Their journey wasn't over, it had just begun. For the next 7 or 10 days, they would travel by ship to Lavon, the capital of Levedon. And after that, the Ream Dragon Knights would head into a long battle against the army of trolls awaiting them. Max's face clouded as she remembered what happened to the expedition team that had gone before them. It wasn't the time for her to feel relieved just because they had safely reached the port. A more difficult journey was bound in the future. Max came downstairs with Riftan for breakfast, then they headed to the dock with the knights. Huge ships lined the wharf, and on board were soot-covered sailors rushing up and down to move barrels of goods. Some of them inspected the mast, ropes, and sails. Max couldn't take her eyes off the bustling, noisy harbor full of people. Riftan went to speak to the captain in front of the ship anchored at the far end of the dock. According to Hebaron, having a competent captain was the most vital condition when traveling out at sea. That is why it was important to take time making sure that the captain was a trustworthy man. The captain responded with calm professionalism to each and every one of Riftan's tenacious and meticulous questions, not showing any hint of displeasure. All preparations for departure have been completed a few days ago. Before the princess left for Levedon, she had ordered for everything you will need to be prepared so that the Ream Dragon Knights could board the ship the moment they arrive. Max's eyes widened at the mention of the word princess. Princess Agnes also went to Levedon? Unlike her, Riftan remained calm, as if he had expected that. When did the royal knights leave? They arrived here about 4 days ago and immediately went to Levedon. Any news from Levedon? The captain shook his head grimly. It seems that there has been no one able to escape since the enemy's capture of Louisville Castle. No one knows about the details about the situation other than that there is a battle raging on to retake the lands conquered by the monsters. Riftan's face hardened, and the knights' faces darkened as they listened from behind. The captain grew nervous at the sudden grim aura that hovered over them. If you wish, we can set sail immediately. There is already plenty of food and water loaded on board. Is there enough room for the horses? Of course, the stables on board are also well maintained. Riftan took with him some of the knights and went on the ship to inspect its condition, then concluded that they could set sail immediately. The knights brought their horses out of the lodge and boarded them to the ship's stables. Max got on board and allowed a sailor to handle boarding Rem, in case the horse got spooked by the new surroundings and ran wild. As soon as she stood on the deck of the ship, her heart began to pound with fear and strange excitement. Max inhaled deeply and gazed far out at the calm sea that glistened under the sunlight. "Maxie, don't stay so close to the railings." Riftan, who was supervising the boarding of the horses, beckoned her over. She felt embarrassed for acting like an excited child when they were going to head into battle. Regaining her composure, Max walked over to him. Under the oak tree. Chapter 196. Riftan wrapped his arm around her shoulders like he was gripping the reins of a foal. "I'll show you the room where we'll be staying in." Max followed him down the stairs and glanced up at him. "Will it be fine for you not to make sure the horses entered the stables?" "The knights will handle that," he replied reassuringly as they walked down the hallway, which was glistening with wax like it was polished with oil, and opened the most secluded room. Max peeked curiously inside the cabin from Riftan's side and observed the dimly lit room. The room cannot be compared to the room at Calyp's castle, but it was spacious and luxurious enough. She hurried in and plopped on the fluffy bed while Riftan lowered their luggage from his shoulder to the side of the bed with a sound of a thud. "All the sailors here are men. There are no female servants around to serve you, so if you will be needing anything, tell me," he said as he opened the small porthole next to the table. The sunlight seeping through it casted a glow on his face. "Don't wander around alone either. No one would dare to do anything to you knowing that you are my wife, but it is better to be cautious regardless." Even without his undue concern, Max doubted anyone would pay attention to her, but she just nodded without saying a word. After a while, they climbed back to the deck when the ship began moving away from the dock. The sailors were busy running around the deck, fulfilling their designated tasks. As the ship moved away from land, the sailors pulled the ropes that hung from the mast, letting dozens of sails unravel. Max stood by the railing and watched the enormous ship sail into the rough seas. Whenever a strong wave hits the hull, a subtle rocking motion could be felt beneath. Then, the winds began to pick up and the sails inflated like the clouds. The wind blew hard enough to feel like someone was pushing their backs. Max clung to Riftan's side as she tried to adjust to the strange sensation of sailing on water. And as if he wanted to reassure her that everything was fine, he gently stroked her back. "This is your first time on a boat. It is possible for you to feel dizzy. Avoid looking down at the waters until you've adjusted. Don't focus on the rocking motion either, as you might get seasick." Max was already feeling a bit dizzy, so she took his advice and stepped away from the railings. She looked over the stern and watched as the city grew farther away from them. Soon, it became a mere hazy dot and they floated lonesome in the middle of the sea. After feeling the sea breeze for a little more while with Riftan, she went back to their room to retire. Their first day on the ship has gone by very peacefully. Although Max did feel nauseous for hours when they sailed, she felt better enough after a nap and was able to eat properly when evening came. She went to the dining room with Riftan, ate, and went to bed early. Despite having a nap, her body was heavy, and her limbs felt languid. Perhaps, all the fatigue that had accumulated were crashing to her at once. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep. The next day, she did not get up until the sun was in the middle of the sky. "How's your seasickness?" Riftan approached with a cup of water as she dazedly sat up. Max gulped down the lukewarm water and looked at her husband. Riftan wore a pair of casual cotton pants paired with a simple white tunic. Not donning an armor, Riftan looked much younger and refreshed. "Do you still feel nauseous?" "And no. I think I'm fine now." "Don't strain yourself, stay here and rest. You don't have to worry about treating the injured nor ride horses while we're on board. Do you want me to bring you some food?" "I would like to wash my face and change my clothes first." Riftan immediately left to instruct the servants to bring food and water for a wash. Soon, a boy no more than 16 years old brought the water and Max used that to clean her face, then combed her hair, gathering it into a loose braid. As she was rummaging in her bags for a change of clothes, Riftan handed her a box. "I made a favor to get this." Max's eyes widened when she saw an indigo blue dress revealed inside the velvet box. Riftan looked over her outfit with a disapproving look. "Now, change from those damn pants." "What's wrong with pants?" Max muttered with a pout but pulled the dress meekly out of the box. It had been so long since she had felt the velvety smoothness of silk that she couldn't help but have her face light up from the feeling. Max spread the dress over her body to see the fit with an excited expression. Riftan went and closed the door to the room tightly, then turned to her and stretched out his hand. "I'll dress you, turn around. I can put it on myself." Max hugged the dress to her chest defensively, and Riftan narrowed his eyes at her reaction. "I'm not planning to do anything foolish until you've completely adjusted on living in a ship. So, don't worry about anything and hand me your clothes." Max narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously, but finally relented and handed over the dress. Riftan pulled her tunic over her head and loosened the strings to her trousers, pulling it down to the floor. He paused to stare at her body for a moment with his jaw clenched, then placed the dress over her head. Max inserted her arms through the long sleeves, gleeful at the feel of cool silk cascading gently over her skin. With great restraint, Riftan pulled the hem of the dress down to her ankles. Then, he gently pulled on the intricate laces at the back and tied them in a knot. "Great. It looks good on you." He turned her around and ran his eyes over her from head to toe. Max blushed when she felt the subtle heated aura around them, but contrary to her expectations, Riftan took a step back and bluntly turned his head away. "You seem to be feeling better now, so let's have breakfast at the dining hall." "Let's go, it's better to leave the room before my mind changes." Max followed him silently out of the room without asking what he meant. They went a level down and entered the dining hall where they ate a late breakfast before climbing up to the deck. The sky was clear and blue and not a single cloud was in sight. Max ran to the railing and gazed out at the deep blue sea with linings of white waves. Riftan walked over to her and leaned his elbows against the railing. "If the weather stays like this, we can get to Lavon in a week." "How far is the bee battle?" "From Lavon? About 3 to 4 days away. When we arrive in Lavon, we shall first pass through the central temple. If our timing is correct, we can join the holy knights sent from Osiria and leave with them for battle." Suddenly, tension spread across his face. "You shall stay at the temple. I will arrange for you to stay at the monastery." Max stiffened. When she didn't reply at once to his statement, he stood up and anxiously placed his hands on her to face him. "If you don't want to stay in the monastery, I can speak to the Levaton royal family and they can provide you with a place to stay in the palace. I don't want to be left alone. In an unfamiliar place. If I come along with you, Riftan." Max quickly closed her mouth when she saw her husband's face distort into a chilling frown. Riftan then spoke calmly, but it was scarier that way. "It was already an incredibly difficult decision to bring you along all this way, so enough with that. But the knights need a healer. There are plenty of archmages and high priests in Levaton, so there is no reason for you to go into further risks." Max's head dropped depressingly. She learned from time that the calmer Riftan is when he argues with her, the more dangerous it is than when he raised his voice. She swallowed dryly, then replied in a dejected tone. "I understand. Then, I'll stay at the monastery." Riftan's shoulders visibly relaxed at her consent. Then, he gently stroked her cheek as if to soothe her. "Don't worry about it, I'll make sure your stay there will be as comfortable as possible. Lavon Monastery is massive and luxurious, it wouldn't be a bad place to stay at." Max let out a sigh. Did he sincerely believe that she would be able to live comfortably knowing that he was going to be in the face of danger? If staying by his side meant she had to ride horses all day until her hips broke, or sleep every night on lumpy dirt grounds, then she will sign up without hesitation. She came so far, struggling and undergoing many hardships, but she never regretted a single second of it. She was truly upset, but she turned and looked out to the sea to hide it. Riftan embraced her silently from behind. When she felt his warm and strong body against her back, she felt even more helpless. Once the ship docked again, she would have to see him off. She felt a gloomy wind blow against her heart, thinking that she would have to stay in the monastery alone until the battle is over. Max leaned her head back weakly against his chest. Their voyage continued without a hitch. The ship's hull would rock violently while sailing through strong winds and large waves, but held steady on course. Max was very nervous at first. Now she didn't even blink at the ship's slight rocking. However, Max would pretend to be afraid because every time the ship swayed, Riftan would hold her tight and assure her that everything would be all right. Life at sea was monotonous, but she didn't feel bored at all. Riftan was almost always with her except when he would go to the ship's controls. Max was more content than ever. She would beg Riftan to teach her how to use the dagger he had gifted her or learn to play a game of dice that the knights most enjoyed. No matter how much she bothered him, Riftan never showed a hint of irritation or annoyance. And although she won the dice game against Riftan a lot of times, he would only smile genuinely at her and rip off the gold buttons on his clothes and give it to her as the prize. Then when night came, he would wash her and brush her hair, like a loyal servant. Sometimes Max even read books to him. When she was too sore for any love activity, they would sit together on the bed and she would read aloud tales of epic ancient heroes or romantic poetry written by bards. He would rest his head on her lap and close his eyes as if he was listening to a sweet music. No matter how bad her stuttering was, she never felt pathetic or foolish when it was around him. Their time together was so precious that Max even wished the ship would be lost at sea forever. But every time she thought about that, she would be racked with guilt at the thought of Ruth and the other knights with their lives hanging by a thread. Of course, she was worried about them, but her heart felt like she was being engulfed in flames just thinking that Riftan would leave for such a dangerous place. Max clung passionately to his arms to ward off anxiety every night, and Riftan would reciprocate by lovingly caressing every inch of her body. He would only take her when he couldn't hold it back anymore, and Max reacted more intimately at the sensation of their connected bodies. However, after their intense passion, all she could hear were the lonely waves amidst a gloomy silence. Under the oak tree. Chapter 197. Whenever she laid on top of Riftan's chest, she felt so close to him, as if even their souls merged to become one. His soft breath tickled the top of her head, and the pounding of his heart against her chest felt as if it was her own. At that moment, Max realized that she could no longer live without him. Her heart desired to possess him completely. She needed Riftan, much like a newborn chick, blindly chasing its mother hen. However, to her dismay, the moment of goodbye drew closer with time. "Don't leave the room tonight." Riftan, who returned from the deck after speaking with the captain, instructed her with a serious expression. Max was sitting on the bed, reading a book, and looked up at him in surprise. Riftan walked over to where his armor was sitting for days now and wore them piece by piece. Max grew more and more agitated at the sight. What happened?" "It's nothing, I'm just preparing for possible danger." Danger?" Riftan tightened his belt and fastened the cuirass, then turned to her and frowned when he saw her. He sighed and touched her face, which had a pale complexion. "The ship will sail through a cove of sirens. If we aren't fortunate, a battle might erupt." Max swallowed hard and her throat felt tight. Sirens were monsters infamous for wrecking ships and drawing the souls of sailors with their seductive voices. She had completely forgotten about monsters, given how peaceful things had been lately. Riftan fastened his scabbard around his waist and left the room again, so Max was left alone. She anxiously rummaged through the bookshelves and peered out of the porthole. On the silver horizon, a thick veil of mist slowly crept up. "Are we passing through the Siren's Cove right now?" Max wondered as she looked up at the tall ivory rocks covered in moss. Her spine shook and she closed the porthole. Contrary to what they feared, there were no sirens that appeared even as the ship passed between the rocks of the cove. Max relaxed a bit and sat back to read her book. However, she could not focus and understand the words she read. For a long time she flipped through folk tales, which she read twice passively. She was overwhelmed with the need to see what was happening and slipped out of the cabin. Then, she heard faint voices singing from somewhere. Nervous that it might be the tantalizing calls of the sirens, she walked towards the sound. As she got closer, the song became clearer, and her tensed shoulders relaxed. It was the voices of the sailors singing. Unable to overcome her curiosity, Max hurriedly made her way up to the deck. The roaring voices of the sailors echoed loudly over the reddish sunset-lit deck. The men carried large buckets of water and were busy pulling ropes and adjusting the sails while they sang in chorus, briskly stomping their feet to a rhythm. "Hey-ya, hey-ya, row the oars. Through the waves high as Mount Tyson, we'll sail to the end of this sea. To the place where the sun sleeps. To the end of the shining horizon where Adrena's paradise might be. Though a typhoon hits, no one can stop us. Hey-ya, hey-ya, row the oars. We'll sail to the end of this sea." Max was puzzled at the booming voices that filled her ears. A young knight in armor who was patrolling the railings spotted Max and strode towards her. She recognized him. He was a young knight named Jacques Bremen. He looked at her with a serious expression and calmly reprimanded her. "Lady Calypse, you shouldn't be wandering alone." I know. It's just. I heard the singing and I was wondering what was going on." The knight squinted at the singing sailors. "It is said that this is the most effective way to drown out the songs of the sirens and prevent sailors from being enchanted and ramming the ship into the reefs." They will be singing all night long until we pass safely through the sirens' territories. All night? Max's eyes widened and the young knight smiled bitterly. I understand it's very loud, but please endure it. We must put safety as our top priority. It is said that if they continue singing loudly, not only sirens, but mermen as well won't approach near our ship. ISC. Max gazed out at the bright red sea that sparkled gold, as she listened to the roar of the men echoing over the rippling waves. As the young knight explained, with such powerful voices the captivating songs of the sirens would unlikely be heard. Max returned to her cabin while the sailors continued to sing even after the sun had set. She ate the food one of the servants brought her as she listened to the loud singing. The song was crude and could never be called sweet, but the sailors' lively voices meant that everything was safe. Soon, the singing served to calm her. After finishing her meal, Max went to lay on the bed and tried going to sleep. However, as she sank deeper into the night, her mind only became more and more anxious. She tossed and turned all night, and when the bluish glow of dawn peeked in, she immediately jumped out of bed and ran onto the deck. The sailors still sang to the melodies played on shaman mandolin. However, they were so exhausted from staying awake all night long that they didn't sing as loudly as the day before. Max quietly listened to the melodies echoing in the dark and turned around from the deck and headed to the ship's stern. There, she saw sailors sitting in the middle, forming a circle and using overturned wooden crates as chairs. The knights, on the other hand, guarded the railings and had quivers strapped to their back, filled with long arrows. Max looked around and saw Riftan among them, then walked away. However, as if Riftan had felt her presence, he turned his head around and frowned when he saw her, then followed Max. Why are you already out here? It's still not safe yet. Max was startled with his sudden approach, then snuggled closely next to him. She squinted her eyes, looking out at the dark sea. At a distance, above the roaring waves, were high rocks surrounded by a thick mist. Even if we're this far, it's still not as safe? There's no way to know if we are safe. There are rare cases when ships get chased. Don't be so uptight, Commander. Even if they do chase us, there will be no problem as long as we drown the sirens singing with ours. Hebaron, who was leaning against the railings, suddenly intervened. He yawned loudly and indiscreetly, and smiled mischievously at Max. I have been listening all night to the loud voices of men, my head hurts. Doesn't the lady have something to say? I need to clean my ears with a lady's gentle voice. Stop with the BLLSHT and get lost. Riftan grunted unpleasantly and bared his teeth, but Hebaron didn't even flinch. Don't be so prissy, Commander. You should know, a man's heart must be as wide as the great, vast seas. Shut your mouth before I throw you into the sea. Riftan replied with a bark and placed a hand on Max's back, leading her towards where the knights and sailors gathered. We made a meat stew to eat as replenishment for the energies we lost from staying awake through the night. While you're up here on the deck, have a bowl of it too. As they approached the large cauldron, a sailor poured the thick steaming stew into a clean bowl and handed it to Max. She gratefully accepted the steaming bowl and sat on a large crate. Riftan sat next to her with his own bowl, and they sipped their meals. She stirred the soup with her spoon and looked at the sailors' faces. After a long night, everyone seemed exhausted from singing all night. Most of their faces were gaunt, but some of the sturdier sailors continued to hum tunes near the stern. A young sailor playing a mandolin approached Riftan while she was gazing at them. Great night, may I offer to play a song for your beloved wife? Max's eyes flew up at the sudden request, and Riftan, who was drinking soup, stopped and scowled at the sailor. The sailor continued politely. It's sickening to repeatedly hear the songs of the sea we sang all night. If there is a particular song the lady wishes to hear, then I will put all my heart into singing it. Riftan looked at him silently and then turned to Max. Is there a song you would like to hear? Suddenly, all the sailors and knights turned to look towards her. Max shook her head. And nothing in particular. I am well versed with a lot of folk songs as well. I'll play any song that the lady will request. Max looked at the sailor's face, full of anticipation. She couldn't refuse, her face scrunched to a difficult expression as she tried to think. When she was still at Castle Kwa, there were many songs performed by the bards, but when asked directly what song she would like to hear, nothing occurred to her. Max searched her mind, looking side to side. Then suddenly, she remembered the song performed during the Anatole Spring Festival. I don't know its title. But it's a song I heard at a village festival. Does the lady remember the lyrics? The sailor tilted his head at her vague request. She hummed some verses she remembered hearing, as she struggled to search her memories. Then, the sailor's face lit up with a wide smile as if he recognized it. That is Adelian's poetry. It is a folk song that has been sung since the founding of the Rome era. It is also my favorite song. I shall sing and play it well for the lady. The sailor adjusted his posture and began to strum the mandolin in his hand. Max smiled as the familiar tone restored her warm nostalgia for spring. The tempo was slower compared to what she heard from the festival, and Max was taken aback by the melancholic melody. Soon, the young sailor's charming baritone voice resounded softly. The night kissed the nymph's face and flew far into the distant sky. The oak tree he loved, left alone on the hill, amidst the wind, its delicate branches swayed. Please, dragon, take his shattered broken body to the land of eternal rest. From this chaotic land, darling, far away. Ah, Tilda, darling, I will love you until the day I breathe my last breath. Max leaned on Riftan's shoulders as she savored the resounding delicate tune of the mandolin. It wasn't that long ago, but the moment when she was dancing on the fields felt so far away. Under the oak tree. Chapter 198. The knights who were leaning against the railings all applauded after the performance. Even Max clapped her hands and praised the sailor. It was a pleasing performance. But compared to the song I heard back in the festival, I think it's a little different. The lyrics and verses of Adelian's poetry slightly vary from region to region. That was the second verse of the song that originated from Gillian, the capital of Rome. Didn't the lady find the lyrics to her liking? Max quickly shook her head. It was a very beautiful song. I'm glad the lady says she enjoyed it. The sailor's mouth widened into a gleeful smile. He placed an arm in front of his belly and bowed politely. Riftan, who was silently sipping his soup next to Max, searched his pockets and threw a dinar at the sailor. It's a reward for making my wife happy. Whenever you have spare time, play her the songs she requests to hear. It will be a pleasure. The sailor smiled, delighted at the generous reward that is a gold coin. Riftan set his empty bowl aside, then urged Max to finish hers as well. When she finished her stew, the pale glow of dawn was approaching. She watched the silvery white rays of sun that shone over the dark blue sea, then Riftan escorted her back to their room. He stood by the doorway and gently caressed her cheek. Get some more sleep. We'll get out of the dangerous waters at noon. Riftan, are you not tired? A faint smile was seen on Riftan's lips at Max's worried expression. This is nothing. Don't worry about me and be at ease. Then, he lowered his head to place a kiss on her forehead and closed the door. Max smiled bitterly. Riftan didn't seem to be aware that it was impossible for her to do what he says, to not care about him and put her feelings at ease. Max trudged to the porthole and gazed out at the turbulent sea. The ship sailed forward vigorously through the waves, and for a long time, only the sounds of the waves were heard amidst the suffocating silence. Soon, the towering rocks that were dimly seen at the other side of the sea grew out of sight. When they had sailed completely out of the Sirens' territories, the weary sailors descended from the deck to eat and sleep properly. The knights also removed their armors and went to rest. Only Riftan climbed up on the bridge, discussed with the captain of the ship, and held his vigilance. The sun was already setting when he finally returned to the room to take off his armor and eat a proper meal. The captain said that by tomorrow morning at the latest, we will be able to reach the banks of the Chrysempt River. Then, we'll reach Lavon after sailing through the river for half a day. Max's eyes widened, her heart beating loudly and sinking at the same time. Riftan gulped down some ale and continued to speak in a blunt tone. It was a usually bustling and noisy city, but the situation may not be as pleasant, as these days there's a possibility that an army of trolls would lurk to strike their heads. Don't mind it if people seem to appear a little wary. Is it possible for dangerous situations to happen in the capital? That will never happen. He finished the meal set on the table in an instant and asserted coldly as he munched on an apple. The monsters won't travel further south. We will reclaim the castle they have captured and rescue the expedition team that went before us. You will stay in the monastery for only a few months. He threw the apple seed out of the ship and licked the fruit's juice off his fingers. Although he appeared like a relaxed tiger resting on top of a rock, there was a determined glint in his eyes. I will put an end to this war before the wind season arrives and take you back to Anatole. You'll only have to wait for a little more. Max felt her heart pounding loudly against her chest and her throat tightening. The fire season had barely begun, and even Riftan, who was usually confident, expected the battle to last at least months. She licked her parched lips, then Riftan pulled her to his lap and embraced her. She was trembling with the fear of their upcoming separation and burrowed herself deeply into his arms, like a child who had just woken up from a nightmare. She couldn't let it sink in that tomorrow he would go away from her. Max wrapped her arms around his neck, embracing him tightly enough to the point that it strained their breathing. Riftan took a deep breath and buried his face in her hair. Then her nape, which was cold in the night air, suddenly heated up from Riftan's hot breath. Max muttered in a trembling voice against his shoulder. "You must. Hurry and come back to me." "I will." Riftan's body also faintly trembled. He enclosed her in his arms and laid her against the bed. Max gazed up at him, her eyes shaking as she felt her blood rushing quickly. Riftan caressed her mounts over her thin robe and spread feathery kisses on her temples down to her nape. His damp lips wandered in the dip of her collarbones, then moved to the valley between her breasts. He lifted his head and captured her lips with his, and Max closed her eyes, lost in the heat that made her feel like it was melting her whole being. The next day, Max woke up to the sound of the seabirds. She rose from her bed, approached the porthole, and looked out to see birds soaring over the glimmering waters, flapping their wings. She was staring dazed at them, when Riftan also woke up and stood from the bed to follow and embrace her from behind. "What are you looking at so interestingly?" "I heard the sound of bee birds. There have been no seabirds in sight. Until now. Birds are usually only seen when it's near land. Rarely do they fly out to the middle of the sea." Riftan traced the bridge of his nose against Max's nape and gazed out at the sea with his dark eyes. A weak sigh escaped from between his lips. "It seems like we'll reach our destination earlier than we have planned to. We must prepare to board off the ship." He then slowly pulled his body away from hers. Max used all of her self-control to keep herself from clinging onto him. They washed their bodies in silence with the clean water brought by one of the servants and changed into tidy clothes. As always, Riftan took care of putting his armor on his own and went out of the room. Max then followed shortly after and went up to the deck. As Riftan had said, land then began to slowly appear from the far edge of the horizon. "All sailors, go down and man the oars." At the captain's command, the sailors rushed down the stairs to the oars. Soon, the ship cautiously approached the land, avoiding reefs as it drew closer inland. Shortly after advancing through the rocky interior, a wide triangular estuary linking the emerald waters of Chrysanthemum River in the West Sea came to sight. The sailors pulled up the sails and tightened the ropes, then rowed vigorously up the river. The knights who were dressed in full armor went down to the stables to place saddles on the horses and load their luggage. Ulysses and Garo took Max's luggage and placed a saddle on Rem. Max looked intently at the few cabins and other ferries lined up along the riverbank amidst the intense shaking and rocking, consequences of navigating through the river. Waterfowls were plunging their heads into the wide river to snatch a fish, before flying back into the sky. She also saw small merchant ships passing by, loaded with plentiful goods. As they sailed upriver, the number of ships and boats increased and soon a large pier lined with huge ships appeared. Placing a hand on the railing, Riftan spoke. "That's Lavon, the capital of Levaton." Max stared at the huge harbor in amazement. There were dozens of giant ships and tall white buildings stacked evenly throughout the city. It would be unfair to simply call Levaton a neighboring country when the sheer exotic atmosphere exuded from its appearance. All of Lavon's buildings were either square or vaulted, completely straying away from the traditional architectural style of ancient Rome, whose building roofs were pointed into spires. The buildings in Lavon were also incredibly pure white. "That is the monastery where you will be staying." Riftan pointed to the huge temple perched beside a mountain. Looking at the white structure surrounded by ivory pillars with a curious gaze, it appeared completely different from what Max had expected. Just the outside alone was different from the desolate, restricted monastery she knew. Instead of a monastery, it looks more like an ancient temple. As you can see, all the buildings follow the pre-Rome-era style. This is because Levaton preserved the ancient-era architectural designs and lifestyles. Most of the country, except for the northern regions, follows the Protestant doctrine. It wasn't surprising that Riftan knew so much history given the amount of time he spent in Levaton as a mercenary. "It's not as restrictive as you think, the people are much more free-spirited here." Max felt a little relieved. Ever since she was a child, she had been educated harshly by a cold priest, who was adamant about the doctrines of the Catholic Church, so she secretly worried about staying in a monastery where the lifestyle is usually strict. As their ship drew closer to the harbor, the sailors ran busily around the deck, tossing out thick ropes, lowering the anchors and tying the ship tightly to the dock. Seeing Wheaton's flag fluttering in the wind, a curious crowd gathered near their ship. The sailors quickly lowered the gangplank and fixed the sturdy board firmly to the ground, before the knights led their horses down in a single file. As soon as the people of Levedon realized that the strongest knight in the world had come to rescue Levedon from the crisis, they began to chant loudly in unison. Rasamui Calypse. The warm welcome was extremely enthusiastic, so Max's worry of needing to be vigilant was washed away. She climbed onto Rem and followed the knights through the overwhelming crowd. Riftan's strong aura emanated immensely as he led the knights at the forefront. His strong, masculine perched face, on top of his large black horse, gave off an authoritative air as he looked straight ahead, something that nobles could only wish to possess. Paired with his broad, powerful shoulders and long, thick legs that were in perfect control of his warhorse, he radiated a restrained power. The people of Levedon, who gathered around the harbor to see the knight who vanquished the dragon, seemed completely enchanted by him. Wherever the Ream Dragon Knights passed, they showered them with colorful flowers and waved their white handkerchiefs enthusiastically. You persevered and came all this way, Whedon's strongest knight, Sir Riftan Calypse. Thank you for coming to Levedon's aid. Knights bearing the seal and white flag of the Levedon royal family approached after they passed through the main road and marched to get to the Great Hall. Max poked her head from behind and saw about 30 knights, clad in silver-gray armor, standing in the middle of the boulevard. And at the head, a middle-aged man greeted them atop a reddish-brown warhorse. Riftan moved towards him and spoke bluntly. It's been a while, Grand Duke Dragarin. The Grand Duke gave him a wide smile and his formal tone immediately changed as if he was addressing an old friend. I'm honored that you remember my name. It's been 6 years. No, another year has already passed, so it has been 7 years since you gave my younger brother a good beating. Max started sweating profusely at the nobleman's words. She wondered if this nobleman had hostility towards Riftan. However, contrary to her concern, the man simply led his horse to Riftan's side, and with a friendly smile, extended his hand towards Riftan. I heard that you've become greater of a knight than you already were back then. It's surprising how manly you have become. Sejur will surely become furious once he discovers your physique has grown more significant than his. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 199. Is Sejur Aran in Louisbelle? Riftan asked while lightly clasping the outstretched hand of the Archduke. Archduke Aran's smile faded from his lips and he nodded calmly. He's trying to rally the scattered Allied forces to face the Troll army. How many additional reinforcements have been deployed? 3,500 in total, including the knights. The Archduke replied in a concise tone, then continued. Whedon's royal family sent 1,500 troops and Balto sent 2,000. As soon as they arrived, they immediately left for the battlefield. Have the Holy Knights arrived? The Knights of Osiria are traveling inland, so it will take them some more time before they get here. The Archduke turned his horse and rode alongside Riftan. Let us head to the royal castle first. We have prepared a welcoming banquet for the Ream Dragon Knight. Riftan shook his head. I don't intend on wasting time. We have already eaten and drank our fill on the ship. We shall stop by the central temple, prepare the ranks, and leave for Louisbelle immediately. Still as impatient as ever. The Grand Duke sighed. If that is the Sir's wish, then I shall guide you to the central temple. He motioned for the royal knights of Levedon to follow him and the men drove their horses to follow his direction, then began to traverse the main road. The crowd paved the way for them, immediately splitting left and right to clear the road. Max and the Ream Dragon Knights rode their horses in an organized line. The streets were lined with rows of green fresh laurels, and crude stone buildings lined either side of the wide road made of flat stones in perfect symmetry. They marched for quite some time before a large, open courtyard with a fountain appeared. In the middle, there was a wide stone staircase that led to the central temple. The Grand Duke stopped in front of the stairs and began to give a brief explanation. The building at the top of the stairs is the central temple. The sanctuary and infirmary are on the right side behind the chapel, and the guards post are on the left. The knights' lodgings are located just behind the guards post. Max stared in amazement at the splendor before her. The temple exuded a certain sense of calm with its rustic yet elegant appearance. 6 ivory-colored pillars stood tall to support a huge circular turquoise ceiling carved in marble. Rome's first emperor, Darian, could be seen along Uigru, the first 12 knights and the celestial dragon, defending the men. While looking at the surprisingly detailed and delicate image, Ulysses gently approached her. "Milady, I'll help you descend from your horse." Max hurriedly lowered her gaze. Soon, Riftan and the Ream Dragon Knights got off their horses and headed towards the stairs. She also swiftly came down from Rem with the help of Eulision. As she followed the men who were heading to the stairs, priests in monastic robes appeared out of the temple. The knights then entrusted their horses to them and went inside the temple. Max stroked Rem to calm the horse, who was unfamiliar with the surroundings, then handed the reins to one of the priests. Afterwards, she walked into the temple's entrance. Levedon's temple exuded a sensual atmosphere, so unlike the church buildings in Whedon. The temple's arched ceilings were covered in ancient paintings and colorful rays poured out of the stained glasses that filled the huge windows. The priests' robes were also far from pretentious, they were made of stiff dark brown cloth that reached their toes with a twisted rope as a belt. An elderly man, who seemed to have the highest authority among the priests, stepped towards Riftan and Archduke Aron. "Welcome to the Lord's resting place. These precious guests came from Whedon to aid Levedon. Will you allow them to stay in the temple until they leave for Louisville?" As the Archduke spoke, the elderly priest's pale blue eyes flew towards Riftan and the Reamdragon Knights. "Of course, I shall tend to them with hospitality. Please tell me if you need anything. We won't be staying for long. We shall leave immediately once we have gathered enough supplies and armory. We'll also be needing a high priest who could accompany us on our journey to Louisville." The old priest, who was looking into Riftan's eyes, nodded slowly and whispered an instruction to the priest standing on his right. The priest who received the instructions immediately left the line to do the tasks. "I shall immediately call for 2 high priests. We shall also provide the supplies you will be needing. We'll help prepare and replenish your weapons and armory. 300 elite knights of Levedon are to accompany the Reamdragon Knights." Archduke Aron declared and pointed to the line of knights who stood outside of the temple. "Leave the preparations to us, the guests shall rest and relax until everything is ready for departure." As soon as they finished exchanging words, the priests split into 2 groups to guide the knights. They passed through the arched doors, then through a cast garden doused in sunlight and through an orchard densely populated with pomegranate trees. A grayish-white building, surrounded by beautiful cypress trees, soon appeared before the stone paths. The knights followed the priest and entered the building that had a cozy atmosphere. Before them appeared a large 2-story hall that could accommodate at least 800 people. "This is where pilgrims come to rest. We will prepare a meal right away, please rest comfortably in the meantime." When the priests left, the knights let out a long sigh as they slumped on the thick padded chairs or opened the even partitions and laid out cots. The apprentices ran hurriedly towards them to help them remove their armor, all while looking curiously around the room. Max also wandered her eyes, looking at the paintings on the wall and the intricate carvings on the pillars. She was only pulled out from her daze when Riftan called out to her. He was sitting across the Archduke on a long table, waving his hand at her. "Maxie, come here." He beckoned her. She hesitated for a moment then walked towards him. The Archduke's curious brown eyes flew to her. Riftan placed his large hand on her small back, as if claiming her as his own, and spoke. "This is my wife, Maximilian. I would like to ask a favor from the Archduke, to take care of her in my absence." "Your wife?" the man exclaimed as he gawked at her to the point that it embarrassed Max. She struggled not to hunch her shoulders, then the man stroked his neatly arranged beard and tilted his head to the side in disbelief. "Of course, I will do my best to ensure her safety and comfort, but I don't understand. Why did you bring your wife on such a dangerous expedition?" "Lady Calypse is an excellent healer." Baron, who was hunched over in his chair at the end of the table sipping wine, chimed in. "Since the Wizard of Reamdragon was sent with the troop that went before us, Lady Calypse had no choice but to take his place." "I see." The Grand Duke's face softened as he looked at her. "It must have been very difficult to come along all this way. I will arrange a place in the royal castle for the lady right away so she can live comfortably. I intend for her to stay in the monastery." Riftan immediately corrected him. "I heard that there are plenty of Levedon's noble ladies who are currently staying in Lavon's great temple. Could you arrange for her to stay there?" "That wouldn't be difficult for me to do. But wouldn't it be better for her to stay in the castle? I don't want my wife to get involved in any political matter." Riftan's statement could be interpreted as rude, especially when the person he was addressing was an archduke, but all Max could do was stiffen at the impudence of her husband's attitude and stare at the man. However, he simply burst out laughing, not in the least offended. "I heard that Elnama Reuben III is keeping an eye on you right now. Are you worried that having your wife stay with the royal family at Levedon will fuel his distrust? There's no guarantee that she wouldn't be approached with ulterior motives if she stays in the castle. I suppose." The Archduke sighed, and his short, dark brown mustache fluttered slightly. "Considering your current position, It would certainly be best if you stayed at the monastery. I understand, I shall ask the high priest to take you in. Max straightened her sitting posture, holding Riftan's hand under the table, while her fate was being decided upon. Feeling her touch, he gazed down at her anxious face and clasped her hand tightly. The Archduke quickly briefed them on the situation in Louisville before leaving them to supervise the preparations. After a while, the priests entered with baskets filled with all kinds of food, wine and fresh fruits. Max sat with a grim expression as she ate her last meal together with the knights. Even the men around her were more tense than usual as they calmly discussed the itinerary for the next few days. She longed for some time to spend with Riftan and to bid farewell properly, but he was also busy discussing with the knights, so she didn't dare bother. Then, the knights of Louvain came to inform them that the preparations for the battle had now finished. Wagons filled with food and weapons are ready, and are standing by the square. And the priests? There are 2 high-ranking priests ready to leave. Riftan and the knights immediately wore their armors back on. Every move they made felt like a shovel digging into her heart. She knew it would be painful to let him go, but the reality was much more difficult than she had imagined. Unable to say goodbye to the knights, much less Riftan, Max stood there like a honey-fed mule and watched them leave the temple. Riftan stood in the doorway, speaking to Archduke Aron, then turned to her. "Maxie, the Archduke will introduce you to the High Priest. Come." Max followed him out and, after crossing the garden and into the main temple again, she saw a middle-aged priest with curly grayish-blonde hair waiting for them. He bent his knees stiffly in a curtsy to show proper due respect. "I am Maximilian. Calypse. It's a pleasure to meet you. This faithful servant of the Lord is Shem Mordecai. I have been told that you will stay with us for a while. Please make yourself at home. Please take good care of my wife." Riftan bowed his head politely toward the priest. Max's heart felt like freezing to the corner of her chest. "Are we saying goodbye here?" Then, he straightened up and turned to her. "If any problem arises, let Archduke Aron know. He'll take care of it for you while I'm away." Max couldn't answer, she pursed her trembling lips. Riftan looked down at her silently, his face remained impassive and cold, like steel armor, devoid of any emotion. "Take care." Under the oak tree. Chapter 200. Max felt her throat tightening. She couldn't believe those were his parting words to her, so plain and cold. It was as if the time they spent on the ship was a whole lie. Riftan turned, his face calm and collected as he walked away from the chapel. The knights beside him lowered their heads toward her and followed the commander. "We will be back soon and take the lady back to Anatole, so don't worry too much," Ulyshen said confidently before turning around, and Max went out with the priests to see them off. Dozens of wagons and armed knights filled the courtyard beneath the stairs. At the forefront were the elite knights of Louvain and the Reamdragon knights. Max's heart pounded violently inside her chest as their flags fluttered from the wind blowing from the west. She watched with inexplicable heaviness as Riftan mounted his horse. He soothed Talon, who whinnied and led him through the lines to make sure everything was in order. Then, he urged his warhorse towards the front of the line. The knights all began to move and follow Riftan's lead. Max watched the entire scene with a grim gaze when, suddenly, Riftan came to a halt. The knights who followed him stopped with him and began talking among themselves about what was going on. Riftan yelled something at Hebarin and didn't seem to care about the commotion, then jumped off his horse and started striding back to the temple. "Just a moment." He hurriedly ran up the stairs and grabbed his wife's forearm. Before she could respond, he led her under a beautiful, large tree located next to the chapel. Max struggled to keep up with him, stuttering, unsure of what to say. Riftan. All of a sudden, why? Although I know this is damn foolish, but... He turned around and gazed down at her as he muttered incoherently. Max was puzzled by the conflicted expression on his face. He stood stiff and awkward for a long time, before pulling something out of his pocket and holding his hand out. She looked down blankly at the thing in his hand. In the middle of his palm was an unevenly discolored piece of shekel that was slightly dented along the edges. "Take it and keep it." Max felt unsure and blinked at it. It was a simple copper coin used by commoners. She had never seen or touched one in her life. Unaware of his intentions, she looked at him in confusion and noticed that his face was noticeably tense. Without saying another word, he took her hand and handed her the coin. "You must keep it with you at all times." "Why?" Riftan's mouth twisted, as if hesitating, and finally relented with a sigh. "I received it after completing my first quest when I joined the mercenaries. They say that it brings good fortune to carry it around." Even though it's just a stupid superstition among mercenaries, I couldn't bring myself to throw it, so I kept it." Riftan blurted out the last sentence as if he was embarrassed to have dwelled on such superstition. "It's true that I rarely get injured when I have this, so I carried it around with me ever since." Max quickly returned the coin back to him as if she was burned by it. "Then if that's the case, Riftan, you should keep it. I don't need such a thing as luck now. I'm confident that I will make it out alive without relying on such things." Riftan's long fingers intertwined tightly with hers, then his eyes dimmed heavily. "You have no idea how difficult it is for me to leave you. Although it is a foolish superstition, I want you to at least have this." "I don't see it as foolish. If this does bring you luck, I want Riftan to carry it around. You are the one going to a dangerous place. I prefer this." He lowered his head and brought her fist that grasped the coin to his lips. He pressed his lips against the back of her hand, his bangs glistening and tickling her skin sweetly. "My worries will be more at ease if you at least have this with you. But my heart will burn all black with worry for you," Max muttered resentfully, her voice trembling. He lifted her head and looked into her eyes that brimmed with tears. His face was filled with an indescribable intense emotion. Riftan held her face between his palms and wiped Max's tears away with his thumbs. "It will?" She couldn't bring herself to speak and simply nodded her head. Riftan inhaled a short breath and lowered his head to press his lips against hers. Max's eyelids fluttered as his soft breath brushed against her lips. Riftan's gaze was seething but, on the contrary, his touch was delicate and short. "I'll be all right. Can you promise to come back to me without a single eye injury?" "Yes, I promise." His neck convulsed as if he had just swallowed a bundle of rock. Riftan leaned in again and kissed the back of her hand once more. "Please, I hope that nothing bad happens to you. May everything that falls upon you be all good." Riftan murmured in a whisper, like he was praying, then straightened his posture again. He gently caressed her cheek softly. Max looked up at him with sadness in her eyes. "I really have to go now." Max nodded, keeping her lips sealed, as she knew she wouldn't be able to prevent her tears from falling, and simply nodded her head again. Riftan stood tall, his legs immobile, as if they had turned into iron. Slowly, he stepped towards the courtyard. He didn't look back again as he trudged down the stairs and mounted his horse again. The knights waited in silence for their commander to lead them, and when he spurred his horse forward, the army moved in perfect unison. Max stood at the top of the stairs with the priests as they watched them leave. She wanted to see her husband to the end, but her vision kept blurring with her tears. Gripping the coin tightly with both hands, she swallowed back her tears. When they finally disappeared from their sight, the high priest, who was standing behind her, gently approached and turned her around to go back inside. "We shall head back inside now. I will be showing the room that the lady will be staying in." Max quickly wiped the remaining tears with the sleeve of her dress and walked back to the temple. At that moment, a hollow wind gently blew across her back and Max turned to look behind her one last time, before following the high priest inside. The monastery where she would be staying appeared after a long flight of stairs, past the main garden, auditorium, small vegetable garden, and a tiny chapel. Max gazed up with a surprised look at the 4-story stone building. The structure was perfectly symmetrical, like the rest of the buildings in Levedon, and it was as magnificent as any other part of the temple, but somehow, it had a sullen atmosphere. The priest guided her through the convent and briefly explained the facilities inside. That area is where the sisters who are training to become priestesses live. There are also noble ladies who are staying in to pray for their brothers or husbands to return safe and sound. Most of the people spend their time in their own rooms. However, everyone usually gathers to pray in the morning and evening. You shall be able to meet other ladies then. Max tried to hide her discomfort at the idea of interacting with noble women from Levedon. She had no desire to meet them, not only because she was not confident in social settings, but she was afraid of being ridiculed for her stuttering. However, instead of rejecting the priest's offer, she simply nodded. The priest escorted her to a clean and spacious room on the second floor of the convent. "This will be the madam's room." Max looked around as she entered the exotic but grandiose room, which had a large glass window. It wasn't over-the-top luxurious, but decent enough. The bed was wide and the sheets on it were fluffy. There was also a varnished mahogany table and a large wardrobe against the wall to keep her clothes. "The servants will bring your meals every day to your room at your preferred time. If you wish, you can dine in the dining room with the priestesses and sisters. You may go anywhere you wish within the temple grounds, but kindly refrain from entering the north annex, as it is the residence of the priests. If you wish to leave the temple, you must notify the priestess in charge of this monastery, and we will provide you with an escort. Does the lady have any questions? Max could only shake her head slowly at the avalanche of information thrown at her. The strict-looking young priest stared at her for a while, then turned around. If you have any questions later on, please let me know. I will instruct a servant to assist you immediately. Then, he closed the door and left. Max, completely exhausted, flopped down on the bed, and that was how her life in the monastery began. Like the other ladies, she spent most of her time idle in her room. During the day, she walked in the garden, but she never went out of the temple and hardly spoke with others. It was rare for priests and priestesses to approach her and engage in conversation. If they did, it was usually about the rules within the temple. Even when she ran occasionally into the noble ladies of Levadon in the halls, they would only share small nods as they passed. The atmosphere in the temple did not have any reluctance against guests from other kingdoms. First of all, Max didn't expect her days at the monastery to be filled with vibrance and liveliness, as the expected lifestyle there was to be reckless and abstinent, but Levadon was currently facing the war against an army of monsters. The faces of priests and priestesses were solemnly hardened with heavy fatigue from all the preparations they had to do for worship and everyday burials. Even the noble ladies who were condemned to wait for their family to return alive or as a corpse, were also dark. Max knew her expression was the same as theirs. When she saw herself in the mirror, a woman with a grim, pale face and dark circles under her eyes looked back at her. Every night, Max would toss and turn, worrying about Riftan. And when she opened her eyes in the morning, she would sob with longing for Castle Calypso. She wanted nothing more than to return to Anatole as soon as possible with Riftan, Ruth, and the Reamdragon Knights. She attended morning services every day, praying for fate to side with them and to hear news of victory in retaking Louisville Castle. However, the news that the messengers brought them were always the same. The fortress created by the army of trolls was tougher than expected and could not be easily penetrated. It was difficult to bring them to a confrontation as it could result in an all-out battle. Oftentimes, nobles who would visit the temple would be making all sorts of wild speculations that this war wouldn't end until next year, if the situation continued like that. When she heard such talk, Max felt like her stomach was bloating and turning. The other noble ladies' faces also clouded darkly. After spending 10 days in such a grim atmosphere, Max entered the temple with her usual gloomy expression. However, the air was different than usual. She was puzzled. The nobles of Levadon and the noble ladies who stayed at the monastery were strangely bright and excited. Unable to overcome her curiosity, Max carefully asked the lady sitting next to her. Excuse me. Was there perhaps good news from Louisville? The young woman, who appeared to be roughly the same age as her, stared back at her with a surprised expression and replied in a friendly tone. The holy knights from the great temple of Osiria have arrived. They are going to pay their worship in the central temple this afternoon and head for Louisville right after. Under the oak tree. Chapter 201. Max turned her head toward the entrance at the unexpected news. Although she couldn't see inside the central temple, curiosity washed over her, and she shifted on her seat uncomfortably. The holy knights of Osiria were admired by the western continent in a different way compared to the Reamdragon Knights. Unlike the Reamdragon Knights, who gained a reputation for being the strongest knights through military merit and battle achievements, the Holy Knights were historic and had long established themselves as the guardians of the Western continent since the Rome era. All of them were paladins who swore allegiance and were ordained by the Pope. They were excellent swordsmen and at the same time high-ranking priests, who had undergone rigorous training since the age of 12. It wasn't unreasonable for the people to get giddy about doing worship with such esteemed figures. The ladies of Levadon sat with a shameless blush on their cheeks, unable to hide their admiration for the gentlemen. Now that the Holy Knights have come, the situation in Louisville will surely get better. That's right. There are now 3 Knights of Sir Uigru's reincarnation altogether. Sir Sejur Aran, Sir Riftan Calypso of Whedon and now Sir Qual Leon of Osiria. Now, all the monsters will surely run away with their tails between their legs. And all those nasty trolls will be crushed like frogs. One of the ladies exclaimed enthusiastically, and Max couldn't help but be taken aback by the girl's radical comments. Seeing her expression, the lady sitting next to her scolded the girl to have some dignity. Itzilla, a lady should never speak in such a vulgar way. The girl named Itzilla grunted and pouted. What's wrong with that? The valiant knights are going to cut those vicious monsters' throats and mince them like dead meat. Itzilla. I get it, all right. For the sake of my well-mannered cousin, I will conduct myself with the utmost dignity and decorum. The girl turned to Max and gave her a cute smile. My name is Idsila Kalima. I think I've seen you in the chapel often. Nice to meet you. Oh my goodness, I apologize for the late introductions. I'm Alyssa Salmon. The other lady quickly added in a slightly embarrassed tone. After a moment's hesitation, Max introduced herself as softly and straightly as possible. Pleasure to meet you. I am Maximilian Calypse. The girl's eyes widened. Calypse, you say? Is the lady Lord Calypse's wife? Max flinched and was embarrassed at the overreaction her name caused. Were they surprised that such an insignificant and shy woman as her was his wife? They gaped at her and looked at her up and down, then quickly looked away, realizing that they were being incredibly rude. Forgive us, milady. I heard that Lady Calypse is staying in the monastery, but I thought it was just a rumor. It's fine. It's not unreasonable to be surprised. There was an awkward silence for a moment between the three ladies. Unable to contain her curiosity, Alyssa looked up and asked carefully. If you don't mind me asking, may I know what is the reason why the lady is here in Livadon? I heard that Lord Calypse's estate is located at the southern tip of Whedon. Why do you ask such a thing, cousin? Obviously, the lady came as she was worried about Lord Calypse, Idsila exclaimed, and turned her bright, admiring eyes to Max. It must have been wonderful to have come this far to follow your husband. I also came here to pray for the good fate of my second older brother. The young woman's expression quickly darkened at the mention of her family. He's been trapped in Louis Bell Castle for 2 months. If the Allied forces don't expel the trolls soon, the people in the castle will run out of food and starve. Max grasped the coin in her pocket as she remembered Ruth and the trapped Dream Dragon Knights. My acquaintances are also trapped inside Louis Bell Castle. What a tragedy. Why did God create monsters and allow them to do this? Alyssa's face hardened at the blasphemy of her cousin's words. You shouldn't speak like that, Idsila. Monsters are creations of demons to torment humans. God would never intentionally harm us. Then why? Before Idsila could refute, the high priest entered the chapel, and everyone immediately stopped talking and sat up straight. The heavy bell rang and the morning service began in a solemn atmosphere. As they bowed their heads and worshipped in silence, Max's mind ran endlessly. As Idsila said, with the Holy Knight's arrival, the situation in Louis Bell could soon improve. However, there were other dangers as well. Currently, the monster army matched the strength of the Allied forces. With the addition of the Holy Knights, the balance tipped, and an all-out war would inevitably ensue. In that case, Riftan and the Dream Dragon Knights would definitely fight on the front lines. They weren't the type to stay calm and rational when their comrades were in danger. They were skilled knights, yes, but nothing was certain on the battlefield. In the past, Max recalled seeing countless knights of the Qua family return as corpses. Suddenly, Max's head spun, and her stomach churned. With her face rapidly turning pale, she could barely endure the tortuous prayers. As soon as the Mass was over, she bolted out of the chapel. There was a high probability that the Holy Knights were resting until evening in the same building where the Dream Dragon Knights stayed. She knew it was insane of her to try approaching the Holy Knights, since they didn't deserve to be bothered like that. However, she still wanted to try and meet them. They had just arrived in Livon, so they weren't aware yet of the situation of the Allied forces in Louis Bell. Max was lost in thought as she returned to her room, then began to write a letter to Riftan. There was no guarantee that he could receive it, but she didn't want to miss out on this possible opportunity to contact him. She fed her quill with abundant ink and wrote, in great detail, her life in the convent. She described her life here as peaceful and comfortable, hoping it would ease his worries. Then, she wrote down her last sentence, wishing him good fate and pleading for him not to be reckless. She blew on the ink for it to dry and read the letter over and over again, although it was not very long. After checking carefully for any spelling errors, she folded the parchment and inserted it into her robe's pocket. Outside, there were several ladies heading to the central temple. Max followed them down the stairs to the entrance and saw that all the seats in front had already been taken. She barely managed to get into a spot in the very back seat and sat with her heart pounding. There are so many people here to see the Holy Knights. Will I be able to hand them this letter? Max licked her dry lips and her shoulders tensed with anxiety. After a long moment, the knights walked into the chapel in perfect unison, with black cloaks over their heads. She poked her head out of the crowd in order to get a better look. The knights of Ossuria wore pitch-black undercoats over their silverish-gray armor. They were completely different from expectations. Max had always imagined the holy knights to be in shining silver-white armor and splendid gold-trimmed clothing. She held her breath at the unexpected appearance of the knights. Each of them had an expressionless face, as if they were wearing a mask, and their eyes kept their focus to the front, none of them even straying focus or squinting their eyes. Even their gait was equal, as if every step was measured with a ruler. Seeing this, Max felt her spine chill indiscriminately. "I don't think someone will accept my request." The atmosphere they exuded around them made it difficult for anyone to approach, much less ask them for a favor. Throughout the ceremony, Max fidgeted nervously with the letter in her pocket. When the knights knelt in front of the altar, they removed their black hoods and clasped their hands in prayer. The crowd who came to worship did the same, holding their hands together and muttering prayers in the Rome language. Max couldn't help but feel a little offended by this blatant display of favoritism. When they arrived, there were no such ceremonies. But, thinking about it carefully, it was probably because Riftan didn't want to waste time on anything and departed right away for Louisville. Either way, Max prayed for them and memorized the prayers diligently for the Ream Dragon Knights. When the ceremony finally ended, the high priest stepped up to the podium and gave a blessing before ringing the bell, ending the service. The knights rose one by one and turned to leave. Max narrowed her eyes to get a better view, and among the dark and cold knights, a young knight stood out and caught her eye. He was a young man with delicate brilliant beauty, more suited to be a graceful singing bard rather than a swordsman. He appeared to be about 6 feet, 180 cm tall. His well-balanced slender physique was elegant and his softly wavy tan hair gave off a gentle impression. Max felt relieved, there was at least one gentleman who didn't seem so intimidating. She rubbed her sweaty palms against her robe and stepped out of the chapel, pursuing the knights. Outside there were more soldiers, lines of horses, and 7 wagons filled with food, water, and weapons. Max stood at the top of the stairs and looked across the sea of people and knights. Everyone was busy getting ready to leave, no one seemed to be in the mood to talk. Unsure of what to do, Max paced back and forth until she saw a familiar face amid the sea of people. "Archduke, why your grace?" At her call, Archduke Aron turned slowly and saw Max running eagerly toward him, stopping only when there were 3 or 4 steps between them. Standing in front of the Archduke was the young knight Max noticed just moments ago. The knight looked at her slowly with his icy green eyes and she froze like a mouse in front of a snake. The man with the smooth face she saw from afar, now looked more cold and distant than any other knight up close. His eyes gleamed as sharp as daggers. Paralyzed by the threatening atmosphere, the Archduke approached her with a puzzled expression. "It has been a while, milady. How is life here in the monastery? Is there something you find inconvenient?" Max could barely tear her gaze away from the knight and opened her lips. "Thank you for your generosity. Everything is comfortable. I should have checked earlier. I apologize that I was not able to visit sooner." The Archduke cleared his throat once with an embarrassed expression, then turned to introduce the young knight standing next to him. "This is Sir Leon of Ossuria. The lady must have heard of him at least once. He is the commander of the Holy Knights of Ossuria. Sir Leon, this is Lady Maximilian Calypse, Lord Calypse's wife." The man's eyes twinkled with interest. He looked at her with curiosity in his green eyes and then placed one hand on his chest and bowed politely. "It is a pleasure to meet you, milady." "Pleasure to meet you. I'm honored." Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 202. Max hurriedly bent her knees to bow in return. Her stomach knotted in nervousness as she realized that the young man before her was the commander of the Holy Knights. She clasped the letter in her pocket with her fist. No matter how much she thought about it, it felt inappropriate to ask the Holy Knights commander to run her an errand such as delivering a letter. She took a step back, feeling self-conscious of his stare. "I apologize for interrupting." "Not at all. If the lady has anything to ask, please don't mind telling me," the Archduke said with a friendly smile. After hesitating for a moment and pushing her worried thoughts down, Max finally opened her mouth to speak. "If it's not too much to ask, I was hoping to send a letter to my husband." "A letter?" The Archduke looked at her with a curious face. Max squirmed in place and pulled the letter out of her pocket. The letter that she put so much effort into perfecting was now in a badly shaped crumple in just a matter of an hour. Her cheeks flushed red as she tried to straighten out the folds. "Could you deliver this to my husband? It doesn't contain anything important. I just wanted to let him know how I was doing." "Are you asking me to deliver this letter to him?" the paladin asked in a dry tone. She was placed under the pressure of his indifferent gaze and that made her she spoke in gibberish sentences. If it would not cause the Sir much trouble. When you get to Louisville. And see my husband. If he could give it to him then. In the face of a person masked with an unreadable expression, Max's voice began to break. She was sweating profusely from being so brazen to even attempt asking a favor, but then the Archduke suddenly intervened with a troubled expression. Lady Calypse, the Holy Knights will be coming in from the eastern borders of Louisville. The Ream Dragon Knights are stationed on the western borders, they will not be able to meet each other right away. I see. I didn't know that. She crumpled the letter and lowered her gaze in disappointment. Then, the paladin took the letter from her grasp, his smile was dry and he appeared calm despite his stoic expression. It may not be possible to deliver it at once. But I'll hand it over to him as soon as we meet. I owe him something. A brief exaltation passed over her, but his strange tone worried her. Max looked at him confusedly. Then, please do. At Max's desperate reply, the man's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he secured the letter into his robe and spoke gently. I'll make sure this gets to him. Don't worry. Well then, it looks like everything is prepared, we must begin the journey. At the Archduke's urging, Sir Leon bowed before her and gracefully descended the staircase. Max watched dazedly as the young man made his way through the ranks. The paladin's flag fluttered frantically in the summer wind, as if heralding the turbulent battles ahead. Please excuse me too, my lady. I apologize for interrupting your time. The Archduke gave her a smile that indicated it was fine and went down the stairs to follow the paladin. Max watched them as they prepared to leave, then returned to the monastery. Her heart was beating so fast she clasped her hands together firmly and closed her eyes. Now all that she could do for them was pray for the best. 10 days after the Holy Knights joined the battle, news of Louisville's reconquest spread throughout the capital. Cheers and celebrations broke out everywhere. That was, until the bodies of the soldiers and knights who died on the battlefield came through the city gates without end. A long line of carts loaded with corpses filled the courtyard of the temple and people gathered to see if their family was among them. Max also came with the ladies of Levedon, anxious and nervous, wondering if there was anyone she knew among them. The state of the bodies was unlike anything Max could imagine. Although all were washed, dressed, and prepared for the funeral, the prosthetics could not cover the miserable deaths that those men had faced. Very few of them had their limbs still in place and some of them had black cloths covering the upper part of their torso as they have been decapitated in battle. Pale-faced, Max watched as the priests carefully placed the bodies in their respective coffins. Some of the noble ladies fainted on the spot, and she too was on the verge of passing out, but she endured the queasy feeling. She needed to make sure that neither Riftan neither any of the Ream Dragon Knights was among them. Max wandered through the rows of bodies and swallowed the urge to vomit as she struggled to see and try recognizing any of the faces. Unable to bear the dizziness that had overcome her, she quickly left and crouched under a tree at the corner of the temple's quagmire courtyard. One of the ladies went after her, worried about her state. Are you all right? Max looked up with trembling eyes. It was the lady who introduced herself not long ago, Itzila Kalima. The young woman's tan eyes observed her with worry. Your complexion doesn't look well. Should I call for a priest? Oh and no. I was just a little dizzy. How about you, Lady Kalima, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm a lady coming from a family of knights, this much doesn't bother me. The girl held her head up bravely, but her complexion was just as pale as hers. Itzila turned to the coffins and looked across the rows, as if to hide her weakness. Fortunately, my brother is not among them. I asked the soldiers who brought back the bodies and they said that most of the people who were trapped in Louisville are safe. Are really? Ruth and the other Ream Dragon Knights appeared in front of Max, and a wave of hope blossomed within her. However, it quickly faded when she recalled that Itzila mentioned most of the people were safe. Max looked through the dozens of corpses again and soon tried to calm her trembling heart, standing up to approach the priests who were gathering the corpses. Relief and sorrow mixed in the courtyard from the people who were watching as the priests named the bodies with the identification attached to them. Sighs of relief and wailing could be heard erupting from everywhere. Max couldn't relax until the name of the last body was identified. She staggered as she went down the stairs, covered in cold sweat. Her entire body was trembling. Relief washed over her, but at the same time, she felt a chill run on her bones. She held her cold, sweaty hands together tightly. Itzila hurriedly went to her upon seeing her weak state. Milady, let's go back to the monastery for now. I'll accompany you. Thank you. Max clumsily climbed the stairs, rocking left and right as she leaned against the younger girl, who was slightly taller than her. Suddenly, shame washed over her. Itzilla was only 18 years old. It was embarrassing that a girl 4 years younger than her could bear much more than her. As she entered the great chapel on shaky legs, she did her best to straighten herself. "I'm fine and now. I can walk. By myself. It's no matter. I'll feel more at ease if I'm around to catch the lady in case she passes out." Max frowned at her frank words. I'm not going to pass out." The girl looked at her face carefully and nodded slowly. "I see that now. To be honest, I was surprised. I thought Lady Calypso would be the first one to faint." "Are you mocking at me?" The girl blushed and sighed. "I didn't mean for it to be an insult. I apologize if you were offended. My cousin Alyssa often tells me that I'll get in trouble for my straightforwardness. I think she's alright." The girl smiled faintly at Max's sarcastic blunt tone. "Milady appears very soft-hearted, but in reality, I think she's not like that. Enough cake kidding around. It doesn't feel good. I meant my words in a good way." Alyssa couldn't handle looking at the corpses, so she returned to her room almost immediately, Itzilla said, then suddenly her face darkened. "It's not her fault though. Alyssa is very faint-hearted. And she loves Alba so much. She's too afraid to watch. She doesn't want to see it in case Alba is among those defeated men." "Who is Alba?" Max asked out of curiosity. She thought that talking to Itzilla would help calm her and banish the lingering faces of the dead men from her mind. "Alba is short for Alberto Colima. He's my second oldest brother. Alyssa and he were engaged since the age of 12. The moment he was ordained as a knight, he offered his gift to Alyssa. It is rare to offer a gift to the person you are betrothed to. Traditionally, knights dedicate their gift to a royal lady or the wife or daughter of the lord they serves." Itzilla nodded, indicating that Levedon's cultural traditions of knighthood were not that different from Whedon's. "The case between those two is really special. Alyssa will be glad to know that my brother is still alive. Now, let's sit down and rest for a moment, my legs are starting to hurt." They stopped in front of a pavilion in the gardens and Max sat on a chair, exhaling a trembling breath. Itzilla sat across from her and straightened the skirt of her dress silently. Although she wasn't sitting very close to Max, her company brought her comfort. If she had returned to her room alone as she planned to do, the images of the mangled corpses would have haunted her. Suddenly, Max realized why Itzilla helped her. The young woman was also reeling from the shock. Itzilla gave her a stiff smile and put her hands in her lap. "The priests and priestesses will be busy with funerals for the next few days. But now that the battle is over, wouldn't all the knights be returning? Haven't you heard?" The girl's eyes widened at her question. The Allied forces decided to travel north. Now that they have successfully recaptured Louisville, the monster army is retreating to Pamela Plateau and the knights will pursue them. They will also retake the other lands conquered by the monsters. Then. Max couldn't avoid stuttering from her trembling lips. Then. When will all this be over? It was a stupid question that no one could answer, least of all the younger girls sitting with her. Itzilla kept her lips closed and Max leaned her head weakly against the stone column. Despite the humid summer heat, chills ran in her bones. The battle at Louisville was just the beginning. Every 3 or 4 days, soldiers would bring back wagons loaded with corpses. As Itzilla said, the priests ran all day preparing and hosting funerals. Requiem songs could be heard resounding in the great temple. Without a proper funeral procession and cleansing ritual, those who have lost their lives could become ghouls or lich. Because of this, hundreds of bodies were mass cleansed in the great temple every day, and bereaved families filled the great temple. Although the monastery was quiet, sounds of wails and weeping erupted every day in the great hall. The gloomy atmosphere was so heavy that the Archduke Aron even came and offered to prepare a place for Max in his castle. However, Max refused, because when news about the Allied forces came, the temple was the first to receive the information. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 203. Please give it another thought. With the number of casualties piling up from the Great War, no servants in the Great Temple will be able to accommodate any of the ladies properly anymore. If you were to stay in my castle, the lady will be able to live comfortably and I will make sure to pay extra care and attention. The Archduke was persistent in his persuasion, but Max's decision was firm as she shook her head. "I'm really fine. I've gotten used to living here. And no matter where I am, my worries won't be at ease anyway." The man opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out when he saw the sheer determination on Max's face. He sighed and resigned himself to her stubbornness. If that is the lady's wish, then I will respect it. If in case you change your mind, please tell one of the priests to call for me." For Riftan's sake, the Archduke left without further arguing. But just like the nobleman said, the temple could not be concerned for the ladies in the monastery. The number of maids who attended her sharply reduced from 3 to 1, and that one servant only came to bring clean water to wash in the morning and collect laundry in the evening. Everything else would have to be accomplished by themselves. She was not the only one who experienced that, and some of the ladies who gathered in the temple complained about the situation. Max would have empathized with their complaint if she didn't experience an expedition firsthand. Throughout her journey to Levedon, she also had a difficult time taking care of herself without her usual privileges, but now, she easily adapted to change. Every morning, Max cleaned her own room, made her bed, dressed, and groomed herself, then went to the chapel to pray. At times when fresh laundry didn't come back as scheduled, she would wash her own underwear and socks. This was the first time in her life that she had to do laundry, but she didn't hate it. Rather, it was comforting for her to have something to do to get through the day, rather than just staying in her room all day, eating, praying, and sleeping. If she kept up with such a monotonous schedule, she would surely be consumed with all kinds of worries and anxieties. She desperately needed something to keep her occupied. Max would also visit Rem in the stables as often as possible to brush her mane. With the attention she paid to fix it, Rem's stiff white mane became a gleaming silver. "There you are, Lady Calypse. I was about to go visit you at your room." Itzilla called her when Max was at the stables one day, grooming Rem as usual. Max turned to see her, Alyssa, and 3 other noble ladies occasionally exchanging greetings with her in the prayer room or hallways. They were wearing clothes for going out. She looked at them questioningly, and Alyssa spoke with a soft, ornate smile on her lips. "We are going to visit the asylum in the city. Would you like to join us? Now?" Max was surprised by the sudden invitation. Alyssa cautiously added with a polite smile, "If the lady has other work to do, it's all right not to come with us." And no. After stopping by the stables, "I was just going to go back to my room," Max replied, and tried to flutter the horse and stable smell out of her clothing a bit, but Itzilla walked over to her and hugged her despite the pungent smell. "Then come with us. You must be suffocated from being in the monastery and fed up with the endless requiem songs." Alyssa frowned at her cousin's blunt wordings but meekly agreed. "We were talking amongst ourselves and we thought maybe we could contribute something meaningful as well. They say that the families of the afflicted are leading difficult lives right now. Many commoner families who lost their husbands or brothers are staying in the city asylum, and they are quickly running out of supplies, so we have collected donations from the other ladies and hope to do a little help." The girl proudly showed Max the plump leather bag she had. Judging by its shape, inside were probably several bracelets and necklaces. She tried to think if she had brought any items of value to contribute, but had packed as lightly as possible so she wouldn't drag it during the expedition. It was unlikely that she had something valuable to donate. Feeling embarrassed, Max stammered her words. "I couldn't help much. I didn't bring anything of value from Anatole." "Oh, please don't worry about it. Just a visit from Lord Calypse's wife would bring comfort to many people. Lord Calypse is the greatest hero of the West after all." Max expressed her pride in the praise Riftan received. "All right, I'll go as well. Going out with those ladies would be 100 times better than sitting alone in her room." After discussing the details, Max returned to her room and hurriedly changed into clean clothes. Then, she went through her belongings for anything worth selling. The dagger Riftan gave her might fetch a good price, but the thought of parting with it never crossed her mind, the same with the shekel that he left in her care. Digging through her things, Max found the small hand mirror she brought. She heard that mirrors are quite expensive, so this should be of help. Max put the small hand mirror in her pocket and headed out. In front of the temple courtyard, 3 carriages and 6 guards waited. She walked towards it and immediately saw Itzilla, who was already in one of the carriages, beckoning her to come. "Please sit here. We have already asked the priests for their permission. We just have to come back before the evening service." As soon as Max sat beside her, the carriage began to roll. Looking out the windows, Max marveled at Levon's exotic buildings. In the summer sunlight, the gray-white buildings gleamed like precious ivory, and the bay trees lining the streets were a rich, lush green. The view was incredibly peaceful, in contrast to the tremendous tragedy that was happening just outside the city walls. Just as Max was plunging into this strange foreign land, Alyssa snapped her out of her thoughts. "I think we should stop and buy some relief supplies first." Some ladies donated gold coins, but most of them donated jewelry such as bracelets and rings. It will take some time to negotiate with a merchant. I also found something of value to give. Max quickly pulled the mirror hand out of her pocket and held it out. Alyssa appeared embarrassed and waved her hand. There is no need for the lady to do this. It's more than enough that you've come along with us. Please take it. I've been in the care of Lavon's monastery for so long. I wish to contribute as well. Seeing Max's firm expression, she gave up and took the mirror, stashing it inside the pouch. The carriages passed through the city square and stopped in front of a huge building. They sold the donations and bought a fair amount of food, clean clothes, and lamp oils. With the considerable amount of donations they received, they still had 30 dirhams left after filling all 3 carriages. They decided to donate the remaining funds to the monastery, before boarding the carriage again. After about 10 more minutes, Scylla pointed to a building. That is the asylum. Max followed her hand and saw a wooden 2-story building that appeared to look like it was built 100 years ago. This building was originally a chapel, but it is now used to care for orphans and vagrants who have nowhere to go to. According to the priests, many of the grieving families who have fallen into deep depression have entrusted their lives to this place. Max frowned at the sight. The old, dilapidated building looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. The wooden planks, that were bricked up together to make the ceiling, creaked every time the wind blew, and a long line of homeless people in ragged clothes filled the entrance. The guards immediately closed the carriage door on sight. Please don't come out yet. We'll go inside and meet the priests first. Alyssa nodded with a grim face as Max stared out the window at the faces of the homeless and hopeless. Most of them were young women carrying their child on their backs. She wondered if those women were living a hard life from losing their husbands in the war. As she continued to stare between their grief-stricken faces, Max felt her stomach twist. Although she didn't want to think of it, Max couldn't push away the thoughts of what it would be like if she loses Riftan. She wouldn't end up like them. Instead, she would be dragged back to Kwa Castle and would receive horrendous treatment till the day she died. Max chewed on her lips. There was also a possibility that she will be forced to remarry by her father's wishes. Either option would put her in a terrible state. Even if the heavens smiled upon her and her father allowed her to live the rest of her life in a monastery, she would long for Riftan for the rest of her life. Max touched the coin in her pocket and traced her fingers on the rough copper surface. The emotions churning on her chest seemed to calm down a bit. Ladies, I have brought the priests. You can come in now. After about 5 minutes, the soldiers who went into the asylum returned to the carriages and opened the door for them. Thank you for coming even if the place is in a poor state. We heard that the people here are in a difficult situation, so we have brought food and other needs. The priests looked at the carriages full of supplies and smiled widely at them. Thank you. We were about to appeal to the royal family for help. Is the situation here that bad? As you can see, the number of people seeking refuge here has doubled and we cannot keep up with the needs given our fund. One of the priests sighed, confessing the sad truth. Not only are there those who fled their homes because of the monsters, now widows and orphans added to the number. These days, it is hard to serve everyone at least 1 meal a day. Would the ladies like to take a look inside? Alyssa turned to look at them, like she wasn't sure she wanted to. But before anyone could say anything, Scylla bravely stepped forward. Of course, we have to look around the internal facilities, to know what to bring next time. She took the initiative and entered with the priests, and the remaining ladies of Levedon followed reluctantly. Max also followed carefully. The asylum appeared more like a barn than a sanctuary. The line of wooden tables were dense with clearly malnourished children, drinking bland-looking clear soup. There were even children sitting on the floor gnawing on stale bread. In the battered beds made of carelessly nailed planks of wood, elderly people were laying down, shifting uncomfortably. Finally, on the other side, women in dirty and torn clothes were sitting on the floors covered in dirty blankets, nursing their babies. Contrary to Alyssa's expectations, none of the people inside didn't even look at them, despite their charitable donations. The loss and grief that plagued these people were so tremendous, so much so that they could not pay any interest in the world around them. Even Scylla, who briskly entered the ruined building, had a bewildered expression on her face. They couldn't even bear to see what was on the second floor, before they finally left. Alyssa was the first to speak with a deep sigh. I never imagined it would be this bad. As soon as we return to the monastery, we will try to get more donations. Please do, madam. The priest took her by the hand and begged her fervently. Thereafter, Max and the other noble ladies of Levaton frequented the old asylum and brought in generous donations. Sometimes they even handed out food and clothing to the orphans. Some of the other ladies were reluctant and showed disgust at having to be in the shabby building and around the filthy dressed refugees, orphans, and widows, but most of them helped. Max also came along every time the ladies visited the asylum. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 204. Max helped not because she wanted to be recognized for her good deeds, but because helping in the asylum kept her busy and she preferred that over idling around in the monastery. The physical drain it caused her also helped her sleep at night. Recently, she suffered from severe insomnia. Throughout the dark nights, as she laid alone in her bed, the horribly distorted faces of the fallen knights haunted her mind. However, since her visits to the charity, she would come back so physically exhausted that she would collapse in her bed and fall asleep without worrying about nightmares. If possible, Max tried to go there every day and worked like a mule. However, it was troublesome to visit often as they constantly needed to seek permission, borrow a carriage, and find escorts. Not wanting to burden the temple, which seemed to have been hit with the plague, given how frantic the priests and priestesses were running, the ladies had to limit their visit to once or twice a week. Instead, during their spare time, they would gather in the garden pavilion and sew tunics and blankets out of large pieces of cloth, and the maids also helped from time to time. However, no matter how much clothes and bedding they made, after 5 or 6 days, they would either turn to rags or disappear. The priests claimed that the vagrants often stole the supplies, but they didn't have the resources to crack down the thieves. Rumors spread about nobles providing support to the asylum, and so the number of people seeking help grew exponentially that food, clothing, and space began running out. Max soon learned that Levaton wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. Due to the increase in monsters, the number of refugees arriving in Levaton spread like poisonous weeds. The outskirts of the city were infested with refugees from the north to escape the monsters, and with the increasing population, inflation soared. Merchants from around the world came with their seemingly limitless cargoes, but they still didn't solve their food shortage problem, especially since most of the food and supplies were being sent to the Allied forces. And with that, the lives of the poor and the common people grew more destitute with each passing day. Whenever Max went to visit the old asylum, people who were skin and bones walked around the streets like lifeless beings. While homeless people did not frequent the city center or the port due to high security, they were bountiful in the areas near the city walls. As the number of poverty-stricken people grew each day, the priest's size also increased. If we fail to quarantine those who are sick, an epidemic might break out. It was early afternoon when Max visited the asylum with the other ladies. She looked up at the priest whose face appeared to look clearly exhausted. There were dozens of sick people huddled on the wide floor, and the scent of sour vomit from their bodies could be smelled all over the building. One of the women took a step back and ran out of the building, gasping for air. Are they perhaps contagious? The priest quickly shook his head. Don't worry. These people are only sick because of food poisoning. As the days grow hotter, food is more susceptible to spoilage, so the number of those getting sick also increases. This happens especially in refuge places. The people here are so weak from malnutrition that a mild illness can cause death. The elderly priest sighed and clicked his tongue. It seems that a large number of refugees have already passed away. Since the temple cannot cater for all the deceased and they cannot just pile up, they are being thrown into mass graves that are secretly dug in the forest. This is a big problem. Without a proper burial, the rot of death left behind can cause a plague. The ladies' faces immediately paled, becoming as white as dough at the terrible truth right in front of them. As if suddenly realizing that he was addressing women, whose protected lives revolve around their great estates, the priest quickly cleared his throat as a distraction. Please forgive me for telling you the horrible stories here. It seems my senses have recently become stone dull due to everything that is happening. To utter such words in front of you noblest ladies. If it's like the priest said, then shouldn't the sick be treated as soon as possible? I earnestly wish we could. However, due to inflation, the prices of medicinal herbs are through the roof, so there is no way we can cure so many when we have no funds. They could only keep their mouths shut. It was already incredibly difficult to supply an adequate amount of food, and with the prices of necessities skyrocketing, even their donations would not suffice for more than a month of sustenance. A young woman, who for the most part had been quiet, suggested carefully, "How about we send a letter to other noble families and ask them for help?" Itzilla huffed. With the capital already in this difficult situation, wouldn't it be better for them to go to other estates? The royal family has already raised the taxes to build up the allied forces. Everyone is already at the limit of their wits. Then what in the world would be a better thing to do? If a plague does happen, surely, the monastery wouldn't be safe. Alyssa was on the verge of tears. The air grew cold around them and the priest tried his best to appease the frightened ladies. If we can quarantine the sick, we can prevent the spread of a disease. I saw a lot of lizard grass on our way here. Can't those be used as medicinal herbs? At her sudden words, everyone's eyes flew to Max and she froze slightly at the attention. The priests then asked her with a puzzled expression. Lizard grass. I've never heard of herbal medicine like that before. Lizard grass is usually a very effective medicinal herb for stomach and abdominal pain. When you eat spoiled food and drink its decoction, the symptoms will soon improve. Max wasn't entirely sure of its efficacy, she was just recalling what she read about in her books on herbal medicine. The priest narrowed his eyes and looked at her curiously. How does the lady know about herbal medicines? I am a healer. When I started learning about healing, I also studied herbal medicines. Itzila's eyes widened at this new revelation. I had no idea that the lady had such talents. Can't say that I'm a proficient healer. But in Anatole, there are a lot of monsters. So I started studying about healing last year. What does this herb look like? Max searched her memories and tried to remember as many details as possible. The leaves are rhomboid in shape. It has black spots and grows in shady areas. If you break the stem, there should be a sour citrus smell. It seems like you're describing the weeds in the asylum's backyard. I didn't know if they could be used as medicinal herbs. His ignorance was no stranger to Max, considering most of the books Ruth had in his studio were from the South. Since books were a luxury item that only the wealthy or influential could have, especially Southern foreign textbooks that valued as much as gold, it was not unreasonable that the level of education and knowledge was so lacking here. Knowing that, Max quickly added in case mistakes were made. Lizard grass is poisonous if eaten raw. The stomachache would get worse. It is usually subjected to heat. Once all the poison is rid of, it can be used. The grass in the backyard may not be lizard grass. Will the lady help verify that herself? Max nodded and immediately followed the priest to the back of the asylum, and just like the priest said, there was an abundant amount of lizard grass growing in the yard among bushes and weeds. She leaned over, studied the blades of grass, and tried to remember everything she had studied in her books. However, she only had her memory to rely on, and in reality, she only had practical experience with about 20 kinds of herbs. Worried about confusing what she might have learned, Max diligently studied the plant. Here, those with thick, dark leaves are highly toxic and cannot be used. Those that have light spots and soft leaves could be picked and heated. Will these be enough? The priest asked after picking up a handful of leaves and showing it to her. Max felt the leaves with her fingers, measuring their thickness, and nodded. They brought a handful of lizard grass and took it to the kitchen to test their effects. As the leaves boiled in the cauldron, a strange smell permeated throughout the old asylum. With a ladle of the herbs boiled in equal portions, the priests gave it to the sick one by one, their expressions tense and full of suspense. Fortunately, within an hour, the effects began to take effect and the labored breathing of the sick people became at ease. Seeing that the herb worked better than expected, Max sighed in relief. She was nervous because she would potentially put shame on herself if she failed. It seems to be working well. I can't believe such an effective herb was right under our noses. Well, the handling of this herb is very complicated. So it is not very well known. Are there other herbs around here that we can use? After her success with the lizard grass, she gained the full confidence of the priests. Max carefully surveyed the area around the old charity house and chose various herbs that could be used before returning to the monastery with the noble ladies. After a week, the conditions of the patients suffering from food poisoning had improved remarkably. However, the number of sick people did not decrease. Since all the wizards and priests who knew healing magic had left the battlefield, there was only one medic left in Levedon. But due to the inflated price of herbs, most people could not seek proper treatment, and the temple was too overwhelmed to treat the sick. Due to such dire circumstances, rumors that a talented healer appeared in the capital quickly reached the ears of everyone in the city, and sick people from all corners of Levon flocked. Most of the skilled healers left for the expedition, so there was only one clinic that operated in the city. On top of that, the price of herbal medicines skyrocketed to the point that none of the sick were able to get proper treatment. The central temple also didn't have the resources to aid the sick, so hearing that a skilled healer has surfaced, it was not a surprise that people were gathering. With that, Max became the healer of the old ramshackle building. Whenever she could, she would explore the forest with the priests and gather various herbs. She even cast healing magic from time to time on the weakest patients. The other noble ladies also actively cared for the sick. Although there were several who disapproved of such menial tasks, many ladies were delighted to do the meaningful work. My husband is risking his life on the battlefield, and now I too have something to contribute. This is 100 times more rewarding than sitting praying all day and shaking in fear that his body will arrive in one of those wagons one day. If I work hard, God might look favorably on my husband. They all seemed to have similar thoughts and cared diligently for the sick and weak. They didn't even hesitate to touch and feed them by hand or wipe their bodies with wet towels. Some of the ladies even learned about medical herbs firsthand from Max. While everyone was busy during the hectic days, their spirits also patched up. Max slept better and her appetite also returned. Merchants from the south also began to arrive more frequently, with their ships loaded with food, solving Lavon's shortage problems, and the circumstances surrounding the old asylum also naturally improved with it. News of victory in the north arrived one after another. Max became hopeful that they might be able to return to Anatole before the season changed. Under the oak tree. Chapter 205. Lavon began to noticeably regain its vitality. The fruits on the trees began to ripen so lusciously that the refugees were able to work in the orchards and earn wages. The midsummer heat seemed to have placed a renewed energy into the city's once gloomy atmosphere. Colorful summer flowers bloomed throughout the capital and flocks of waterfowl gathered in the river chrismed, floating calmly through the flowing body of water. Whenever Max saw these, as their carriage passed by, she imagined that this was what Anatole would be like now that summer was in full bloom. The lake that Riftan brought her to had also to be full of beautiful waterfowl. The wildflowers had to have already covered the verdant green fields where they rode their horses through, and the orchards must have been full of grapes. It would have been wonderful if she could see the beautiful scenery with Riftan before the autumn season took over. When Max thought of paddling in the sparkling summer lake with him, her heart pounded with anticipation and longing. There have been a lot less these days. Alyssa's murmurs snapped Max out of her thoughts. They were in the middle of picking herbs in the courtyard of the asylum, when she inclined her head towards Alyssa's sunburned face. What's less? The wagons that bring back the dead. Max's shoulders shuddered as images of the bodies suddenly came to mind. She quickly pushed the thoughts aside and replied dryly. Why yeah. It's been a few weeks. And they haven't come yet. That's a good sign, right? There was a glimmer of hope in Alyssa's tone, but even though Max didn't bother to reply, she continued, her voice mixed with pain and hope. Perhaps, when the messenger returns, it will be about the end of the war. They always come with the news of victory. Why yes. Such news would be nice. Max did not allow herself to think positive, as she was afraid of being disappointed if she set her expectations too high. Although, in reality, she was also secretly thrilled to finally hear that the war had ended. Currently, the Allied forces were fighting to drive the monsters away from the northwestern territories, and they were fighting to retake the stronghold of Etheline Castle in the northeastern region. They all claimed that if the battle there was won, the war would end. Across the capital, everyone's hopes were high on the news. Max, however, took it all in with a grain of salt, and couldn't help feeling anxious. After all, the saying "the calm before the storm" carried weight. Let's go inside now. This much is enough. We need to get ready to get back in time. The evening prayers. Will commence soon. Oh, is it that late already? Alyssa looked up at the sky and stood up slowly. Just in time, Itzilla called out to them with a lively voice. Hey you two. Come in and wash your hands. Everyone is ready to go back. If you don't want the priests to scold you for being late for the evening prayer, hurry up. We were just about to go. Alyssa grunted as she walked towards the entrance of the old building. Max gave a sour smile and followed the girl inside. Thanks to everyone's contribution in the recent weeks, the old asylum had been completely transformed. The dusty, hardwood floors were now clean and polished, credits to their diligent sweeping and waxing. Carpenters were also hired to repair the roof, stairs, and windows. As a result, the place hardly resembled the old, crumbling building. Max looked around the place for a moment, feeling a sense of pride, then went to the kitchen to wash her hands in the sink. She went out, fixing her hair and clothes, and saw the carriage and the guards already waiting for her. After promising the priests that they would return soon, They all got into the carriage. When should we visit again? One of the ladies sitting across from her asked excitedly. After pondering for a moment, Alyssa replied with a sigh. Maybe in a week. The priests have asked us to refrain from going out for the meantime. Why? The security has improved a lot lately. There are many merchants coming from the south, and the priests believe that they are pagans of polytheistic faith, worse than the refugees. The priests were very reluctant to accept their help and have always seen them as barbarians who cause nothing but trouble. Itzilla spoke in her characteristic poignant tone and Max replied with a frown. That is not true. Their knowledge are much more advanced than the West. All the healing techniques I had learned were based on knowledge coming from the south. You must not say that in front of the priests. Alyssa warned her with a serious expression. Although the priests in Lavon are Protestants and tolerate the existence of magic, they do not accept paganism. If you openly advocate polytheists, you will be rejected. Max recoiled at the prospect. See careful. As the carriage made its way from the outskirts and onto the main road, Max looked out and found herself in excruciating fatigue. Just as they entered the temple courtyard, a loud trumpet came out of nowhere. The noble ladies who were dozing off against the walls suddenly woke up, startled by the sudden sound, and they all flocked to the carriage window. Max poked her head too and saw the sea of people parting before an armored knight rushing down the road like the wind. Is it a messenger? I think so. Max responded and her face hardened. The ladies also exchanged glances and trembled with both anxiety and anticipation. Maybe it's news that the Etheline castle has been reclaimed. Alyssa exclaimed with a jubilant smile, but Max was skeptical. Seeing that a gentleman was sent to deliver the message in a hurry, it couldn't be good news. A sinister chill ran down her spine, and she shuddered at the hideous weight of anticipation. It was Itzilla who sprang into action and ordered the coachman to hurry through the partition. Please hurry back to the temple. We need to know what news the messenger brought. The carriage clattered across the yard immediately, and Max grasped the coin in her hand so tight that her knuckles turned white. She could only pray for good news. However, her high expectations were immediately shattered as she entered and sensed the tense atmosphere inside the temple. The priests were in deep discussion with each other when they got out of the carriage. A priest approached them to welcome them. Welcome back. We have decided to cancel the evening prayer tonight. Please return to your rooms and rest. On impulse, Alyssa reached out and grabbed the priest's arm who was turning to leave. We saw the messenger arrive. Did something happen? The priest turned to look at them, feeling uncomfortable by the atmosphere, and explained. I suppose it is better to let the ladies know now. It will become very difficult to serve the noble ladies who will be staying at the monastery from now on. For those who wish, they can communicate with their families and return home. What does that mean? Please explain it to us. The priest only sighed at the cries of frustration coming from Itzilla. It seems that the tides have turned. The monster army has spread all the way to the northeastern border that connects with Balto. A moment of deathly silence seized them, and everyone's anxious breathing could be heard. Alyssa staggered as if she was about to faint and was quickly caught by the priest. Please don't worry too much, as the situation is not as serious as it seems. The point is, this war is going on indefinitely, and requests have been made to send a support unit and supplies. The temple plans to send a large number of servants of people to help the men in battle. Therefore, the living situation in the monastery may become incredibly dire for the ladies. It may be better to go home to your families. Are you telling us to go home because we are a nuisance? Itzilla continued to exclaim fiercely. Alyssa was startled with her rude tone and scolded her. You did not come here to demand to be cared for. First of all, keep calm and go back to your rooms to think about it. We will also pass this message on to the other women. Just as Itzilla was about to argue again, the priest quickly scuttled out of sight. Max looked at the back of the retreating priest in devastation. Her expression was clearly distraught and her stomach was in tight knots and tingled like she had swallowed needles. The other ladies collapsed into the nearby seats with bewildered expressions. He said that the situation is not that serious, so everything should be fine, right? He's probably trying to reassure us. If it's not serious, why would they be trying to get rid of us? Itzilla's anger only served as fuel for her fear, and each and every one of them returned to their bedrooms pale and exhausted. Max also stumbled backward and collapsed onto her bed helplessly. If she had known that the pain and anxiety would be so great, she would have never followed Riftan there. If she had stayed in Anatole, she would not be consumed by such extreme and paralyzing fear and apprehension. After witnessing the casualties of the war with her own eyes, her sanity was put to the test. The peace of mind that she had finally achieved while working at the charity had now been completely crushed, and the nightmares returned. When she got up the next morning to see the other women, it was clear that they suffered all night like her. They trudged into the chapel like ghosts, physically and mentally exhausted. As she crossed the garden, the priests were rushing around, paying no attention to them. It seemed they were busy preparing to send a support unit for the war. Max was completely distracted while looking at them, when suddenly, someone tugged on her arm. Itzilla clung to her with a finger to her lips, motioning for her to follow her silently. Max could only follow with a puzzled expression. Itzilla moved her behind the pomegranate orchard, and looked around to make sure they were alone, before she finally spoke. "I'm sorry for suddenly dragging you here. I need to talk to the lady secretly about my plan." "What's going on?" Max asked, filled with concern at the hesitation that was uncharacteristic of the girl. Unable to suppress her intentions, Itzilla divulged everything rapidly. "After yesterday's happenings, I couldn't stay put. So, I went to speak to the priests and priestesses to see them personally, and according to them, the backup support unit will move northeast and move towards Sarveen Castle. They're thinking of supporting the Allied forces from there." Max could only blink questioningly, as she did not understand why Itzilla was secretly telling her such information. Seeing her questioning expression, the girl hesitated for a moment, then continued. "As the name suggests, the backup support unit will provide assistance from the rear. They must take care of the wounded and do random tasks such as preparing meals for nights, washing clothes, identifying the deceased, and helping with the transport of bodies. Since most of the men have left, this unit will probably consist primarily of priestesses." Slowly sensing the motives for this conversation, Max swallowed a lump in her throat, and waited for Itzilla to finish before assuming. The girl inhaled deeply and spoke fiercely with determination. "I will be sneaking in and joining the priestesses." Max's mouth fell open and she immediately threw thoughtless objections. That's ridiculous. It's too dangerous. I am the daughter of the night. I know how to protect myself. Besides, we won't be doing in the front lines, we're just helping with the chores from behind. It's not that different from what we've been doing for the asylum now. It's completely different. You're traveling to a war zone." When Max's voice raised unconsciously, Itzilla quickly reached over to cover her mouth. "Please, be quiet. If Alyssa finds out about this, she will drag me home by the hair if she has to." Max thought she needed to inform Alyssa immediately about Itzilla's reckless plan, but as if she could read minds, she narrowed her eyes. "I trust the lady and confided my plan only to her. The lady wouldn't do anything to betray my trust, right?" "Itzilla, really, please reconsider. You're only 18. I have been an adult for 2 years now. As I am an adult, I can take responsibility for my own decisions." Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 206. Max was completely at a loss seeing the sheer determination in the girl's eyes. Itzilla, who was 4 years younger than her, was 100 times braver than her. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Max looked away. Itzilla snapped back sharply. Max could only keep her mouth shut. It suddenly occurred to her that not everyone would bear the same suffering. If Riftan fell, she would mourn for him with all her heart. But that wouldn't be the case for her. Neither the Duke of Qua nor Rosetta would blink at her cold corpse. All of a sudden, Max felt her throat tighten. Riftan's voice saying that she was his only family echoed in her ears. "Right now, the only person who treats me as family is fighting in a dangerous place. What in the world am I doing here? What is the point of living for 100 years if I wouldn't be seeing him again?" While Max was lost in her depressive thoughts, Itzilla began to speak about her purpose. There was anger in Itzilla's tone, and Max did her best to appease her agitation. The girl said as she stubbornly raised her chin. Max's lips remained closed. It felt like there was a typhoon currently raging through her thoughts. Everything was screaming at her to inform the priests and Alyssa immediately about Itzilla's rash plan, but her heart was telling her something completely different. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. After stuttering for a few moments, she finally blurted out her answer. Even she was shocked by her own statement. Didn't Riftan plead for her to stay here and wait? Max could practically see Riftan's enraged face in front of her right now. Reaching into her pocket, Max touched the shekel nervously. Itzilla gave her an unsure smile. Max didn't know how to justify her reasoning and Itzilla also kept her mouth shut. Itzilla appeared conflicted on the matter of whether it is alright for her to pull someone else into a dangerous expedition. After a moment's hesitation, Itzilla spoke again. Max bit her lip. The pain in her heart now piled up to the point that it was becoming unbearable. She truly regretted being left behind and not putting more effort into persuading Riftan to take her with him. There was nothing more painful in this world than being away from him. Max has an extraordinary talent for torturing herself. She would imagine the worst possible scenario in dark, bleak future. It would have been better to enter the battlefield than to be tormented for months with nightmares. Max opened her mouth again, her tone scratchy like she had thorns stuck in her throat. Max nodded slowly and she saw relief wash over Itzilla's eyes. The girl looked around again to make sure they were alone and told Max in detail her plans to sneak into the support unit. Max looked at Itzilla skeptically, not sure if anyone would absurdly believe a simple excuse, but she had no other choice. Max nodded and licked her lips. The day Riftan found out about this, there would be a fiery hell to pay. However, even if Riftan vowed scold her endlessly for it, she had to do it, for she was going crazy yearning for him. The two left the orchard and went to the chapel for the morning prayers as if nothing had transpired. After the service ended, the noble ladies gathered among themselves to discuss their future with grim faces. With her expectations crushed by the new turn of events, Alyssa returned to the bedroom, saying that she wanted to be alone. This left Max and Itzilla a lot of privacy to plan their infiltration of the support unit. Max packed a generous supply of herbs and some mana stones, a sewing kit, casts, and other relief supplies in her leather bag that she had brought from Anatole. She also took some of the linens from the monastery. When they weren't busy preparing to leave, she taught Itzilla medicinal herbs and what to watch out for if they encounter monsters. Itzilla had no practical experience, but coming from a family of knights, her knowledge in monsters was on the same level as knights. Itzilla explained while drawing a diagram on the ground with a thin twig. The description of the monster only stoked her fear, and Max swallowed the lump in her throat. When she thought about going to a place infested with terrifying monsters that are resistant to attacks made her shudder. However, these were the kinds of monsters that her husband was currently battling against. As the days passed, Max became more and more determined to leave with Itzilla. Time flew by so quickly that the day they would finally leave with the support unit was already the next day. Max waited until late at night before secretly sneaking out of her room. Itzilla was waiting for her in a corner of the garden, and she sighed in relief when she saw Max. She breathed out through her nose and walked toward the priestess's quarters. Max tiptoed behind her as carefully as possible. In the dead of night, only the cries of the insects and the soft sound of the wind can be heard. They left the dark garden and entered a small, quiet building. As Itzilla walked through the gloomy hallway, she went over to a door in the corner and knocked. The door was immediately opened and there was a slight whisper. Max quickly entered behind Itzilla. In the compact bedroom lit by dim candles stood a stiff-faced, dark-skinned woman in her late 20s. She looked between Itzilla and Max, who had her bag strapped behind her back, and frowned, as if she couldn't believe this was actually happening. Max's eyes widened in surprise. She thought the priestess would be cooperative as Itzilla had claimed. The priestess stared at Itzilla's defiant expression with a conflicted look. Finally, she resigned with a sigh, then went to retrieve 2 priestess robes from her clothing trunk and handed them over. Itzilla reassured with absolute confidence and went behind the partition to change into her robe. Max just snuggled up on the spot as she looked uneasily at the priestess. Reluctantly, the priestess introduced herself. Itzilla yelled from behind the screen, but Selena was unfazed. Selena sighed heavily and looked at Max up and down. Max frowned at her disrespectful attitude. She tried to be as polite as possible but blunt at the same time. She added. The priestess rubbed her aching head as if she had just been burdened by all the troubles in the world. Max waited silently for Itzilla to finish changing before going behind the screen to switch her clothes. The moment her silk dress fell to the ground, there was no turning back. Max pulled the long drab robe over her head and dropped it over her ankles, then she pulled the hood over her head. Itzilla muttered as she adjusted the fit. Max smoothed the creases on the robe. She wanted to check and see herself in front of a mirror, but since it was a priestess room, there were no dressers or mirrors around. Selena explained as she tied the laces around Max's waist. Her tone was laced with sarcasm at the ridiculous plan, but Itzilla simply ignored it. The two of them stayed in Selena's room to rest until dawn. As soon as the sun began to pour light into the window, all the priestesses came out of their rooms one by one. Selena peered through the cracks in her door, and as soon as the hallway was mostly cleared, she slipped outside. Max and Itzilla followed Selena to the temple courtyard. At the base of the stairs, dozens of wagons filled with luggage and supplies filled the large space. At the front, knights wearing Levaton's royal crest lined up. Max rubbed her sweaty palms on her robe and joined the line of priestesses entering the covered horse-drawn carts. As Selina had said, they had gone unnoticed as the soldiers were scrambling and didn't even find something suspicious about their fake identifications, letting them on the carriages without a word. As soon as she got into the carriage with dozen other priestesses, Max crawled to the far corner and hugged her bag tightly. Selina and Idsilla sat across from her. After everyone boarded, a loud signal sounded in all directions, indicating that they were ready to depart. Soon, the wagon she was in shook and slid into a slow roll. Max's heart was in danger of jumping out of her chest. "We're really leaving? For real?" Max carefully lifted her head and glanced at Idsilla, but it was difficult to read what the younger girl's expression over the robe that her face up to the bridge of her nose. However, Max could see that her knuckles that were sitting on top of her knees were white with tension. Under the oak tree. Chapter 207. Max wanted to comfort Idsilla and tell her that everything would be fine, but she was afraid to open her mouth and attract unwanted attention. All the women were covered by their robes that she couldn't see their faces clearly, but most of them were young women. And they too tense as hardened stones. Whenever the carriage rocked when rolling over a rough surface, they would rattle along like pebbles in a sack. Max leaned against the wall of the carriage and looked out the window. Dozens of supplies-filled wagons lined up to exit the large city gate in an organized file. "How long does it take to reach Servant Castle?" Idsilla suddenly opened her mouth. Even though her voice was a soft sound, it sounded loud against the silence that everyone's eyes flew to her. Max was afraid that someone had already recognized them, but Selina responded calmly. "Around a week to 10 days. I didn't think it would be that far when I looked at it in the map. With a handful of troops and supplies to carry by wagon, it takes a lot more time." After their exchange, silence immediately filled the carriage again. Just the sound of the horse hooves, rattling wheels, and the occasional rustle of the soldiers' armors filled the air. The glow of dawn seeped into the tense atmosphere. The unit passed through the gates of the capital and at some point nearby, stopped at an open field. "Why are we stopping? We just left," Idsilla muttered nervously. Max noticed that she's worrying about them being found out in their disguise. "The Knights of Archduke Aron will be accompanying us," Selina quickly explained to her in a whisper to assuage her concerns. "I heard that the Archduke will be in command of this procession. As we have an excessive amount of food with us, additional guards are needed to ensure safety." At Selina's explanation, the faces of Idsilla and all the other priestesses sighed in relief. Only Max cowered. If what Selina said is true, then she would have to avoid the Archduke's eyes until they reached Servant Castle in 7 to 10 days. Max bit her lip. She wanted to take countermeasures and let Selina and Idsilla know about it, but she didn't dare speak, fearing that she might be discovered by one of the priestesses. She was afraid someone might recognize her by her very distinctive stutter. Max became very wary and didn't speak a single word. When noon came, the soldiers and knights stopped in a large wheat field to eat. The priestesses immediately began distributing food to the men. Since Max and Idsilla are hiding their noble identities, they also joined the assigned task. They distributed bread, cheese, and wine to the men, then distributed food to the priests. After they finished, the priestess gathered near the riverbank and they ate their own food. Max sat with Idsilla and chewed on the stale loaf of barley that scraped the roof of her mouth. Walking around under the intense sunlight had beads of sweat forming around her nose, and the heat that she felt under the robes was similar to being inside a sauna. But no matter how red her face was from the trapped heat, she didn't dare remove her hood to allow the breeze to come in. She concentrated on her food and vigilantly watched her surroundings. The Archduke's knights were at the front and rear of the massive procession. She would be able to avoid being seen by them if she's careful. "We are moving too slow," Idsilla complained after returning from washing her face and hands in the river. "If the temple discovers our absence too soon, they will soon catch up with us at the speed at which we are traveling." "Why you said that? You took care of everything before leaving?" Max, who was constantly on guard, asked in a low voice. Although no one could hear since they were sitting some distance away, she was still worried about the worst. "I did. But there's always the possibility that something will go wrong." "What the hell did you do?" Selina asked with a clenched jaw, but Idsilla just shrugged. "I paid some people to pretend to be us. As soon as dawn came this morning, they will join the other ladies and act like they are going home in hired carriages." Selina laughed, stunned at the ridiculous plan. There is no way that the central temple would fall for such a lame plan. They would surely have figured it all out by now. That would be true if the war wasn't this large scale. But right now, they can't afford on paying much attention. If two women similar are built wear veils and show their identification will easily get into the carriage. I also paid the coachman. Selina sighed in exasperation. Won't Lady Eliza know? She is completely in her own world right now. She might find it strange that I went home without talking to her, but as long as the priests tell her that I have gone home, she will be convinced. Then Itzilla added bitterly. I just pray that she doesn't come to her senses too soon. Or else she would become suspicious of my behavior and contact my family. Selina's eyebrows furrowed at Itzilla's fractured plan, then turned to Max. What about the lady? I left a letter saying that Itzilla has invited me to stay with her. And speaking of which, the person whom she addressed the letter to deliver is with them right now. She sighed for a moment then finally confessed. The person, who was supposed to watch over me, is Archduke Aron. He is close to my husband. And my husband left me in his care before he went to war. At the new revelation, a moment of suspense silence passed through them. Selina clutched her head abruptly in frustration and moaned loudly as Itzilla stroked her chin thoughtfully. Don't worry. Nobody pays attention to the priestesses. We're in the rear and they're in the front, so as long as you don't get too close to him when distributing food, you should be fine. Itzilla comforted her with her usual optimism. Why you think so? Itzilla nodded enthusiastically. It's actually better. If His Grace received the letter, it will only complicate things as he might verify if you are indeed staying with me in my home. The priests wouldn't go through that detail. Her words sounded plausible, and Max felt regained a little of her composure, finishing up her share of bread. When lunch was over, the expedition continued without delay. Max got into the narrow carriage where there wasn't even room to stretch her legs until sunset. Max's entire body was stiff and cramping, and cold sweat was dripping on her cheeks, but it couldn't be helped. She rested her throbbing hips on a thick blanket for a while. She was absolutely exhausted, but there wasn't enough time to rest as they had to help setting up the camp. While the knights and soldiers tended to the horses and surveyed the area, the women were tasked with preparing the fires and dinner. Max followed in the footsteps of the priestesses and gathered dry branches and straw for the fire. Itzilla helped bring water to fill the cauldron and collected stones to build a makeshift stove. That was not all. They had to prepare the ingredients, cook it, and then distribute it. Only afterward did they sit near the fire to enjoy the hearty soup and roast potatoes. Sleeping on the blanket-covered ground was uncomfortable, but Max isn't in the position to complain. She closed her eyes and tried to fall asleep under the clear, starry sky. The next morning, she woke up with 5 mosquito bites on her fingers and calves. There were also ants crawling on the skirt of her robe and her back was covered in dirt. The rest she acquired didn't really amount to sleep, it was more like just closing her eyes. After washing her face, she got back into the carriage. The day played in the same monotonous routine. They left at dawn, stopped at noon for lunch, and moved immediately afterward. Just as Itzilla said, the Archduke did not even look in her direction. Max saw him scouting the surrounding area with his knights in search of monsters, but none of them took a glance at the priestesses in drab garb. Nobody cared about them at all. Thanks to this, Max was able to relax and adapt to the demands of the expedition. Surprisingly, Itzilla was the one struggling to adapt. She didn't cry or complain, but every night, she tossed and turned, and the narrowness was difficult for her, who had long arms and legs. The journey might be longer than I thought. Selina commented with an anxious expression as she looked at Itzilla's pale and tired face. I overheard the knights say they are taking the longer route to Servin for safety. Will you be okay? Of course. Itzilla responded without missing a beat. I can adapt like everyone else. The girl's pride was so fierce that any act of compassion and concern for her was intolerable. However, when Max prepared herbal tea to help her sleep, Itzilla did not refuse. Judging by Itzilla's complexion the next morning, she appeared to have been able to sleep soundly. They rode in the wagon that rocked violently. Whenever the car rattled and rocked, all the women bounced off their seats. And when the car turned around, they were all thrown to the side of the vehicle like rolling pebbles. There wasn't an inch of skin that wasn't covered in bruises from the rough ride. When they finally neared their destination, Max realized that the journey had been surprisingly and suspiciously peaceful. As if jinxed, the sound of a sharp flute echoed through the procession, and all the carriages immediately began to shake violently as if an earthquake had broken out. Screams from everywhere pierced her ears. Max held onto the windowsill to keep her from falling to the floor of the carriage and looked out the window. The soldiers all hurried to their horses and drew their swords in unison. Soon, Max saw why. Giant dark green monsters rushed towards them, causing a dust storm with their footsteps. The horde of monsters stirred the men and chased after them like raging bulls. The sudden halt of the carriage caused them to scramble inside, and Max fell to the floor, trembling. The thunderous roars of the trolls hit her ears like the whip. "Everyone! Get your things and get out now!" The soldier screamed at them as he swung the door open. The women were huddled, sobbing in fear as he forced them to get out. "We can't put a barrier on every carriage. If we all get together in one place, we can build a magic shield for everyone. Hurry!" They grabbed their bags and jumped out of the car at the man's behest. The soldiers led the priestesses to the center of the procession. Max was barely able to keep up as she struggled to find her balance in the chaos. However, the moment the trolls appeared, her legs froze in fear. If it weren't for Selena's quick reflexes, she would have collapsed on the ground. Max allowed herself to be herded like sheep as they squeezed through the crowd of people. Once all the defenseless were gathered in one place, the high-ranking priests immediately threw a barrier around them with divine magic. Max clung to Idsilla and looked around her, eyes unfocused on the chaos unfolding before them. The dark green monsters clad in iron armor swung their massive maces and the bodies of the soldiers flew in the air like mere scarecrows. Max screamed at the blood splattering everywhere. The sizes of the trolls are twice to thrice larger than the men. The knights raced forward with incredible speed to slice through the bodies of the trolls, but the monsters didn't even flinch. When Max saw the wound close in seconds, her eyes darkened with inexplicable fear. What she read in the books was completely different in real life. How on this earth have humans fought such monstrous beings possessing such formidable strength? With a blow of the iron hammer, the giant smashed a handful of the warhorses. Max barely suppressed the urge to vomit and squeezed her eyes shut. Even Idsilla clung on Max as if she was on the verge of death. At that moment, Archduke Aron's roaring voice pierced their ears. "Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, come to your senses." Under the oak tree. Chapter 208. Max mustered what little courage she had left and barely managed to open her eyes. It was difficult to see what was happening with the dust surrounding them as thick as fog. She could hear screams, the sound of steel colliding, the angry neighing of horses, and the sickening sound of ripping flesh. She stayed as close to the people around her as possible and shuddered in fear. A group of horses passed them, leaving behind a thick dust of earth, and the glow of the knight's silver-gray armor passed before their eyes. Their silhouette charged the trolls like a storm and soon, a violent battle ensued against the dozens of trolls. Max looked around nervously. Too much was happening, and it was hard to tell who was winning. It all felt like a living nightmare. Knights threw chains of hooks everywhere and wrapped them around the massive body of trolls like a net, and the monsters fought back, roaring in anger. Their huge limbs hitting the ground rumbled and almost split the earth in two. Max was terribly daunted by the fierce battle ensuing right in front of her. The knights mercilessly impaled the trapped trolls with spears and hooks, cutting their heads off when their struggle went down a notch. These counterattacks were repeated several times, until the battle eventually came to an end. The trolls who were still on their 2 feet dwindled down to half of the initial number, and even those stumbled helplessly under the constant attacks of the knights. Eventually, they drove the monsters to a corner in an organized tactic. It appears that it will all soon be over. As the thick dust settled, Archduke Aron beckoned to the high-ranking priest. Then, the barrier surrounding them disappeared, as it melted into thin air. Max flinched as she trembled. Although it was announced that the battle was over, her stiff limbs couldn't move an inch. "It's all over now. Hurry up and aid the wounded," a knight urged them. It was only then that they carefully went to the blood-covered battlefield, and Max glanced terrified at the troll's dead body slumped against the ground. The soldiers removed its armor, revealing its terrifying build: dark green skin like a swamp toad, muscular, heavy-set body, and a face of a monster like how it was described in the books. I had a large, hawk nose, yellow teeth with fangs protruding out of its mouth, sparse long black hair, and cheeks drooping like the face of an old saggy man. She was watching the troll with such an engrossed gaze that she later realized that the head she was observing was already decapitated from its body, quickly turning her eyes away. Her stomach turned and her eyes became unfocused. "Hurry and carry the wounded to one place. Those who are seriously injured should be brought to a high-ranking priest, while those who can still move should be gathered in one place to receive initial aid," one of the knights instructed firmly, and the priestesses all began to move. Max desperately pushed the gruesome image away and ran toward the fallen men. Some died right where they were, but she averted her eyes from those who were crushed, concentrating on finding those still breathing and conscious. It couldn't be said that they had been fortunate, since many people had perished, but 2/3 of the men left in the battlefield were still breathing. After carefully checking the extent of their injuries, Max casted healing magic. She felt a bit anxious, wondering if people would find it strange that a priestess was capable of conjuring magic, but no one paid attention to it. Soldiers and knights rushed to remove the armor from the troll's body, while the priestesses and the high priests were occupied with tending to the wounded. Making sure no one was looking in her direction, Max stealthily applied more healing magic. After healing 7 people in a row, her mana reached its limits. Carefully judging how much mana she had left, she decided to refrain from using healing magic to prevent the risk of magic exhaustion. Instead, she concentrated on moving the wounded to an area, as the other priestesses were already doing. Those in critical condition were brought before the high priest to be treated with divine magic, while soldiers with minor injuries, such as fractures or heavy bruises, were led into the hastily erected tents. The wounded were placed neatly on the blankets, and a knight who was supervising yelled in a stern tone, "At the moment, we cannot cast healing magic for everyone. There's one more day left until we get to Servin. Once everyone has received first aid, we will take a short break and begin to move immediately. I hope everyone can endure it for a little longer." The wounded soldiers nodded wordlessly as the priestesses stripped off their armor and began to clean their torn flesh, and Max also helped remove their armor to clean dust and dirt from the wounds. Watching the soldiers squirm and groan in pain, she felt a strange sense of guilt creep inside her. If she only had more mana, all those wounds would heal in no time, but she couldn't afford to try too hard. If she pushed herself and collapsed just like the last time, it wouldn't do anything but trouble. Max applied the cast to the wound and wrapped it in bandages made from torn sheets. Some of the wounds were so large that she had to stitch them up, just as Ruth taught her. Many soldiers paled at the thought of their skin being stitched together with thread and needle, but most of them wordlessly accepted her help. After giving them painkillers, she began to stitch up their wounds one by one. "There are more injured here. Someone please give me a hand." Just as Max finished suturing and bandaging the wound, a soldier yelled in the distance. She got up quickly and walked over. The moment she stepped outside, the body of a troll lying near a large rock caught her eye and she froze in shock. "What are you doing? Hurry up and help me with this guy." She had no choice but to follow the soldier, finding 2 unconscious men lying next to the monster's body. Max supported one of them and struggled to lift him up, as the soldier who called for help picked up the other one and the 2 returned to the tent with the unconscious soldiers in tow. Suddenly, a strange thumping sound came from behind her as they moved, sending a foreboding chill down her spine. Slowly, she turned and saw huge red, burning eyes staring at her. Her legs shook and she froze on the spot. Her first thought was to run away, but she couldn't move. It was as if she had turned to a stone statue. The troll, whose head was barely attached to his neck, grabbed his half-severed head and held it back into its rightful place. As soon as the flesh healed and his head was once again properly attached to the rest of his body, he came running towards her. At that moment, a huge hook caught the troll's neck and Max's leg gave out. The giant monster, who was 7 ft, 210 centimeters, high, recoiled like a fish caught on a hook. The troll swung its limbs in retaliation, but the knight on top of the rock didn't even budge. As he violently yanked on the chains, its body scraped against the ground, sending dust everywhere. It was truly a sight to behold, that of a knight who managed to coil a monster 3 times his size. At that point, he drew his sword and quickly lowered it on its rock boulder-sized head, which snapped in 2 like a pumpkin. The scene was so unrealistic that Max couldn't even feel nauseous. "Can't you even properly confirm if it's dead?" The knight's cold voice resounded like the whip. The soldier next to Max was quickly shaken from his stupor and launched a round of apologies for his incompetence. "Forgive me." The gentleman clicked his tongue disapprovingly, then gestured his chin towards the tent. "Hurry and bring him in." The soldier with the wounded man on his back obeyed immediately. Max wanted to follow him, but her legs refused to move. She could only look up at the knight who had saved her. The knight had such ruthless expression that she could hardly believe that it was him who had struck such a strong blow. He leapt away from the dead monster's body like a graceful cat and wiped the blood from his sword. His hood flapped, and his tan hair shimmered like gold under the sunlight. Max groaned internally when she realized who it was. The knight who had just saved her life was Sir Leon Quile, the commander of the Holy Knights. "What is it? Are you hurt?" Max immediately lowered her head and grabbed her hood as the knight turned to her. Fine. She tried to lower her voice to avoid being recognized and struggled to stand up. Her legs had lost their strength, and as she tried to carry the weight of the unconscious soldier over her back, they shook like she was a newborn foal. Sir Quile, who was watching her pathetic struggle, went over and snatched the soldier from her. "I'll carry him." Max looked at her feet, conflicted on what she had to do. She pulled her hood over to cover as much of her face as possible, but it seemed like he wasn't close to recognize her. If he did, Max had no idea what kind of explanation she was going to offer him. "What are you doing standing there? Go and lead the way." Hearing his urging cold voice, she hurriedly went towards where the camp was. The knight gently supported the unconscious knight and walked beside her. She could feel his gaze stinging the top of her head, but she dared not lift her eyes to check. She swallowed hard. Did he perhaps recognize me? However, he simply dropped the unconscious man on an empty bed space without saying a word. When he finally disappeared from her sight, the accumulated tension disappeared from her shoulders. There's no way he can remember a person he only saw once. Max convinced herself and went to where the wagons were. For once, she was thankful that she wasn't so memorable. "I heard that one of the fallen trolls was actually alive and suddenly attacked. Are you all right?" Itzilla asked anxiously when she saw Max, and Max nodded her head in response. I'm fine. A knight saved me. We were fortunate. The reinforcements who came are led by the commander of the Holy Knights." "Yes. They arrived just in time. They must have been patrolling over this area in case the trolls attacked to steal our food," Selena replied as she got out of the wagon, carrying a cauldron. Max hardened into the prospect that it was a premeditated attack. Contrary to their dull appearance, trolls were considered highly intelligent monsters. If such terrifying monsters had the ability to form armies, craft weapons and armor, a tremendous disaster would surely befall on the human race. She pulled a packet of herbs from the wagon as she tried to deter her negative thoughts. At that moment, she had to focus on helping the injured, rather than wasting time worrying about such useless things. She passed down herbs to the priestesses and told them how to create a mix that would help replenish their energy. They also made medicinal tea and made the wounded take it. Then, Max went to help retrieve the bodies of the fallen warriors. Being exposed to the sight of blood made her senses numb. As the belongings of the fallen ones were being collected, the gruesome crushed corpses were wrapped in large cloths and taken to the high priests, who prayed and drizzled holy water over their mangled bodies. After the simple ceremony was over, the soldiers began digging graves and constructing headstones for the dead, and Max was quite surprised by the informality of it all. "Aren't all the bodies sent back to the capital?" "It is too difficult to send them all back to the capital. Since there are priests here, the funeral rites could be executed and have the bodies buried immediately. Only their belongings will be later sent to their bereaved families," Selena whispered in a grim voice, and Max felt her stomach twist at the possibility that a Ream Dragon Knight was also buried that way. She did her best to shake off those ominous thoughts, but they clouded her mind like a thick fog. Perhaps, it was because she had witnessed too many horrors in one day. She assisted with the funerals by helping retrieve the mangled corpses with her mind and body in separate states. After the corpses were all buried, another ritual was done to purify the dead monsters. When everything was sorted out, their journey continued straight away. Max sat on the corner of the wagon and rubbed her stiff, tired eyes. She stank of blood and her mental state was in shambles, but strangely she did not shed a single teardrop. She hugged her knees and watched the sun set in the horizon inside the rocking wagon. The Holy Knights, embraced by the glow of the setting sun, seemed more somber and intimidating than ever. "Were you able to deliver my letter?" Max wanted to ask how Riftan was doing, or if he was hurt, but she knew she wasn't in the position to do so. "Once we get to Servant Castle, I'll be able to know," Max reassured herself. She was drowning in terror and dread, but the thought of potentially seeing Riftan gave her strength. As long as she could verify that he was safe, she could endure anything. "Just a glance, from a distance, that's all I need," she told herself as she buried her face in her lap, driving away the nightmarish horrors from her mind. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 209. They were significantly delayed because of the troll attack that, by the time they stopped to make camp, darkness had already descended on the sky. Knights stood guard holding torches, while priestesses focused on the wounded. Most of their conditions worsened due to traveling continuously despite their weak bodies. Max went with Itzilla to fetch water from the spring, so they could use it to boil herbs for the medicinal tea. After giving it to the wounded soldiers, They went to prepare a meal with the other priestesses. She was exhausted enough to pass out, but there was no time to take even a short rest. Only after they took care of the injured and handed out food to everyone, could they finally settle down to eat their own meal, consisting of whatever bread and soup was left. Max didn't think it was unfair. When the battle broke out, the soldiers risked their lives to protect them. Now it was their turn to help nurse them back to health. She filled her stomach with a meager meal in the dark and went to lie down on a blanket near the campfire. Itzilla, who had also worked without a word of complaint, came to lay by her side. After a moment of silence, Max could hear the girl shuffling around. She asked her in a whisper, "Are you all right? Are you hurt somewhere?" "And no. It's more terrifying than I thought it would be." Itzilla blew her nose on the blanket, her eyes glittering with unshed tears. "I'm sorry. I'm a fool. What I did is practically not different from begging you to come with me." "No, it's not. I made my own decision." Max responded quickly, then added hesitantly, "Do you want to go be back?" Itzilla shook her head. "Nothing like that. No, honestly, I want to go back. But still, I won't do it." She bit her lip lightly before continuing. "You remember I told you about my older brother, right?" Max nodded. Itzilla's voice was as weak as the wick of a dying candle. Elba did not join the war to maintain his honor as a knight despite suffering from an injury. Although he claimed it was to maintain his honor. In truth, he did it to raise money for my dowry. My family is one of the oldest families in Levedon, but since my father's generation, our wealth and influence has been in constant decline. And my fiancé is from the Cedo clan of the southern region. In that our region. Do they ask for a large amount of dowry? Itzilla nodded stiffly. I told them to break the engagement, but my father would not hear it. For a noble woman, breaking an engagement or marriage is the same as a death sentence. Elba didn't want me to be subjected to such a dishonorable situation. So, to earn my dowry, my father sold the little land we had left and Elba was forced to join the war. I knew this. I just pretended not to know and did nothing to stop it. If I had just walked into the monastery and become a priestess earlier. If Elba ended up like those soldiers buried in the ground today. If something like that happens to him, I will never be able to forgive myself. Max heard the faint sound of sobbing. To think that Itzilla was struggling with guilt all that time. It all made sense now. She could understand why she came up with such a reckless decision. She was very unfamiliar with it all. A brother who would risk his life for his little sister, or a father who would sell his land for his daughter. It sounded like something out of a storybook. Sorry. You must feel uncomfortable from what I just revealed. It's fine. Tomorrow, everything will be better. Itzilla wiped away her tears with her sleeves and claimed defiantly. I must be very tired because my emotions became vulnerable. Sleep now. When dawn comes, we'll have to leave for the road again. Itzilla nodded and covered her head with a blanket. No more crying could be heard. The girl had to be really exhausted since she fell asleep very soon. Max rolled onto her back and looked up at the starry sky with a grim expression. Although she was born a girl, she never imagined that she would be loved. If she were smarter, prettier, and didn't stutter, would have the Duke of Qua treat her differently? She felt her heart freeze at the thought. Max curled up and pulled the blanket over her chin. There's no use in making yourself miserable by comparing yourself to others. She had Riftan now. Even when she was tattered and covered in dirt, he loved her. Just having him by her side was what she would probably ever need. Max closed her eyes and tried to erase the memories of her miserable past. The next day, the preparations to depart began even before dawn broke. Max, feeling her mana returning, applied some healing magic to the wounded. The injured soldiers were not surprised as they thought they were receiving divine magic. Sighing in relief, Max went to the stream to fetch water to make breakfast. However, when she got there, she was the only priestess around. Perhaps the other priestesses already brought water. Max turned towards the camp, when she suddenly saw her reflection in the water. She had been wearing the suffocating robe since the beginning of the expedition, so the exposed part of her face and neck were sticky with sweat. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly sat down near the water, pulled back her hood, and splashed the cold water over her face and neck. Her clothes were getting soaked, but she didn't care. Rolling up her sleeves, she washed her arms and armpits before getting up. At that moment, Max heard a rustling sound above her. She looked up and froze, as her face paled. It was Sir Leon, perched on top of a steep rock. He looked down at her with an expressionless face as he bit into his apple. It suddenly dawned on her that no one was around there to avoid disturbing his rest. She hurriedly covered her head with hood and quickly went to leave, but a monotonous voice stopped her from escaping. "What were you thinking coming all the way here?" Her heart fell to her stomach. The knight threw the core of the apple into the bushes and leapt off the rock. "I've been snooping around and noticed that the Archduke knows nothing about this. Just how did you sneak in?" "What are you talking about?" Max pulled the hood down to her chin and played ignorant. The man said nothing for a while and stared at her, as if prompting her to answer his question. Max felt her mouth go dry. I must return, I have something to do. I have delivered your letter." As soon as he said that, Max couldn't move, as if she was caught in a snare. It occurred to her that he may be lying, but the temptation was too hard for her to resist. She wanted to know from him. Is he hurt? Who the hell could hurt that person? Her eyes immediately filled with tears at his confident tone and her heart lit up with relief. She slowly raised her head to detect any lies in his words, but the man simply looked at her with an inexplicable expression. His eyebrows furrowed and his eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Did you come all the way here just to verify that?" Max grew red at the accusatory tone. Please pretend you didn't see me. I'll make sure that I won't bring you any trouble. You didn't have to go this length, nothing will harm him." Max looked at him furiously, upset at his sullen tone. Sir Riftan is not immortal." The paladin's mouth twisted, as if wanting to refute her statement, but decided to keep his mouth shut. A strange emotion, too quick to understand, flickered through his cold gaze. "Nothing will change even with the lady here. I know that. I just want to see his face even from afar. I miss him." Max stammered in shame, her ears dyeing red in embarrassment. Sir Quile, who was looking down at her, spoke bluntly. "The camp where Calypso is in is at least a day or over away from Servant Castle. Won't that make your goal quite difficult to achieve?" Doing her best to hide her disappointment, Max spoke as calmly as possible. It doesn't matter. As long as I can get frequent news about the situation, since it's closer than the city, that would be enough for me." The paladin's mouth remained closed at her answer and Max looked into his impassive face with pleading eyes. Sensing her despair, the man frowned and went to pick up the cloak he had left on a nearby branch. "It would be better for me to pretend that I don't know you're here. Otherwise, I would have to go to the trouble of finding an escort for the lady." "Do as you please." The man's emotionless eyes slowly looked her up and down. Max hunched her shoulders, realizing how shabby and filthy she must appear. The knight opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something else, but turned and walked away, knowing it was none of his business to meddle in. The tension on her shoulders barely subsided. The knight didn't seem to want to be involved in her affairs, and it made sense. The commander of the Holy Knights could not be bothered by whatever she was doing. She slowly returned to the camp to prepare breakfast with the other priestesses and then she tended to the wounded. Once the sun rose, the expedition began to move. Those who could ride on horseback did so, while those who couldn't were transported through carriages. Because of that, the already crowded carts now barely had room to breathe. Max, sandwiched between everyone, began to nod off. The other priestesses were also drained by the scare of the day before and fell asleep despite the violent shaking of the wagon. After traveling for half a day, the wagon suddenly stopped moving. Max, still in a groggy state, looked out the window and saw the walls of a huge castle. They had reached Servant Castle. "Itzilla. I think we've arrived." Itzilla, who was sleeping on Max's shoulder, raised her head. She leaned over and peered out of the window. Soon, the barred gates of the territory rumbled open for them and the wagons began to move again. She looked around curiously outside the window as they passed through the gates. Ruined buildings and debris were scattered everywhere, which were perhaps brought by the trolls' conquest. Most of the walls were half collapsed and the buildings were burned down, some were even reduced to ashes. If it hadn't been for the thickly packed tents ahead and the Levaton flag, Max would have thought the city was abandoned. "We have arrived. You may come out now." The wagon stopped and the soldiers went to open the doors. Max came out of the wagon with dozen other priestesses and a soldier led them to their tent. "Follow me," he instructed. She did as she was told while looking around. Horses were tied to the fences, soldiers were busily running in and out of the barracks, and priests were busy caring for the wounded. She poked her head out, trying to find a familiar face, when the soldier leading them stopped abruptly, causing her to crush her nose into Selena's back, who was walking ahead of her. "The women will be staying here." The soldier rolled up the entrance to their barracks and Max bent over to catch a glimpse of the inside. Thick piles of hay littered the floor of the low-ceilinged tent, The dark space was clearly only set up for sleeping, there was no space for privacy if one wanted to change or wash, and there was no proper bedding either. The space was so small that Max didn't think there was even room for them to toss and turn in their sleep. All the priestesses went inside, and Max sat at one corner of the tent with Itzilla. She organized her bag and immediately went back outside. The priest outside instructed them on their chores. They were responsible for preparing breakfast and dinner, while caring for the wounded all day. In addition to their main tasks, they also had to fetch water several times a day, tend to the horses, wash clothes once every 10 days, and occasionally attend to the knights. Max's face paled at the thought of having to do so much work, but she had no right to complain. Determined, she immediately went to work. She also wanted to gather information about the Ream Dragon Knights right away, but with so much on her plate, it was going to be hard to find time to talk to the soldiers. Max got so worried internally that Selena took pity on her and went out of her way to gather information on ethylene for her. I heard that reinforcements have arrived from Balto. And it seems that the situation is not as bad as it seems. Really? Max, who was starting a bonfire with the soot smeared on her face, smiled genuinely. Selena nodded. I also heard that Sir Calypso is doing incredible on the battlefield. He managed to relentlessly defeat an army of 1,000 trolls with only 200 knights. There's no one as valiant as him. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 210. The light on Max's face grew cloudy. Her spine grew cold as if she was submerged in ice water when she heard that Riftan faced 1,000 trolls in battle. They were monsters who were heavier than bulls and had incredibly fast regenerating abilities, to the point that even with their head half cut, they could heal in a blink of an eye when they were attached back to their neck. To think that he battled an army of such terrifying monsters with only 200 men. How could you be so damn reckless? Max felt her heart shrivel. Selena's words were far from reassuring her. She opened her mouth and couldn't help groping on her stiff tongue. How about the others? Don't worry. There wasn't a single casualty among the Ream Dragon Knights. Max let out an audible sigh of relief and Selena continued in a more hesitant tone. But it appears that some of them were injured. Who? How many? How serious are their injuries? I don't know the details. I only heard that some of the knights were seriously wounded after the battle and that they had to stop their advance to recuperate and receive medical treatment. Max clasped her blood-drained face with trembling hands. The faces of the Ream Dragon Knights flashed rapidly in her mind. Divine or healing magic could quickly repair an injury on any part of the body. Them halting their advance could only mean that their injuries were far from being minor. As her heart squeezed, worrying about which ones of the Ream Dragon Knights were hurt, Itzilla suddenly approached them with an anxious expression. Have you heard anything about Elba? Selena shook her head. Aside from the Royal Knights of Levedon camping near the Ethylene Castle, there was nothing else that I could find out. Itzilla's head boding disappointment, and Selena reached out to comfort her, placing a hand on her shoulder. In a few days, each unit from the war zone will be coming here to replenish their supplies. When that happens, we can get more information, so don't fret too much. Itzilla perked up a little at the prospect. Selena then left. She would often gather information and Max would always cover for her duties on the other tent. Staring into space for a moment, she pondered on the news the priestess brought, then quickly cleared her head and concentrated on her task. Her cheeks burned and her face was covered in sweat from being near the fire, but the searing flames helped distract her from her terrible anxieties. Max emptied her head and concentrated on simmering the herbs in the cauldron. After the medicine had cooled down, she fed it to the patients, cleaned their wounds, and replaced their bandages. Once she was done, she went to help with the food preparation. There wasn't even time to catch her breath. Finally, when she finished her work for the day, Max sank onto the stack of hay in the narrow tent. She couldn't even lift a finger. The summer heat only served to rot all the grime on them, and the smell of blood, sweat, and horses filled her nostrils. It was even difficult to breathe properly due to the stench and humidity, but Max was too exhausted to make a fuss about it. She curled up like a withering cabbage, thinking about what the future would hold for her. Would this way of living continue until the war is over? Her confidence and willpower to keep all of herself together crumbled to the annoying hum of the mosquitoes swarming around the dark tent. Tears fell from Max's eyes. She yearned for Riftan dearly and she missed Calypso's castle, but she was the one who decided to come all the way there. As if to gather all her spiraling feelings, she closed her eyes tightly. The next day was just as hectic. Before the sun had even risen, she went out of the tent to wash her face in the nearby stream of water and went straight to the makeshift infirmary. A total of 300 wounded men were encamped, and only 5 high-ranking priests capable of using divine healing magic were around. Due to the scarcity, the priests only focused on treating those who were in critical condition. The others had to recover naturally over time and were left to the care of the priestesses. Once they had confirmed that one of the wounded had died during the night, they went to the main storage tent to prepare medicinal herbs. The priest who supervised the herbs gave them a palm-sized flat board made of wood and gave them instructions. From what we saw yesterday, most patients suffer from broken bones. Since they could not move properly, you priestesses will have to help them from eating to washing. You must carefully monitor their conditions from morning till evening and inform me immediately if anyone loses consciousness or develops a fever. Max listened intently as the priest continued to speak hastily. Pay special attention to those patients whose wounds are still bleeding. You must check whether their wounds have pus or maggots. You should prepare a detox medicine and feed it to them 3 times a day. Also, make sure their hands and feet are always clean and change their bandages at least once every 3 days. Herbs and firewood are available here in the main storage tent. You can take as many as you need every day. After the priest finished, he divided them into 6 groups, each group made of 7 priestesses. Each group oversaw 40 patients. Fortunately, Max and Idsilla were assigned to the same group. I heard that most priestesses only know the basics of healing. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask right away. I will be stationed near the northern gates. When the priests left the tent, the priestesses began to divide their tasks. For each group, 2 will be taking turns on watching over the patients while the other 5 will be preparing food and fetching water. Max went with 2 other priestesses to hoist water from the well. The task sounded simple enough, but constantly providing drinking water, boiling herbs, and cleaning was not that easy. They had to prepare medicines for 40 men, provide them breakfast and 2 other meals, wash hands and feet, clean the pus from their wounds, and wrap them with new plasters and bandages. After that, they still had to take care of the horses and prepare food for the other soldiers in the fortress. Every day passed by them in an instant, as if time was on fast forward. Slowly, Max got used to the tough work. Although it was much harder than she had expected, she didn't mind and didn't complain about it. Her heart ached so much seeing men who could forever be crippled from fighting monsters that she felt sorry for not being able to help them more. If she could, she wanted to heal each and every one of them with her healing magic. However, that was a distant dream, given her limited supply of mana. Even casting it on merely 3 to 4 people a day drained her energy to the point that she could not handle the rest of her tasks. In the end, Max decided to refrain from using magic as much as possible. In such a situation where she was responsible for dozens of men, she could not pour it all on only a few of them. She meticulously cared for the wounds of the patients assigned to her and soothed their pains by offering analgesic herbal teas hourly. It was another busy day when Idsilla secretly beckoned to her. "Madam," she whispered. Max was in the midst of preparing a medication, but stopped what she was doing and looked. Idsilla had a finger against her lips and urged her to come out quietly. She looked around for a moment in confusion, then followed the girl out of the tent. The sweltering rays of summer sun pierced her eyes. Max paused for a moment to rub the sweat away from her forehead and nose, and Idsilla grew impatient and waved her hand, urging her to hurry. "This way." Idsilla sneaked around the campsite and stopped her tracks when they reached the fortress wall. She hid behind the bush and abruptly pulled her arm to hide with her. Just. What is happening?" Max asked in a whisper as she leaned in next to her. "Look over there." Idsilla pointed her finger above the bush, and Max soon realized why the girl called out to her. Dozens of knights lined up outside the wide-open gates. "Those are the Knights of Wedden. They are here to get food," Idsilla whispered in her ear. Max's eyes widened. Just as she said, the knights' coats were bearing Whedon's crest. Her heart began to race at the thought of Riftan being among them. "I think they will be leaving immediately once they're done getting their food supply." Immediately?" Max asked in disbelief, and Idsilla nodded in response. "Now's your only chance to gather news and details about the Reamdragon Knights. What do you want to do?" Max bit her lower lip. Even if Riftan wasn't among them, she would be able to at least know how he and the knights were doing. She covered her face with her hood and stepped out from behind the bush. "I'll go and pretend that I'm only helping out. I'll make sure and no one notices me. Then maybe I can listen in on the not knights' conversations." "I'm going to." Max shook her head. "If we both go, we'll get noticed. You must go back to the tent, Idsilla. Before the others find out. If I hear anything about the Royal Knights of Livadon, I'll let you know." Itzilla thought for a moment, then nodded and turned to leave, knowing that Max's words made sense. She headed straight to where the Knights of Wheaton were, and as she approached their barracks, she heard the Archduke's hospitable voice. It must have been difficult getting here. Please, come inside. Take a break while the soldiers load the food into the wagons. He led the Knights of Wheaton to the barracks while Max hid behind a wagon, watching the knights pass one by one. Max poked her head out, trying to get a good look. Just as she was about to approach one of them to ask him about the situation in the front lines, someone familiar crossing the gates suddenly caught her eyes. Max's eyes widened. Sir Caron? It was Elliot Caron, who left before them and got caught up in the Weebel, and he was entering the castle gates with the other soldiers. Max felt like crying at the face she hadn't seen in months. She heard that Riftan came to the rescue successfully, but she did not know if any of them were seriously injured and wondered if everyone else was unharmed. She felt like a kettle of boiling water, wanting to act on impulse and rush to him to ask for any detail or information, but if she got caught now, she would likely be forced to return to Lavon. With great self-control, Max crouched behind the carriage, careful not to be discovered. However, she froze in place when she saw that behind Sir Caron there was Ruth. She watched warmly, seeing the face of her friend who she hadn't seen in months. Oh, how she worried about that pestering and sarcastic guy. Ruth's gray hair had grown a bit longer than the last time she saw him, it was messy and reached the nape of his neck, and he had lost weight, making his already slender face look even skinnier. He opened his mouth wide to yawn, looking exhausted as he always did, then, he dismounted from his horse. Max smiled. Even from a distance, she could hear his usual grumbles. After leaving instructions for the knights, Ruth headed towards the nearby small stream. Max hesitated for a moment, but quickly decided to follow him. He walked over to the stream, rolled up his sleeves, and splashed the water loudly all over his face. Once she made sure no one was around, she approached him silently and squatted next to him. Ruth didn't immediately recognize her, whose face was covered in sweat and dirt and who was dressed in shabby priestess clothes. To him, it appeared like she was just another priestess who came to fetch water. He shot her a disinterested look, then went to wash his stained hands and feet. Max frowned and reached out to touch his arm. Only then did his blue-gray eyes turn to see her clearly. She smiled awkwardly at Ruth, who blinked at her with a blank expression. It's been a while, Ruth. You seem well. I'm relieved. As if struck by lightning, the wizard immediately stood straight up and opened his mouth as if he was about to scream at any moment. Max jumped at him like a rabbit, quickly covering his mouth to prevent him from doing so. The action made Ruth's thin body fall backwards, looking like a scarecrow, and then he fell straight into the stream with a splash, splattering water all over her robe. Max looked at him with pleading eyes and desperately begged him. Please. Don't cause a commotion. And nobody knows that I'm here. He stared at her in utter disbelief, then upon seeing her priestess robes opened his mouth again.